Here towards the front of the grid, you've got some Caterhams, sports cars, as well as some production cars a bit further back, and the race, which will begin in about half an hour or so, we'll grab a word, I think, with some of the drivers in the next few moments. You can see on the front row of the grid a couple of the Radical teams. They've got the RJ Motorsport team as well as the MMM Racing team, so they're the four teams that are battling for scratch honours here. But the handicap, anybody can win that, any of the 70 teams, and we'll talk more about that in a bit. Let's see if we can grab a word with some of our drivers then. So starting on pole position is the 45D team, which you can see on the side of the car, the letter representing the drivers. And I think this is it Matthew Jones who's starting in the front. How are you looking forward to the start here?
It's Joe Crick in the car at the moment.
So Joe, how are you looking forward to the start of this?
Yeah, good. Just got to keep that very powerful beast behind me.
And this is obviously a totally different race to anything else, with lots of lap traffic to deal with. Any sort of strategy going into the start of this?
That's exactly it. Just, I mean, pace will only get you through the first couple of laps, and then it's just managing the traffic as quickly and as safely as possible. That's where you'll win or lose it, and staying out of trouble and not overtaking under yellows.
Is this the first time you've done the Birkett?
It's the second. We did it last year.
Right.
We came second last year, so we're back with vengeance.
And how do you find it compared to, say, the one-make Radical races?
Yeah, it's just so different, isn't
Yeah.
it? It's completely different altogether. It's a very different strategy. Radical racing is just sprint racing, and yeah, this is very much managing the traffic.
Well, best of luck for the race. I'm sure we'll catch up with you later on. So that's Joe Crook who's starting on the front row of the grid. You can see the SR10 Radical, so a different engine. We'll talk more about that as the races go on. Now you've got the Lotus here and TVRs. Let's see if we can grab a word with Stuart, if possible. Is it okay to grab a word with your driver? Stuart, starting here in a TVR, you've got some very different cars around you. How are you looking forward to it?
Yes, really looking forward to it. I think the variety of this race is unbelievable. A bit worried about the speed differential with the really slow ones,
yeah.
But that's all part of this, isn't it?
And of course your car, where it's all about power, there's a lot of cars like the Caterham alongside you that's all about handling, so it can make actually an interesting battle if you're around them on the circuit.
Absolutely, it's a question of me being able to see them half the time,
sure.
I'll be honest with you. But I think that obviously round the corners they're just going to be untouchable, and then on the straights that's when I have my fun.
And have you done the Birkett much before?
This is my first time.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah, I think I was conned into it, and especially conned into going first.
Well, we'll hope you enjoy it. I'm sure you will. And in fact, we'll catch up with you a bit later on.
Will do, thank you.
So first time for Stuart Dayburn doing the Birkett, so we're interested to see how he enjoys his experience. We've got some Caterham teams here as well, and I think this is Cole. Is it Cole who's starting here?
Yeah.
Cole, looking forward to the start of this race?
Yeah, it should be a good race. So we'll see if we can keep our position and stick close to the front ones and see what we can do really.
Obviously, with the handicap, it's anybody can win basically on that. So it's all about consistency, I guess, and staying out of trouble.
Yeah, I say just keep it going and hopefully don't get wiped out by someone. So yeah, but yeah, we'll see what we can do.
And like saying some of the other guys, very different to your one-make racing that you generally do.
Yeah, I say we're used to. There's a few of us who are used to sort of close quarters, so it shouldn't be too bad today.
And have you done the Birkett much before?
Yeah, it's our 8th year now.
Right.
8th year. So yeah, we enjoy it. We enjoy it. It's good fun.
And that's obviously the reason you come back year after year.
Yeah, and the weather's nice this year, so it's better than normal.
Yeah, I guess especially in one of these, you prefer it to be dry.
Yeah, otherwise we get a bit wet.
Well, I hope you have a good time. So that's Cole Nern starting at one of the Caterhams. Come a bit further back now, you can see one of the kit cars here, the Sports Specials team, which I think is Colin Benham, isn't it? Yeah, it's former champion. Colin?
Oh, yeah.
Small car, lots of big cars around you. Looking forward to the start of this.
Yeah, it should be like a normal kit car start or sports special start. Cars going everywhere, I expect. So yeah, we're looking for a good day because it's dry.
Yeah.
Normally when we come, it's raining, so we're hoping to enjoy a nice dry day. I've had to take over from Nigel because his car blew up this morning.
Right.
So Nigel Brown's our stalwart, has been doing it for over 20 years. Well, I've been doing it for nearly that long. So we're hoping for a very good day. It's great to be here. Thank you.
And you obviously enjoy coming back year after year, like you've been saying.
Yes, it's a traditional event now. We've already lost 2 cars this morning in qualifying, so hopefully we've got 3 more cars left.
Okay.
Hopefully it'll all go well.
And I guess that means now a lot more driving for you to do.
More driving, an extra hour's driving today.
And how long can you sort of do on a stint?
I can do about 25 minutes, 30
Right.
minutes. Yeah, that's it. otherwise we run out of fuel.
Yeah, a busy day for you, best of luck. So that's one of the sports specials. Then we got, I think, the GT Academy Nissans, you can see, they got the Hutchins family Honda, you got Lotuses here as well. Let's see if we can grab a word with the Parkin brothers, who are doing this on with two drivers. You like to open the door? So you've got, I think, 3 cars here between the 2 of you, is that right?
Yeah, so it's always good to have a backup, so that's the plan. So we're hopefully just going to use the Golf and the TT, and then the Mark II will just be a backup if anything goes wrong, which fingers crossed.
And lots of driving for you to do today.
Yeah. I'm hoping I get at least half of it, maybe a little bit more. So we'll see what happens.
And have you got any plans if you end up getting stuck out on circuit or anything like that?
Any plans to what? Sorry.
If something happens, if you're out on circuit, if you get stuck out.
Yeah, we've gone through all the contingencies. what if this, do that? So yeah, fingers crossed we don't have to go there, and we just do a stint to the time that we're expecting and have a trouble-free race.
And what's it like going from one car to another?
I've been doing it all season. I've been jumping out of a KA into this, and then from this into a Ford Focus. So yeah, I've done quite a few different cars. So it's pretty good at adapting to how each car behaves. So yeah, should be good.
Well, best of luck. Look forward to seeing how it goes. So that's the Scott and Ross Parkin team. You've got lots of BMWs here. I think there's something like 60 BMWs over the course of the grid. You've got 3 to 6 drivers in each team. Let's see, we've got lots of Porsches as well. Let's see if we can grab a word. I think it's Adam Southgate, isn't it, starting this one? So let's have a quick word with Adam. Starting here, it's going to be a busy old start.
Yeah, I think so. We're, what, is it 23rd on the grid or something? So got some few Porsches behind me, so some friends to race with at the start, but it's a long race, isn't it? So yeah, just try and keep it clean and should be good fun.
You done the Birkett before?
No, first time, and first time round the full Silverstone circuit as well, so yeah, excited for it.
And what made you decide to do it?
To be honest, it's just one of those things I've never done, and yeah, it's a big motorsport event of the year. A lot of friends that have done it, so yeah. It's one to tick off the list, isn't it, in UK motorsport?
That's right, and the championship, they all Porsche Trophy. I think almost the whole grid are here, aren't they, in the different teams?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So the Carmore Porsche Trophy, I think we've got 6 teams here, 18 cars on the grid.
Yeah.
It's a great championship, you know, really friendly, really competitive. So yeah, if you've got a Porsche, you want to come racing, come race with Carm next year. Absolutely,
well said. Good luck for the race. So let's see if we can grab a word of any more. The Carmel Porsche Trophy talking about there, that's runs with the 750 Motor Club. Starting off this year. The Alfa Romeos, they've been joining 750 this year, and it's Tom Hill who's starting, so let's grab a word with Tom if that's okay. Tom, looking forward to this, right in the middle of the pack pretty much.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's, you know, it's a case of remembering that it's an endurance, you know, track position doesn't necessarily count. But yeah, and as I say, just make the best start I can for my team, Revs Italia, so all good.
And this GT, I think you started it last year. It's been quite a successful campaign with it, quite a few victories.
Yeah, it has, yeah. So I won the championship sort of back in 2020. It's a great car. As I say, Revs Italia do a stellar job keeping it going for me. So yeah, it's successful so far. Hopefully we'll keep it successful today.
And is it the first time you've done the Birkett?
It is, yeah. First time I've done an endurance race. So yeah, it'll be different to the sprint race that I'm used to.
Have you sort of had any thoughts about how to drive differently to usual?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be a case of managing the tyres. You know, I think we're running quite fuel heavy, if I'm honest. But I think so long as we can keep the tyres on side, then we should be quite good. And obviously, you know, try and keep our strategy on point.
And obviously the car's been built for sprint racing, so can it do a long time on one tank of fuel?
Yeah, I think we'll be fine. We've still got the road car tank in there, so it's carrying quite a lot of fuel. It's just a case of keeping the revs, you know, a little bit lower than normal. But aside from that, I think should be fine.
Well, best of luck, good luck. So that's Tom Hill who's starting the Alfa Romeo teams. I was saying they've joined 750 Motor Club last season. We've got some front-wheel drive cars further down. We're going to see if we can grab a word with the winners from last year, which are a long way down the grid. So let's see if we can have a good look at this grid, because we haven't got much longer, I don't think, before we get the cars out on track. So I shall walk quickly, and hopefully we can have a quick word with Paul Hinson, who's starting all the way back here, who were the winners from last year, the Three Amigos team in their BMW Compacts. And Adam Reed standing alongside, he'll be driving later. So let's have a quick word with Paul. Paul, trying to go 3 wins on the back-to-back bounce here. How are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, no, it's yeah. Hopefully we can get the old triple crown. We've been talking about it all week, so just gonna keep putting consistent laps in, try and stay out of trouble, and yeah, do our usual 3 stops and see if we can bring it home.
See, a big grid as always, but quite a few production cars around your similar sort of speed. So does that make racing any different?
Yeah, you can sort of get into a little battle rather than trying to concentrate on your own race. I've got a few of the MR2 guys that I've been racing with all season that are really close to me, so I need to switch that off and just concentrate on the Birkett.
Obviously, you haven't done that much racing in this car. I think you did a bit of Mallory last week, but mainly in the MR2. Are they very different cars to drive?
Yeah, very, very different. So with these you've got the coil-over suspension, everything feels a lot tighter and a lot more pointy, so I've only literally had one other race in this season, so she's doing well at the minute.
Well, best of luck, hope all goes well. So that's Paul Hinson, who started in the reigning champion car number 1, as you can see on the side there. And we almost made it to the back, but I think 70 teams now, all pretty much in position. So this is going to be a great race. But we've spoken to some of the drivers, we haven't really found out how the race works. So let's take a look how the Birkett Relay is run over the next 6 hours.
70 teams, 300 plus drivers, and over 70 years of history. Here's everything you need to know to get into the Birkett 6-Hour Relay. The Birkett 6-Hour Relay is the UK's largest annual motor race, dating back all the way to 1951. Teams are composed between 3 to 6 drivers and cars, racing in one of the most unique relay race formats in the world. So what's the challenge? Teams must compete to lap the circuit as many times as possible within the 6-hour period, but of course with only one of their cars on track at any one time. Any closed wheel or non-historic car is welcome to enter. That means you'll see an incredible mix of cars sharing the track. From touring cars to smart cars, from radicals to Austin A30s, and of course everything in between. The Birkett 6-Hour Relay is really 2 races in one. The first race is called the Scratch Race. This is a simple one. It's the overall victory handed to the team that completes the highest number of laps, just like any other race. The second race is called the Handicap Race, and this can be won by any team on the grid. But how does it work? Designed to create a level playing field and to reward exceptional driving, the teams are credited with a certain number of laps to be added onto their total at the end of the race. For example, it's kind of like having a 30-lap head start. This means that, in theory, all teams should finish on the same number of handicap laps at the end of the race. Those that outperform their expected results the most and finish on the highest number of gross laps are awarded the handicap race victory. The overall scratch and handicap victory are not the only prizes up for grabs either. There are actually 12 awards that are available to win, thanks to class victories. All cars on track are divided up into 4 different classes. Class A and B are cars up to or over 2000cc respectively, running on the 1A to 1C tyre, which are semi-slick tyres derived from the road tyres like you might be familiar with. Class C and D are cars that are again up to or over 2000cc's or the 1000cc in bike engine cars. With this class running on the racing slick tyres, it makes it some of the fastest cars on circuit. And finally, cars with forced induction carry an engine capacity multiplier of 1.7, so a 2000cc turbocharged car would be treated as a 3400cc. So once all the handicaps are applied, each class winner and runner-up receive an award, in addition to the highest placed 750 Formula team, the highest placed BMW and all Porsche team. Also, no team may win more than 1 trophy, so you won't see the overall handicap and scratch winners taking more than 1 award. What makes the Birkett a true relay is what happens in the pits. Unlike a conventional endurance pit stop where a car would stop, swap driver, new tyres and so on, in the Birkett we like to do things a little bit different. Like a normal race, you would still call your driver in off the track, and as the first guy is called into the pits, instead of stopping, it will drive straight past the team garage. Yes, you heard that right, past the team garage. As soon as that's happened, the second car is then released right behind the first one, pending that it's cleared to do so, of course, and both cars would head straight down the pit lane. At the end of the pit lane, the first car peels off into the paddock, with the second car then shooting straight out to the circuit to continue the race for the team. If there is a miscommunication and the team finds themselves with 2 cars out at the same time, any laps completed will not be counted and the team will have to make up for lost time. So that should bring you up to speed with the Birkett 6-Hour Relay. It's definitely an exciting action-packed race that is sure to bring some serious entertainment. Make sure you tune in to watch it all on the 23rd of October and to round off the 750 Motor Club season in style.
Well, a very good morning and welcome along to Silverstone for this 70th anniversary Birkett 6-hour relay race with a capacity grid of 70 teams of between 3 and 6 cars and drivers for this one of the showpiece events on the British motorsport calendar, organised as ever by the 750 Motor Club, and you can see there on screen now the cars starting to form upon the grid for this race, which is due off in about 8.5 minutes time at 11:45. And the way that the race will start is it will start behind the safety car, and at 11:45 the time will begin to count down, and that will be the start of the race, and the safety car, all being well, will peel off at the end of the first lap and the race will be underway. My name's Ian Soman, here as part of the commentary team this weekend. We'll also hear during the weekend from Josh Barrett here in the box and Lewis Beals down in the pit lane, but alongside me at the moment to start proceedings is Marcus Pye. Marcus, a very good morning to you and welcome to Silverstone, and we're looking forward, aren't we, to this 70th anniversary Birkett 6-hour relay race.
As always, Ian, yes, very, very special event and a special anniversary to celebrate. On top of all that, wonderful to be back here at Silverstone for what promises, fingers and everything crossed, to be a dry day, which makes a nice change from recent years. But this is the magical miscellany of the British motorsport season, this Holly Birkett 6-hour relay with radicals at the front and all kinds of machines in the big pack, in the peloton.
Absolutely right. It's more than likely going to be a radical team that wins on scratch, but equally, if not more important in the Birkett, is the handicap result. The handicappers have been working busily away to find appropriate handicaps and set appropriate handicaps for all of the teams, giving them a number of credit laps, which will be added to the number of laps that they actually compete on circuit. That will be adjusted if there's safety car running. For example, the number of credit laps will be adjusted downwards when all the teams are running at the same pace. And as an innovation this year, hopefully we'll be able to bring you more live updates on the handicap position as the race goes on during the course of the 6 hours. Just unofficially, but we'll hopefully have some idea as the race goes on of who is doing what and where in the handicap running as well. And of course, it's on handicap that the three amigos have been successful in each of the last 2 seasons. David Drinkwater, Adam Reed and Paul Hinson as the three amigos 2.0 and 3.0 respectively over the last 2 years, and they're the three amigos 4.0 for the 2021 running of the race. Absolutely fantastic that we have some on-board cameras as well for this year, several of them on the Rogue Motorsport cars. We saw the 61A car a moment ago, which was Aaron Cook's car, but we also have another camera on, for example, the Team Darkside car. I think they've got one of the Golf out first in that team.
They're the team with a very interesting strategy of 2 drivers and 3 cars each.
That's right, yes, which as we're saying is a high risk strategy. We're hearing on the live stream from Josh Barrett down on the runway a few moments ago, and he was talking to, for example, Team 10. He was speaking to Colin Benham from Run Baby Run. He was saying that they've already lost 2 cars today in that team. Nigel Brown's Silver Phaser being one of them, who's done the event for more than 2 decades. So Colin Benham going out first in his Fury. They started the day with 5 cars, I think, so they're down to 3 now, which is bound to make things a bit of a stretch for them. There you can see the cars lined up on the grid not set by qualifying times or anything like that. It's set by effectively the timekeepers and the handicappers to get the cars in some kind of representative order based on their pace. And you can see the last two cars there, 23 and 16 teams, the 23 team being the Autobar Techwell outfit with their Ford KAs, and Team 16, which is actually known as Team 348 because they run 3 of the BMW 116s, and your basic 116 times table will tell you that 316s are 348, so they're Team 348.
They're aspiring to a Ferrari, presumably, next time.
Absolutely.
348 Ferrari.
Yes.
Let's hope that the BMWs go well.
Yes, indeed. So we're just a few minutes away from the off, about 4 minutes away by my watch. As I say, the 6 hours will start counting down once the safety car pulls away. It is this safety car type start that we have these days. In the past, we've had a standing start, and we've had a more traditional rolling start, but in the name of safety, Marcus, it's a sort of more sedate beginning to the race these days.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the point is that because the teams are comprised of so many different types of car, different performances, you could have a slower car potentially starting on row 4, for instance, and a quick one starting on row 7, or even row 17, you know, and you could have a real mishmash at that point. But you can see these the Radical 4 SR3 Radicals at the front of the grid, Lotus, Honda behind. Not so many Caterham teams this year, but the big TVR Tuscan is in there as well, which is good, and a quick TCR car or two also towards the sharp end of the grid. They're the guys who are really going for the distance covered, the scratch result, if you like.
That's right.
But more than likely that the handicap result will be disputed among teams down the order.
Absolutely. It's 10 years since we first ran the Birkett on basically this layout. There's been slight alterations with the complex at Vale that's been used down the years, and in those 10 years we've had a Radical team winning on scratch on 7 occasions. We've also had a team of Cupras, TCR cars winning 1 year, Sakers and Spires also winning for 1 year each out of the last 10.
Yes, I remember the Sakers and the Spires sort of breaking that kind of Radical monopoly. Radicals started out with the 750 Motor Club, didn't they?
That's right.
I remember seeing the basic Club Sport car at Mallory Park all those years ago with Phil Abbott looking...
That's must be near 25 years ago
yeah,
now as well,
absolutely.
Wasn't it?
Absolutely amazing. And within a couple of seasons, they had a really strong one-make series for those 1100cc Kawasaki-powered Club Sports. And it took them 12 years to make their first 1,000 cars. It's exactly the same as Van Diemen in Formula Ford. Yeah, really? 73 to 85 in that case, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So Radicals, I think, likely to take the scratch on us. Particularly this year, we've not got, as you say, too many Caterham teams and no Clubman's involvement this year, which is a shame. Traditionally, we've had at least 1 or 2 Clubman's outfits, the heart attacks notably, and the defibrillators also.
Their problem has always been they're quick, but they have very small fuel tanks.
Yes.
They can only go about 25 minutes, and so they're hobbled by that.
Absolutely right. So as you see, the 54 team on the front of the grid there is RJ Motorsport 1, and 45 next to it, that's the M&M racing car. It's Joe Crook starting in that car. It's 54C, which is going to be Chris Short in the SR3. Sadly can't read the numbers of the cars on the, or the letters of the cars on the second row, but you've got RJ Motorsport 2, 56 on the left-hand side of your shot, and 57 RJ Motorsport 3. On the right-hand side of the shop, I think it's Josh Smith that runs those cars. And then on the third row on the inside, close to the pit wall, you've got the number 29 team, which is VTEC Direct multi-car team. And that is the, well, it's a Lotus that's out there at the minute, which isn't actually listed as one of the cars in the team.
That's handy, isn't it?
On my list, but we'll try and
clockwork orange Lotus.
We'll try and pick that up as we go along, and then next to it we should have the 22 car, which is the St Winifred's School Choir team, and that car out there at the minute is the Honda Civic, so that will make it again. Right, I think these two teams have swapped around positions. So I think the Honda Civic, no, that doesn't make sense either. Okay, well, we'll try and work that out as we go along. It's Stuart Dayburn in the TVR. You can see him there on the TVR. You can see him there on the 4th row.
And that Bismarck grey TVR.
Absolutely. So 70 cars lined up on the grid. They're lettered A to F, the cars in each team, or less than that as the green flag waves, and the Birkett 6-hour relay race then gets underway. Cars moving off onto the start of the race, so they stay behind the safety car initially, and the safety car, if everything is clear, will peel into the pit lane at the end of this lap. But the 6 hours have started counting down now. And you'll get a good view here as the cars go through the right-hander at Copse of the various views. You can see the little Gianetti going through, Seats, Alfa Romeos. Good to see so many Alphas out here today. Got the Hyundai Coupe. There's the Noble going through shot as well. That's the number 49 car. That's Paul Cundy's Noble, although I think Luke Bennett was also trying to get into that car as well. He's part of that team, but his Honda Integra Type R has expired, so he was hoping to get a run in the Noble as well. All being well. But the car's heading off through Copse Corner. Of course, the race on the full Grand Prix circuit, as it has been for the last decade or so, and that's allowed the numbers to increase, Marcus, to the 70 teams that we now have. Previously it ran on the international circuit, before that the national circuit, where we were limited to only around 40 teams.
Yeah, that's right. So Motorsport UK sanctions each of the circuits for a number of cars, depending on the length of the circuit, depending on the length of the race. So if you had a 12-hour race, potentially you could start more than you have in a 6. It's often why you see races of 2 hours and 1 minute. If it's over 2 hours, then you can get an extra bunch in. But this is a 6-hour race, as it has been all the way through. Quite extraordinary. The original course went from effectively from Copse Corner down to Stowe Corner on the old traditional airfield perimeter layout, and then did a kind of 180 back onto an incredibly long straight, all the way back to Copse.
Yes, and of course it's Stowe that I think these cars are perhaps at now, wasn't it? I think they're heading down that way. But they're taking the conventional route down towards Vale and Club Corner. Although we're on the Grand Prix circuit, we're not using the wing pit lane here today. It's the old Grand Prix pit lane, the national pits.
Following the Fun Cup there, down at Stowe Corner, where I watched Jim Clark win the 1967 British Grand Prix for Team Lotus.
Absolutely great view then from on board Aaron Cook's car. Aaron Cook, the champion in the Toyota MR2 Championship this season, the first driver to win the championship in an MR2 Mark III, a Roadster. I think this must be the Team Darkside car that we're on board with now, although I can't see the number on that car. It is, yes, the 13 Darkside Developments car.
They've been watching their Grand Prix racing or their touring car racing to get in all the weaving.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that's a good view on board the one of the cars that we shared by Scott and Ryan Parkin, the brothers. We saw them out as well in the Club Enduro race at Alton Park recently. So the cars are sort of just about 2/3 of the way around the lap at the moment. These cars, I think, just heading through the village and the Loop complex, and then towards Aintree and back onto the national circuit at the Wellington Straight. They'll be there in a moment.
It is quite a facility for the VW Fun Cup, which is a tube frame VW Beetle lookalike. They have an Audi engine in it, don't they?
Yeah.
And they run anything up to sort of 24, 25 hours in some of their enduros. So 6 hours at one Schlepp is not too bad. Very standard looking Ford KA at the back there, Honda Integra, the compact BMW. So plenty of variety down the back.
It certainly is. I mean, 70 teams, as I say, but there was a lot more interest than that. 750 Motors Club having to have entries away and have waiting lists and so forth. It's a great shame that we couldn't involve everyone who wanted to race in the Birkett this year, but as Marcus says, there is that limit of the number of starters.
So nice also to see that 1971 team winning Arc Sprite here, although they're still wrestling with a gear selector issue in the in the pits to get it going.
As the green flag now waves, the safety car has pulled in, so now we can have overtaking and racing proper. 5 minutes into the race then, the 750 Motor Club McGann safety car heads down the pit lane, but now we can go racing, and therefore some of those cars that may have been a little bit further back down, a bit quicker than their grid position suggests, can try to make their way up the order. But what we're seeing at the minute is what I expected to see, which is the radical teams at the front just start to clear off a little bit, and then everyone else behind them is going to sort themselves out over these first few laps of green flag racing.
Yeah, it's going to be really quite interesting as the status quo is kind of established, and we get a sense of where the majority of the teams are going to be running. There'll be lots of little intra-class battles, because the cars are in classes as well. The 4 radicals out front, so 3 making the break, and 4th out. The Porsche on the outside there, I think, was the very first car onto the track this morning in qualifying. Each driver, each car had to do 3 laps here. The white Porsche with little green markings on the nose, the 34 car was first out.
Yep, it's got the feelings of a 10-lap sprint this at the moment, hasn't it? But I think it will soon settle down. You can see how busy the circuit is. That's on the wing pit straight, Hamilton straight, I think it's now known as, after our 7-time world champion, Lewis Hamilton. And you can see the little Hyundai Coupe go through there, Clios, Minis, BMWs. There's a few of these teams of the BMW Z4s.
And a Noble there. See too many of the Lee Noble designed M12s.
That's Paul Cundy aboard that car. There's the Fun Cup car that we're talking about. And there it is again, on board the 61 car of Aaron Cook as he turns his way through Abbey, now through the left-hand curve of Farm, up towards the hairpin at Village. He's got a BMW ahead, a Porsche as well by the looks of it. Possibly that's a Mazda 7, I can just see a little bit further up the order as well. So Aaron Cook, a champion for the last 2 seasons now in the 750 Motor Club Toyota MR2 Championship.
And much of the action in the opening exchange, Ian, down to staying out of trouble over the course of a 6-hour race. I mean, the first thing you've got to do is get to the end of it as a team, which means each individual driver has to get to the end of his or her stint.
Yes.
And keeping out of trouble, driving conservatively is the way to go. Round the outside then comes the 57 Radical, coming past the 45 into Stowe Corner.
Yeah, that's the RJ Motorsport 3 team with Daytona that has just taken the lead on scratch then from M&M Racing in the number 45 car. So that's an early change of lead. Here they are at Club Corner. Now you can see the 3 Radical teams out from the 4th place Radical. The RJ Motorsport 2 team is a little bit further back. That's the 5-driver outfit, Neil Glover, Chris Earp, Andrew Gord, Jason Green and Joe Hawkins in that 4th place car.
Neil Glover, who was racing his Formula 1 Arrows at Estoril a couple of weeks ago, was commentating on that.
There is the that car with the light illuminated brightly on the roll cage. That will come in handy later on in the day, I suspect, when it starts to get a little bit gloomier, although it should at least be a dry day today, as we've been saying. Here at Silverstone, this is the Dark Side Developments, number 13 car. On board with that car as it heads through Abbey. Where's that running at the moment? In 9th position. So the car ahead of it, I think, is going to be the number 21. It's not. The Billy Boys car's now another car ahead. So it could be that the 12 car, which is the Prep and Play Racing, that is the team that's ahead of us.
I'm intrigued by that St Winifred School Choir, because you'll remember their hit, inverted commas, there's no one quite like Grandma. That's Christmas number 1 in 1980.
I was going to say early 80s, wasn't it? Yes, just about then. So that's been the Dark Side Developments car, the Golf. And we're just watching that turn its way now through Brooklands Corner. You can see the TVR of Stuart Dayburn just ahead as well. It's the 13A car at the moment, so that does mean it's Scott rather than Ryan aboard that car at the moment. We'll no doubt see plenty of them during the course of the early part of this race. There's Dayburn in the TVR. he goes through. He's in the number 14, the relay stick Rockstar Racers. Joining him in the team are several Dan Ludlow, Ben Scrivens and Stuart Emmett. And he is just ahead of the it's the 12 car now, the prep and play racing car that's moved up into 8th position on scratch, ahead now of the Billy Boys catering team.
It's quite a meaty battle, that, isn't it? 3 powerful cars, and then you've got the very nimble Caterham mixing it with them. You've got that V8 TVR hurtling down towards Stowe Corner. It's the Porsche Experience Centre they saw on the side of the track, the hangar straight, almost straight on the track.
So they head down to Vale. You can see there the number 63 car, I think that is, the Triple A's racing car. I think it's Phil Knibb out there at the moment, and the Seat Leon Cupra, part of Triple A's team with Andrew Rath, Andrew Etheridge and Christopher Etheridge as well as part of that squad.
Those TCR cars will be really good over the course of the race. They've been very successful, haven't they, in the 70 season again, particularly the area motorsport team.
Yes, absolutely, and there's a number of those types of car out at Alton Park in the final round of Coventry, but there's not as many entered here as that there might have been, I guess, in this 6-hour relay race. You can see Colin Benham in his Fury turning through Abbey there, the right-hander, as it is now on this layout.
A rare beast, the relatively modern Ford Mustang. Yes. Not the absolute latest spec retrospective cars, but interesting to see. Probably the only one racing in the country.
Absolutely right. So about 12 minutes into this race, and we're seeing the cars head down the international straight, Hamilton straight towards. You can see marshals with their blue flags already, because there's radicals even just 12 minutes in starting to get into the traffic, and so that is going to be the 57 car, the RJ Motorsport 3 car, that's out there in the lead of the race, which is started by Simon Freeman. So Simon Freeman it is, out for Team 57 at the moment, in the lead of this Grosvenor Dean Motorsports Insurance-backed 6-hour Holly Birkett relay race at Silverstone on the Grand Prix Circuit. I think that's Aaron Cook. You can just see he was just making up just ahead actually of, I think that's Paul Hinson in the Three Amigos 4.0 car. Yes, he's out there in 50th position at the moment, and he'll be sharing the driving duties in that team with David Drinkwater, who was crowned the Hot Hatch champion at Snetterton last weekend, and also Adam Reed as well, as they look for their 3rd handicapped race win in a row in this Birkett 6-hour relay race. There's the Mustang that Marcus was briefly talking about a moment ago, just going through a shot there through the complex at Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. Screen at the moment, that's the 30A Porsche, so that is being driven by Fernando Latino, Porsche Boxed S for DFG Racing, and that's one of the teams that's just gone with 3 cars. I did count, I think there's about 23 teams that have gone for this 3-car strategy in this race.
It's one of those things, isn't it? I mean, some competitors actually want to maximise their mileage out of this race. However, is a problem, it really throws an awful lot of weight onto the shoulders of the teammates.
That's right, just trying to see where that car is in the running order at the moment. It's in 44th position, so just over halfway down the order. And it's battling with the Little Mini, which is 51B. So that is Charlie Newton Darby, who was a late substitute for Adrian Norman in the Mini Cooper.
And 30A there, the Porsche had to kind of almost come to a halt in the middle of the chicane at the end of the Vale, while the 2 leading radicals dive through. Here comes the Fun Cup Beetle, team of those.
There's that 51 car then, just starting to shake off the Porsche now.
Who's starting for the Fun Cup car? Is that Mark Home? May well be.
Can't see that on that one. Try and work that out. There you can see Paul Hinson and Aaron Cook, so 2 MR2 champions together there. Paul Hinson won it the thick end of 10 years ago now, I think it was 2011. He won the championship, just couldn't quite see the letter on that Fun Cup car, 51. So 15 minutes into this race. There's one of the BMW Z4s, and there's 3 Z Cars teams: Z Cars A Youth, Z Cars B Pensioners, and Z Cars C Hopefuls.
Z Cars team, but no Sergeant Lynch in his Ford Zephyr.
It's 11A, isn't it? The Fun Cup car. So it is Mark Coleman. Fuel shortage 2021. Topically named, but it would have been if this race was run about a month ago.
They've had a very good win recently in GT Sports Car Cup. Mark Holm and Jeremy Welsh driving Mark's very famous Austin Healey car with big Silverstone connotations, because it used to be owned by John Gott, who was the Chief Constable of Northamptonshire, a big friend of Silverstone. John Gott raced that SMO 746 through the 1960s into the early 70s.
So it's a good little battle around the positions in the high 40s, I think, at the moment. And good to see that. There's an old E30 BMW just behind them on the road as well. Possibly catching, actually, this battle. We'll see how that develops.
MR2 just being the roadster, hounded down the straight by the... Oh, that's not going very quickly, is it? Does it spin?
Well, that was my initial thought. It looked like the recovery from a spin at Club Corner, didn't it? But it's not going terribly quickly at the up towards Abbey. I think it's possible just about getting...
Yeah, I think there's some tyre marks on the road.
Yeah, that could well be etched on the exit of Club.
Noble, designed by Lee Noble, whose previous work was the Ultima.
Just going through there is 64A, that's CMC Racing, Carl Green in his MG ZS 180. It's a full team of MGs that. Mark Bellamy, Julian Penfold, Tyler Ballard, and Peter Burchell will also be out for Team 64 during the course of the next 5 and 3/4 hours.
I think with the majority of these cars, they will go quite a long way between stops, provided they're reliable.
Yes.
It's not like the days when the clubhouse drivers had to come in probably every 10 laps, maybe something like that. Just a long track.
Yes.
It's Grand Prix Circuit.
37B out there at the moment. That's Ryan Moan in the Porsche 944 S2, part of one of the Carmel Porsche teams, alongside Ryan Moan. Alongside Jack Eager, Clayton Sampson, Lee Birkett, Ed Sampson, and Adam Eager. Meanwhile, we've had a change for a second a little while ago. It was a slow lap on the last lap for M&M Racing, Team 45, who were the pole position car. Best lap of the race has been done by RJ Motorsport 3, but now they're stuck into the traffic. Lap times have increased by 4, 5, 6 seconds, something like that. It's RJ Motorsport 3 leading at the moment, with a 6.3 second gap over RJ Motorsport 1. M&M Racing, Team 45 in third, 15.39 seconds behind 456 RJ Motorsport 2. About 50 seconds behind, so that's getting on for half a lap already. And then fifth is the 63B team, which is AAA Racing, and that's the car being started, the team Phil Nib starting the Land Cooper. On screen now, we've got amongst those cars, we've got 7A, I think that is, so that's 6-7's Michael Downing in his Caterham Road Sport. And just behind you can see the Lotus coming through as well, that's 40A at the moment. And so that's Mark Rudstock's Lotus Elise S3 Cup. So he's coming through. But still a long way to go in this Birkett Six-Hour Relay race, possibly with a dry run this year as we look at the 52C car, which is Bill Redrock in the Rutec Racing's BMW Flyers team, which also includes Jim Benson, and this year's BMW Car Club Racing champion Ben Pearson. Just watching that team at the moment, just a red drop out there at the moment. But yes, as it's going to be a dry Birkett this year, we think and we hope, possibly that might mean we have less safety car disruptions.
Yeah, I think that's every possibility that'll be the case here. There's the Noble going well again. It's 49A. Porsches aplenty down the order. Pretty popular, the Nobles. We used to see quite a lot of them around. But drivers on the road who had TVR, the old Griffiths, seem to sort of change perhaps to a Noble, a bit more modern.
Yeah, I think that Lotus is wearing the Luke Austin tribute livery from when Luke used to race his MR2s. Luke, of course, behind Alpha Live, which run this splendid live stream that we're enjoying.
I have to say, it looks like it owes more to Gold Leaf Team Lotus type livery from kind of 1970, but 69, 70.
Well, let's not disappoint Luke. Let's not disappoint him. That's the 55E Golf. It's out there at the moment. That's a car that we've seen Racing Club Enduro this season. At the moment, it's John Maudsley aboard. Stuart Mead will also drive that particular car during the course of this race, but it's John Maudsley, long-time golf racer, that's aboard at the moment. I think XR2 racer before that as well. View down Hamilton Straight, and you can see the Seat going through. A couple of Seats there.
A good-looking Alpha at the back of the group there, the Alfa Romeo.
That was that Tom Hill starting that? Yes, I think it was the four-time champion in the Alfa Romeo Championship, which the 750 Most Club has been running for the last couple of years. There is the Revs Italia prepared number 5 car, and that's the Alfa Racers team. They've also got Graham Seeger in his 147 GTA and the Inman's 156 GTA, Dave Messenger's 156 GTA, Roger Evans in a 156 GTA, and Gabriele Icarino in the Alfa Romeo GT as well, out during the course of this race. That's the Alfa Racers team, and we enjoyed the Alfa Romeo Championship final a couple of weeks ago at Alton Park with a couple of splendid races. And 66 out there as well. That's 66B by the looks of it, which is Steve Wood, Darren Duke in his Z4. A very slow lap from M&M Racing, the team that was on pole position in fourth place now. They've just done a 3-minute 5-second lap, so that might suggest they've been into the pits and had a driver change. So we'll see if we can catch up with any information on what's going on for the M&M Racing team, because that's early dramas for them. They had a slow lap, and then they've had a very slow lap, which suggests that actually there may have been a pit stop and a new car's gone out for that team.
Yeah, keep a watch on that team, Team 45, shown as fourth in the RJ Motorsport 3, 1 and 2 is the order out front. All radicals, 15 seconds between first and second, and over a minute back to third at 9 laps.
Is that the 45 car that we can just see now? We're just looking at the BMWs ahead of it, but you can see that's 45B out there now. So 45B is Morgan Jones. It was Joe Crook that started for that team, so they have had to make an early pit stop. That will not have been scheduled, I don't think, because the radicals should have been able to go more than about 20 minutes, which is all that they've managed.
Yeah, that's a very, very early stop. So a mechanical problem, or maybe he's tagged something or picked up a puncture or something like that. But team back into action. Such is the nature of endurance racing, isn't there? The Ginetta, they're always good fun. With the cars used in the Jazz Championship for a lot of years. Yeah,
the old G27, isn't it? That shape, I think. Yes, hopefully we'll hear from Lewis Beals down in the pit lane. He might be able to catch up with what's gone on with the number 45 team at some point. But that means it's RG Motorsport teams first, second and third, but in the order 3, 1 and 2 at the moment. They are 10 laps into their race now, and already obviously having started to lap a number of the slower cars as these cars head down the Hamilton Straight. There's Hamilton, of course, in action at Austin this weekend in the US Grand Prix. There's Paul Hinson in that #1 car who was out at Mallory Park last weekend. I guess giving a couple of a shakedown in some classic touring car racing club races. There's the 54 car, so that's the car in second position at the moment, and that's the RJ Motorsport 1 car, which we said that it was Chris Short starting for that particular team. And they're 15 seconds behind the sister car, the RJ Motorsport 3 team. And 1 minute and 8 seconds ahead of RJ Motorsport 2, which is in third position. That's the 18A car at the moment. That's Ken Angel in the BMW 328. He is part of Mrs. Mansell's Misfits, alongside Ian Seal in the Ford Fiesta ST, Warren Johnson in the Peugeot 205 GTI, Dave Charlton, Seat Leon, Gideon September's Ford Fiesta ST, and Nicholas Lunn in a Honda Integra. So that's an eclectic team indeed. That's 9C, one of the minis, Paul Clothier in his Mini Cooper S. He's a track attacker, and he's alongside Ian Collins, James Mansfield and Ashley Collins in the track attackers team, team number 9. There's the Fun Cup car of Mark Holm heading down towards us.
Yeah, still engaged in battle, and not far behind him, Paul Henson chasing. Hondas and BMWs and Integra in that group there. And it's interesting to see how at different parts of the circuit the BMW is quicker than the Fun Cup. Into the pits has come 24A, and that is one of the minis in, isn't it? That's 24A, Bad Boy Tuning. That's Darren Duffield. It's an early stop. And I can see Lewis Beals walking down there with his green headphones on. He's our pit lane commentator.
As we'll hopefully hear from Lewis shortly, as we watch the cars stream through Stowe Corner. Just to explain the class system briefly as well, there are 4 different classes. Class A is for saloon and sports cars up to 2 litres on list 1, A, B or C tyres. Class B is saloon and sports cars over 2 litres. Class C is sports racing cars and sports cars and saloons up to 2 litres, bike engine cars up to 1000cc, and Class D is for sports racing cars and all sports cars and saloons on non-list 1A, B and C tyres of 2 litres or over, or bike engine cars over 1000cc. So there are several different classes. The majority of the cars, or certainly a good proportion of them, do fall within Class B, which is the saloon and sports cars over 2 litres. That's where the great majority of the cars are to be found. We're watching there the 62A car. 62A is Rhodes Wheelers, that's Jim Cook aboard that one.
And 53A was flying through the complex there. That's the Storming Camel Motorsports, the red BMW 328 of Matt Nossiter. In comes 10E, and that's an Eclipse, or is it going out? Let's see.
That's Paul Collingwood, the driver of that car. I think that's be going out onto the circuit because Colin Benham did the first stint for Team 10, which is Run Baby Run, and he said he could do probably 25 minutes. Well, he's done 28 minutes there probably before Paul Collingwood goes back out into this race. He's had various issues with the Eclipse this year, particularly with, I think, gearbox issues. I remember him telling me at Brands Hatch. So hopefully he won't be afflicted by them today.
That's transverse engine and gearbox, I think, isn't it?
So.
Not sort of maybe conventional for a race car as such. But they've been very quick in the championship, haven't they? They really have done very well in the sports specials races.
Yes, absolutely. Paul Boyd has won races this season, but Andy Hiley it was with the Kronos that wrapped up the Sports Specials Championship for the 3rd time in a row at Snetterton last weekend. He's been in very good form.
No one can keep up with Andy, can they? He's been around for a very long time. He's a wily old fox.
Absolutely right. So he took the title once again, and shows no sign of stopping. There is one of the Radicals going through. I think that was the 56 car going through, which is the RJ Motorsport 2 car, which now slipped down to 4th position behind M&M Racing once again. So I think that must have either made a stop or just been overhauled by the M&M Racing car since it has gone back out from the pits.
Yes, it was quite a long way behind, wasn't it? And I think the M&Ms relayed their 2nd driver, and they're already back ahead by nearly 7 seconds of RJ Motorsport 2. And it may be a case of its tortoise and hare game over 6 hours. RJ Motorsport 3 has the best lap so far, a 2:04.65.
Yeah, we saw a few moments ago the 48A car of Vic Hope in his Honda Civic. He's from the Barwell Autosport team. So just over half an hour into this race now, being led by RJ Motorsport 3, 26 seconds clear of RJ Motorsport 1, so that's 57 from 54. 45 M&M Racing are 3rd, 56 RJ Motorsport 2 are 4th. 63 in 5th is the first of the non-radicals, and that's the AAA's racing entry of Phil Nibb in the Seat Leon Cupra. Number 12 is in 6th position, and that's the Prep and Play Racing team. That's the BMW squad. Russell Dack, Paul Wood, Ben Mason, which I don't think Ben Mason's gone out in the end, and Brian Bransom. So it's just the 3 cars that they're down to. And then 7th, another class leading car. It's the first of the Caterham teams. That's Team 32, 7 Race Series Midlands. Paul Begley, Matthew Drew, Matthew Reeve and Lewis Tuttle. At 8th, number 14, the Relayistic Rockstar Racers, and it is Stuart Dayburn in his TVR that started for them in 8th place overall, car 14.
Yeah, Billy Boy's behind them in 21, and then bringing up the 10th place is 13 Darkside Developments. We've seen been riding on board with that car, Ryan Parkins, Golf. Nissan 370Z coming down the inside there into Brooklands, the end of the Wellington Straight.
And here's that MG coming back down towards us again. I think we said it was Carl Green out for the moment for that squad. Let's head down to Lewis Beale's in the pit lane for the first time today.
Thank you very much there, Ian. Yes, we're at pit 10A at the top end of the pit lane, and car 45, M&M Racing, who are one of the lead cars who we expect to do really well on scratch. Joe Crook was out in the car you can see on picture now, the car 45 car D. I was just going to have a word with Joe, look, team manager got in the way, but we'll have a quick word with him. Let's have a look. Joe, what was the problem on the first session?
So I lost the upshift in the car, so I think they've diagnosed it. The battery voltage was too low, so believe it or not, test all day yesterday, the car's fine, go out for 8 laps of the race and we lost battery voltage, so I lost the upshift, knowing that I'd lose the upshift. Had no choice to come in, swap car, try and diagnose it, sort it out.
Oh, that's hard luck, and hopefully all is well now. What's the sort of conditions like, and what's it like trying to weave in and out of the slower cars?
It's conditions great. Track's nice and cool, but obviously at the moment no risk of rain, which is always nice. And yeah, it's as tricky as it always is. The closing speeds on some of the cars and trying to predict where people are going, but the key is just keep it safe and get through it all.
Okay, good luck for the rest of the day.
Cheers, mate. Thanks for that.
Thank you very much. Well, back to you in the studio, because at the moment it's all looking down here at M&M Racing. Back to you, Ian and Marcus.
Thank you very much, Lewis, down there in the pit lane. Good to find out some of the early dramas that have been afflicting M&M Racing, who had to make that much earlier than anticipated stop, which, well, still 5 hours and 25 minutes to go. Hopefully it shouldn't impact on their strategy too much. They can adjust their plans now that car's ready to get back out into the race. There's the number 30 car once again. That's the Fernando Gattino Boxster S for DFG Racing. And that car at the moment, I think, is still outside the top 40. In fact, it is in 41st position, about a second behind Routek's BMW Triers, and just ahead of the Verum Builders Carmel Porsche team in 42nd position. So another Porsche team just behind them.
The Verum car, you can see just a few lengths behind, and that could brew into quite a battle. Radical running very close. Here comes Stuart Dayburn into the pits, and now he goes over the grass in actual fact. And I thought that was somewhere down near that pit area, but the TVR was auto-crossing.
Yeah, and that's the 14 car that was in 8th position. He was only 5 seconds clear of Billy Boys in the Team 21 car on the at the end of the previous lap, so I suspect he might lose ground there.
TVR's made very good autocross cars back in the 1960s.
Did they?
Gillian Fortescue Thomas and Ron Easton were the two exponents I remember.
I'm not sure Stuart Dayburn was trying to emulate their successes.
I'm sure he wasn't. There's the Viking self-storage Beetle. Gets a lot of airtime, that car. It looks absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it's very striking, isn't it?
Yeah, with the horned helmet on the side. That's Mark Holmes' car. That's one of his businesses. Over Cambridge Way. BMW ducks out from behind one of the Toyota MR2 Roadsters. Lots of BMWs. I think probably BMW's predominant among the marks this year, maybe.
Maybe when I'm rotated off commentary in a little while, I'll count them up and see.
You'll crunch the
how
numbers.
many we've got. Yeah, absolutely right. What I do know is that this is the 52nd occasion that the Birkett Relay has been held at Silverstone. I was doing some number crunching yesterday, as you may be able to tell. So now that's exactly twice as many races run here than were run at Snetterton. With all of those at Snetterton being run between 1987 and 2000.
It ran at Thruxton, didn't it, also, and dim and distant?
Yep, 71, 72, just twice there. And at Donington as well, 3 times in the late 1970s. Just the 4 different venues that have held the Birkett Relay. There is a couple of cars coming in, or going out in fact. I think that's the 24 D car, I think. Maybe not 24, just looking at my engine list.
RJ Motorsport 3 just stretching their advantage the whole way through now. They're almost 40 seconds clear of their teammates, RJ Motorsport 1. M&M more than almost 2 minutes behind, in fact. They're a long way clear of RJ Motorsport 2, so it's really spread out at the front here.
It is, but we've only really seen, apart from M&M Racing, we've only seen one driver aboard so far. And of course, different drivers within each team will have different strengths. There's Paul Collingwood going through in his Eclipse. Now that'll be a fairly rapid car actually, so I think he will begin to make some progress. Where is Team 10 running at the moment? They are in 35th position run, Baby Run.
And that's a team that's depleted, isn't it, by breakages?
Yeah, at least we certainly lost Nigel Bannon. I think one other car as well within that squad.
Run Baby Run, of course, the name that was always on Dave Brody's cars back in the 1970s, ran on his Escort and on the Elan Mod Sports car as well. And Dave, incredible character, was a regular runner in this race for decades, wasn't he? With Harrow Car Club team.
That's right, that's right. I was actually watching a video on YouTube the other day of a race on the club circuit at Mallory Park, so the oval with the chicane there, and Dave Brody was part of one of those races. That was back in 1971.
Well, he was an old mate of Frank Williams, who was involved in the Williams Formula 1 team.
couple of the Porsches going through. And heading now down towards the Vale and then Club Corner. There is the Radical, just doing a lap on Stuart Daybin there, and that is the leading car, so 57C, which is I think still there for
Simon
Freeman out there as he was at the start, so no change for that team yet. Let's head down towards Lewis Beals once again in the pits.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yep, we're at the pit 11B and outside RJ Motorsport 3 with Daytona, one of the Radical teams. I think they're actually in the lead. I mean, it's the 57 car. We've got Alistair Smart here. Alistair, anyway, good to see you back. It's your third year, I believe, you've been here.
Third year, and it's not raining this year, so fantastic.
That's a plus, is it?
It is. It's a massive plus.
Yeah, how's the team going? You're made up of SR3s and SR10, and you've got the PR6.
I've got the PR6. We're run by RJ Motorsport, so yeah, Simon's doing good at the moment. He's out there in the lead. Hopefully we can stay there, but it's a long race.
So how much quicker, are the SR8s, 10s compared to your PR6?
They've probably got 5 to 7 seconds a lap if you're pushing and I'm pushing. So I probably get criticised that I'm not going quick enough, but they're quicker cars, they're bigger engines. I've only got a 1340cc engine, bike engine. So we do the best we can, push it around.
Well, the Birkett's all about handicap and different speeds of cars, and I mean, what is the speed difference like between you and some of the cars, you know, still battling away very, very hard at the back of the grid?
I mean, it can be significant, but the most important thing is people keep their discipline, keep on their line, and we can move around them. It's when people move offline and they're erratic, it's difficult for us. If they stay where they are on their line, we're fine, we can get around them. But the speed can be substantially different.
So how the season's gone for you so far?
Fantastic. I've done 750 bike sports, came 4th overall in class, I think 6th overall. They just haven't haven't looked at the standings yet. And then we did CO prototypes racing, and we got 5 class wins out of 6. So we've pushed the car really hard this year.
Well, yeah, it looks like you got a smile on your face, and it's good to see. Anyway, thanks very much, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Ian, at the studio.
Thank you very much indeed, Lewis. So Alistair Smart there from the leading team, Team 57, RJ Motorsport 3, leading the way in this Birkett 6-hour relay race at the moment with 43 minutes of the race gone. There is Paul Collingwood going through shot in his Eclipse, and then the little Janetta through next. Probably after we've got sort of an hour into the race, that's when we'll start to be able to have a look at the handicap positions as well, but too early to say how the handicap standings look, but we'll bring you an update on those a little bit later on.
Got a very strong turnout of the Orange Army this weekend, our loyal marshals in. Everywhere you look, there's Jerry's of marshals, as we like to call them.
No, fantastic support from the marshals. Many thanks to all of them for the excellent work they do. I know this is an event they really look forward to and really enjoy. Lots of cars, always something going on. Literally, it's a 6-hour race. There's 70 cars, always something for them to look at, and often something for them to do as well. Especially if you're a flag marshal, you can have a sore arm by the end of the weekend, I should think, waving the blue flags. And I'm sure some of them will be back here tomorrow when there's another meeting here on the Grand Prix Circuit as well.
Look at this, the Porsche gobbling up the 2 BMWs. Three Amigos team still involved in that battle with 6A, isn't it? 6A, BMW CCR straight 6, that's Paul Laramie. And they're having some fun, but the Porsche just shot past them in a straight line. White and purple.
Yeah, I think that's the 38 car, wasn't it? The Archers with Carmel Porsche. Angus Archer out in that at the moment. There's the 57 car out in front at the moment. You can see with its bright light shining to attract the attention of the slower cars that it's coming up to lap. And there's just a good visual representation of how busy this circuit is. There's, I think, almost zero respite if you're in one of those Radicals because you're always going to be catching something.
That's absolutely right. I suspect it might be more difficult if you're in one of the cars of medium speed, because not only do you have to work out and plan in advance your way around a slower car, but also have to be cognizant of the fact that there are quicker cars coming behind you. And of course, it is beholden on the drivers of the quicker cars to find their way safely past the slower cars they're lapping. Not for, as Alistair was saying back then in that little interview, it's really not for anyone else to jump out of the way. You can't evaporate.
That's all right. No, that's a good point as well. If you are in, say, a Ford KA or a BMW 116, you know that anything out there is probably going to be faster than you, so you don't need to worry about trying to catch and pass people, so that you can worry about your own race and the cars that's lapping you. But if you're in a sort of mid-pack Honda Civic or something, then you're going to have to do with both the quicker cars coming up to lap you, and also we're about fending off slower cars as well. So
that's one of the late sort of model SR3s, isn't it? With the sort of SR10, is it? With all the extra downforce by the looks of things, very flashy kind of modern sports prototype lighting on there, and I haven't seen too many of them.
And you can see there the 45 car, which is the M&M racing car, which is now a lap down on them, just behind, which was Morgan Jones. So RJ Motorsport do now have a lap on the third place car already. Only 45 minutes into this race, they are a little way away from lapping the whole of the field so far, because RJ Motorsport won only 46 seconds adrift of the leader. We're watching there the 44 C car going through. We can see the RKC Motorsports cars just had a driver change, and it has gone back out into the race, and that's the team of the late model Honda Civics. It might be Mark Simmons that had gone out of the race, but we'll see if we can pick that up as well. That's the car that we were just talking about there. They were in 13th position, but having made that stop, a long stop, they've dropped to 22nd. And if you are in the mid-pack doing your driver change, which was explained in the little explainer video at the beginning of the programme, how that works, then you can still lose quite a lot of time, because cars have to obviously slow down to the pit lane speed limit, and you can only release the next car to go out after the first car has passed the garage that you're stationed in, and then obviously turned into the paddock at the end of the pit lane.
Looking down the order, Ian, one of the closest tussles seems to be between 44 and its pursuer. They were just sort of somewhere just outside the top 10, I think, weren't they? And they were really, really close together. Our screen's flicked over now, so I can't pick them up again for a while. But there was nothing between them.
Yeah.
Down the order, yes. Less than half a second between them.
Yeah.
44 and 19. In fact, they're battling for 22nd, 23rd places.
Yeah, 19 is the Mini Kievs. Kevin Fulbrook, Keith is at John Wyatt, and Chris Williams in their Mini Cooper S's. But yes, there are some closer scraps down the order as well. So there's the Lotus going through. Here's a good little scrap going on, coming up towards us. One of the Hondas. Just watching out, we can see yellow flags waving at Beckett there by the looks of it. We can't see why, but I can just see on one of our other cameras that there is something that's gone on at Beckett's. And it must be a car safety, because there's a green flag on the next post, which I know from my knowledge of that part of the circuit is only about 100 yards further up the road. So there must be a car parked up against the barrier, I would think, that's just not quite in view of the camera at the moment. There you can see it on screen now. You can see the yellows, you can see the greens, and it's because of the angle of the barrier that our camera wouldn't be able to pick out the car anyway.
It's all very foreshortened, isn't it? But look at that, saw the Chevy Corvette there coming down the hangar straight. That was in the traditional Chevrolet racing colours. Three Amigos still having that fight with the other BMW.
Yeah, Three Amigos looking for this third successive handicapped race victory, of course.
Do you get the sense that that the Three Amigos car, the black BMW, is not necessarily getting involved in a fight with the red one, but using it as a pacemaker, a sort of a pathfinder through the traffic.
It may well be doing that because Paul Hinson, who's obviously won this race twice already now, will know that it's all about consistency. And I guess if you start getting drawn into on-track battles with cars, that is probably only going to slow you down. It's not going to give you sort of comfortable passage through the race. So I imagine that the three amigos, David Drinkwater, Adam Reed, Paul Hinson, will be driving with very much a strategic head-on. No team of identical cars and drivers has won it twice before until last year, and so to do that, do the hat trick today would make it an absolutely unprecedented achievement. There's the little Ford KA, which is, I imagine, running towards the back. Let's just have a look. It is, yes, in 70th position. The Autobar Techwell car already. How many laps down? 7 laps down on the...
that was a tight squeeze into Brooklands with the BMW Z4 coming down the inside of the... well, trying to come down the inside of the 39E, which is that massive Chevrolet Corvette. That's John Dixon with the Chevrolet Corvette C3. John Dixon was an ex-drag racer back in the 70s.
See the teams there with their signalling boards to let the drivers know what's going on. I think that's a change for Team 20.
20B's just come in. That was the Clockwork Orange car that we saw earlier on, which is Craig Denman.
Craig Denman, yes. And so he's been replaced either by Stephen Lake or Dan Plant in there.
I didn't catch the number of black cars gone out.
See spectators around the circuit. We saw some in the background in the BRDC grandstand as well in one of the shots a few moments ago, so that's great to see. There's that Corvette. Great sound it makes as it accelerates away out of Chapel and onto the Hanger Straight with 5 hours and 8 minutes of this race left to go. That's the 56 car just going through the shot. That's the 4th place RJ Motorsport 2 car. Completed 21 laps, the leaders have completed 22. So already there are gaps emerging between the 4 radical squads, but if commentating on the Birkett Relay for most of the last 15 years has taught me anything, it's certainly don't write any of those 4 teams off from scratch race victory at this stage.
Hey, never count your chickens, not this early on. Endurance racing is riddled with drama. Comes that Corvette, and now we're on board again with the in the Golf.
Yeah,
emitting a reasonable amount of black exhaust smoke. I noticed from an external picture.
Yeah, that's the Dark Side Developments car. Scott Parkin aboard at the moment, and he's up behind one of the Caterham 7s at the moment, and that I think is actually for 7th and 8th position, isn't it? Yes, it is. 21 Billy Boy's car is just ahead, so this is for 7th and 8th position overall. They're going very well in the Golf. So it's Team 21.
That's 21C, isn't it, for Billy Boys?
Yes, he started the race for Billy Boys. And I think he was telling Josh earlier on it was about his 8th attempt at the Birkett. And all the Golf going around the outside at Brooklands, but almost running off the road. Not as far off the road as the Seat ahead of us, but certainly going quite wide at Brooklands corner. But I think he might have got the position because the Caterham now is not in view, so I think it must be behind us, and they're going to come up to the line very shortly. So we'll get an update on the timing screen in a moment, I expect. Given a thumbs up out of the window there. And yes, the Dark Side Developments car is now ahead by 0.2 of a second for 7th place. Car 13 ahead of number 21. That's the Billy Boys. So a change of position there for 7th on scratch. And it's great to be able to watch this from on board, see the work that Scott's doing in the car as well.
It looks really good fun in there with that potent Golf. Now up behind the VW Beetle clone. Dispenses with that. Onto the Hanger Straight.
It's the Angel BMW, isn't it?
An Angel, yeah. Then going past one of the Toyota Roadsters as well. Going to try to duck through the middle.
Yeah, that's the Aaron Cook car, I think. And that's the car we're on board with now, and you can see, yes, there's the black smoke from that Golf spurting out towards Aaron as he...
It's got some torque, hasn't it?
certainly
And
has.
the BMW does that. So there's the Billy Boys car, that's calm there, just up ahead, and you can see how nimble that Caterham is. And already the Caterham's gone, and it's back on the power so quickly because we're riding in the Toyota now, aren't we?
Yes. So just in the MR2, which is, I would think, I'll check how far that down the order is. So those cars that have been watching battling have done 21 laps, and the 61 car has done 19. So yeah, they're 2 laps behind the MR2 of the cars that have just gone through, the Billy Boys Caterham and the Darkside Developments Golf. But 2 roadsters battling together there. That's the 17D car, but I've got a feeling that might be another lap further back in 69th position, the mostly rusty 2-seaters. I mean, that looked like a reasonably unrusty 2-seater, the number 17 car, but that is Neil Stratton's car. But it was a long old lap on the previous lap, so I'm wondering if that's the car then, that team's car that stopped out on circuit at Beckett's.
Down at Beckett's, yeah, may well be.
Putting 2 and 2 together there, and may well ending up with 15, but that's the situation when you're the team manager. If a car doesn't come back round, you've got to work out how long you wait before you send your next car out.
And the danger is then if it's the second car out, they lose their laps anyway.
That's right.
They get wiped off the scorecard.
That's exactly
Can't have
right.
2 cars out at one time.
Yep. So
we've got the yellow class coming up here in some style with the Seat and the Corvette among them.
Cops down towards Beckett's, left-hander at Maggots, then they go through this S's sequence now at Beckett's before they then emerge with the left-hander at Chapel back onto the Grand Prix Circuit. Very different set of corners in these types of cars than to Formula One, where they're through that complex in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, with such alacrity, they just don't really lift, do they? It's just all downforce. Look at that, 3-4 abreast down the Hanger Straight.
Yeah, 57 minutes into this race as well. You've got the Corvette picking through. You've got, I think that's the Vic Hope Civic going through, but not as good on the brakes as the Seat behind it. Back on board with Aaron Cook, who is winding on the lock there, but he gets around the corner. Not probably quite in the way that he was intending to, but fantastic stuff. I mean, what have we got? 8 or 9 or 10 cars all together there, trying to occupy the same piece of target, putting on 5 different laps as well.
And about 7 different lines.
Well, quite.
But of necessity, because some of the cars won't go around on the conventional line.
No.
Front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive cars are very different in terms of the way they're set up, the way they handle the corners dynamically. Saw a little glimpse of the lead Radical far behind them.
It's the 62A car, it's Jim Cook out there. At 34C we can see as well. That's the Sammy Bowler Mini Cooper S. She's part of the Car World Porsche team, so an interloper into that team with Jamie Callender's Porsche Boxster and Rob Hardy's Porsche Boxster S.
That's interesting because the Seat clawed its way out of the corner onto the Wellington Straight through Aintree very, very quickly, but then lost out on acceleration to the Caterham that was alongside it.
Radical's now got itself into that battle as well, hasn't it? Aaron Cook here trying to steal a march on the number 50 Caterham, 50B Caterham. That is the Adam Croft Sigmax.
9D looks like it's in trouble. The white Peugeot 205 GTI. And that's James Mansfield. Seems to be picking up speed from something out of our sight.
Yeah, that doesn't look as if it's back to full pace though, does it?
No.
It's down the Hanger Straight. Looking in his mirrors, isn't he, as if he's just mindful of cars coming behind him.
That's all the sort of hallmarks of coming into the pits, I think. Some point 4B is that, as it is.
Yeah, that's the Darkside Seat Sport team, which is the team of Seat Ibiza TDIs and Seat Leon TDIs, Dylan Prichter, Michael Smith and Nicholas Bosch. So 3 drivers sharing a couple of cars, but that I think it's going to pull off now,
broken, isn't it? Yeah.
So that's the Team 9, which is the Trek Attackers. And he's at least the second driver now that's been out, James Mansfield. We saw Paul Clothes Mini early on, but Team 9 will be looking to get another car back out into the race.
Here comes the 20C, noticeably very menacing in that black and orange livery. We are precious close to the completion of our first hour, Ian.
We certainly are.
Time flies when you're having fun.
It certainly does. So coming up to 1/6 racing, the yellow flags there, that's because of the Peugeot that's pulled off just around the corner. We're going to see that in shot. Are we there? Yep, there it is, just in the background of shot there. That's the 45 M&M Racing Radical in 3rd place. Let's look at the lap times that the Radicals are doing. Leading team 57 car doing 2:08. 54 car doing 2:11s. 45 car in 3rd is doing 2:12s, and the 56 car is doing 2:18. So you know, on that basis, they're sort of lapping in pace that the order suggests, but so at that rate they're not going to catch each other. But that might change as we see driver changes coming up in the next phase of the race. I suspect that there might be a few coming up now as we've got an hour into the race. That's the 5th place car, AAA's racing car, Phil Nebb out there in the Seat Leon Cupra, and we've seen him racing in bike sports in the past as well, Phil Nebb. But out there in that Team 63, the AAA's racing, with Andrew Raff and Andrew and Chris Etheridge as well. And he is just coming up to Brooklands Corner. What lap times is he doing? He's doing 2:23s. So we're back on board with Aaron Cook, so Team 61 making their first pit stop. That's the Rogues Troopers outfit, so Aaron Cook is going to come in. You'll see how here the pit stop works. So he just carries on down the pit lane, and he's once he goes past his garage, the next car will be released out into the race. Let's see if we get a view of that. No, so you can see here he's going to turn straight into the paddock. So that means that the next car can now head out into the race, and I think that's it. It has gone out by the looks of it. It looked like it was Sean Trainor's car. Sean, who's the championship rival for with Aaron Cook. Yes, there he is. You could just see in the background Aaron Cook defeating Sean Trainor in the final round of the MR2 Championship title battle at Alton Park a couple of weeks ago.
So the order really hasn't changed, Ian, over that first hour. We've got the 4 Radicals out ahead, as we'd expect, but they're nothing like as close as we had thought probable early on. Good old crack in the screen of the car we're riding in.
Yeah, Sean Trainor, he wouldn't be passing his MOT like that, would he?
No.
But doesn't matter. Not in the race. Heading down the Hanger Straight, and looking to do a good job for that Rogues Troopers team, which is running in 45th position at the moment. Just ahead actually of the Three Amigos. They're 46th on the road at the moment. Three Amigos 4.0, and just behind Fuel Shortage 2021, which is the Fun Cup team. Mark Holm has been out first for that team. So there's Sean Trainor heading into Abbey once again, for the first time actually on his occasion, so he'll be getting the tyres up to temperature, getting himself refamiliarised with this Silverstone Grand Prix Circuit. There you can see one of the Team 10 cars out for Run Baby Run. I think that looked like it was Colin Charles in his Cyanic Mark II that was out there. Yes, there it is. That's the Cyana of Colin Childs, run by Rob Johnston Racing. Rob himself has raced these Cyanas for a few seasons now.
Yeah, that's guzzling loads of air through that enormous great airbox in the bonnet. Well, here comes the amazing Le Monstre of Derek Drinkwater. which is a recreation or an evocation of the car that ran at Le Mans back in the 1950s. What an extraordinary machine that is.
It's certainly unique in appearance, isn't it?
Wieldy, it probably isn't.
No, well, I think an observation was made. I saw someone post on social media last night that someone had brought a boat anticipating the usual way we get in it. It may well handle like something rather more marine.
They call it the Cadillac Sears Special.
So that's going to provide entertainment.
Do you think you could land a kind of US jet fighter on the tail of that?
I think you probably could. There's the room,
catch it on
isn't
a kind of big elastic band at the front.
It is a bizarre looking machine.
And to drive around with your visor up indicates that the screen is able to push the air over the top of the driver quite happily.
That's right. So he's gone out into this. It's a bit smoky though, having only just left the pit lanes. That's a little bit worrying.
It's got a full head of steam.
Evidently. And there's Sean Traynor just behind him as well. There's the 3B car. Very special looking thing.
It's running in the ARC Racing team, for which the 1971 Birkett winning Sprite is here, but had gearbox problems this morning in qualifying. Oh, a car on fire. That's the red, white and gold Lotus.
Yes, and there it is. It's just heading into the international wing pit, so that's the 48 car. That's Matthias Radstock in the Lotus Elise S3 Cup. So he's come to a halt in the wing pit lane. He's just by a marshal's post there, but we saw flames licking out of the back of that car. We could see on our cameras the marshal there with the fire extinguisher doing his best to deal with that situation. So there's now a lot of extinguishment there. The driver getting back behind the barriers.
Of course, that's not a live pit lane down there.
No.
So it's convenient that the car is there, not in the pit lane at Woodcote.
And the driver's waving his own yellow flag there on the instruction of the marshal, who's busy dealing with the incident. The yellow flag being waved to warn following drivers that there is that car that's.
I think the smoke might draw people's attention to it.
I think you may be right, but I've not seen that before. A driver waving his own yellow flag. Maybe it should be part of the.
That's how you get a licence upgrade signature, isn't it?
Yeah, well, he'll get
marshalling for the day.
Two now for today, won't he?
Yeah.
Anyway, so he's off there at the Vale as we watch the 14E Honda Civic. That's the car being shared by Dan Ludlow, and I think it's Stuart Emmett that's aboard that car.
Beautifully turned out, always immaculate, that car, the Rutt-Penn car.
Okay, a few more words from you, Marcus, and Josh Barrett will take over from me.
So there is that Honda Civic 14 car going through. Ian's gone to take lunch. His place will be taken by Johners. Josh Barrett, who comes in to take over the right-hand seat. And good afternoon to you, Josh. Josh has been working through a large tranche of paperwork to my left for the last hour. And what's your take on the race so far?
Well, it's been interesting to see how much quicker Simon Freeman in that SR10 Radical has been, isn't it, than the others. But of course, he can't do the whole race, can he? And he's got the co-drive's been Alistair Smartin, the PR6, and Charles Graham in the SR3. There was supposed to be an SR8 in that team, but that's had to withdraw. And of course, like you were saying earlier, the SR10, I haven't really seen anyone other than that Simon Freeman race that car. So.
No, and it would be very much an unknown quantity when it comes to setting a handicap for the race.
Yeah, that raced in the raced here at Silverstone earlier in the year. But that was on the national circuit. That car's got lots of power, as it's got the Ford EcoBoost engine rather than the motorcycle engine, which that would help going through the traffic.
Yeah, it's torque, isn't it? It's torque that really counts. Outright power, not that important, but if you can pick up quickly from low revs out of a corner. So I was watching the Cadillac lumbering through the end of the Vale as the marshals push the 40A car away. That rather smoky Yes, Motorsport Team B Matthias Raderstock, that is Elise S3 Cup, and we were just watching it there. Here comes Sean Trainer, always a front runner in the MR2s, this year with the Roadster rather than his previous Mark II, which he still expresses a hankering after getting out again, doesn't he? There's one of these Cyanas we talked about, named after an African moth.
Noticed in the first stint, one of the big movers was the 2016 Canet Racing. They started 32nd. I think they got as high as 11th at one point. That's Oliver Smith, I think, in the E36 BMW. But his co-drivers are all in slower cars. Andy Gay in the 318, Jonathan Hayes in a compact, and Gordon McMillan in a compact. So I guess that's why they started a bit further down the order. The quickest car started, and in the scratch order, they fall back down the order again.
Exactly. I saw as a change of radical here.
That's the lead car, isn't
57 now is the red and black.
So
car on the BMW going slowly, just making room. I think this is also new out on track. The Audi TT, isn't it?
So that's the dark side car,
taken over from the Golf we saw in the early part of the race, and it's the two brothers sharing three cars between them.
So it must be Ryan Parkin that's in that one. So 57 must now be the SR3. So that's Charles Graham. So that will be 57D, I think. Because that wasn't a PR6, so that must be who's out in that. It'll be interesting to see his lap times. I think that might be his first flyer there, a 2:13, so much slower than what Simon Freeman was doing. So that's a gap to watch for the Cadillac for the pit lane, isn't it?
Yes, that hasn't lasted very long, has it?
No, that's a T where, as you say, the arc sprite of Wayne Langridge, which is in trouble, and Ivor Mayers, who's hiring a BMW out for the day. So I think Ivor Mayers might be in for quite a bit of driving.
Yeah, Ivor Mayers, sometime Formula Ford racer, but that car, the Sprite we were talking about, hasn't been out for something like 9 years now.
Right.
Chatting to Brian Austin, its owner, early on. And a car that at one point resided under a Reliant Kitten replica body,
right,
and was hill climbed by Mark Kramer, son of twice British hill climb champion Chris Kramer, the German architect from Stroud.
So here's the TT then. So Ryan Parkin, they're 7th overall. So they're doing a really good job, aren't they, in these? In the Volkswagen Golf Mark V first, now the Audi TT. They were saying to me earlier, or Scott Parkin was telling me earlier, they're hoping just to run these two cars, the Mark II Golfs, the substitute if something goes wrong with the other two. And these two have been front runners in the Track Day Trophy Championships this year. And they're just ahead of that Caterham, so they've both changed cars now, haven't they? And they're pretty close together.
Yeah, very much so. TT and...
it's a different team of Caterham's now, I think. It's the 7 Series Midlands team, number 32 behind.
They'd moved ahead of Billy Boys, yeah.
Yeah, so they've got a Caterham to battle with in the scratch positions, but a different one now. And the TT, I suspect, is quite a different car to the Golf, isn't it?
It's probably not dissimilar mechanically,
right,
but it's certainly packaged differently. TTs are just such nice cars. They're great to drive on the road. I had one for 3 or 4 years, but not a super developed one like this, I have to say. But we really did enjoy it.
It's surprising there's not more of them racing, really, isn't it? As you say, a really nice car.
Yeah, very pretty car, and with a kind of a works Audi-esque colour scheme. Coming in is 29C. Also,
that's the wrong pit lane though, so that's obviously a problem.
Yeah.
That's Mike Anderson in the Volkswagen Sirocco. That's for the wing pit lane, which obviously he's not in use for this race, so this must be a problem for Mike Anderson in the 2019, which is VTEC multi-car. And they're actually in 17th position on scratch, so quite high up. And on the last lap, it was a 3 minutes 14. So is this car just come out the pit lane? It's about half a lap before it's in problems.
You'd have thought these cars had been pretty bomb-proof. This type of car, and it's not exactly an unknown quantity out there. They're quick, they've got good mechanicals, but it's let him down somehow. I saw, was that Maxine Nichols, I think, racing in the MR2 in memory of her dad, Mick.
Yeah, that's right. She's in a team with Malcolm Eaton, who's her driver coach, and Jim Mew as well, who I think has been a big support, because that was a big shock to Maxine what happened earlier on this year, and the MR2 Championship very much have been all racing in memory of Mick, and she carries his number here, and he carries her dad's hat around always in the racing car with her. And it's fair to say she's done her best season of racing this year. She's had some really good results.
That's good, and Mick and Stuart and Maxine were a huge part of the MR2 racing, and great that that Maxine's continuing, because she obviously enjoys it, and to be going quicker now would be very encouraging.
On the first hour of handicap results, it's the ARC Racing team, Team 3, that lead it, I see. Obviously, after 1 hour, that can be a bit mixed up, can't it, with the faster cars perhaps out early on. But that's a good way to for the ARC Racing team to start the day.
Well, that's right, but the Chrysler's hit problems. The Sprite hasn't run, so it's, as you say, sort of pretty much left to Ivor Mears to hold the fort.
Yeah, that's right. One of the Civics out there. There's loads of Civics in the race this year, and it's a really popular race car as well, isn't it, Marcus? You see lots of Civics.
They're really accessible, aren't they? They're not hugely expensive to buy. You can pick them up, really inexpensively. There's loads and loads of performance parts available. And there's a car broken, a Ginetta, on the inside of Woodcote. You can see it creeping up beside the pit wall, the blue and yellow Ginetta. It is going again, so whatever the problem was might be transient, but it's going.
That's a team of Neil Plimmer, Luke Plummer and Mark de Spong. Let's see.
58C.
So yeah, it's Mark de Spong in the Pedro team, as they've named themselves.
So that's the 58 team, Mark de Spong in the G20 Ginetta.
Yeah, they've just had a 5-minute lap, I think, so obviously a lap of problems, but hopefully it's back up to speed now.
31 beats Michael Edwards, we just saw go through.
There's 21 Civics in the race, Marcus, just checked that.
21 Civics, crikey.
And I heard you mentioning BMWs earlier. I think it's 60 BMWs over the course of the entry in lots of different teams. But of course, lots of different models of BMW as well. But here's the 31 Lotus.
Towards a quarter of the cars in the field then, given that not all the teams are by any means 6 drivers.
Yeah, that's right. The Lotus team here, ES Motorsport, are running in 13th position on Scratch. They're sort of half a minute behind 12th and half a minute ahead of 14th. So I guess in some ways that's a good thing. You don't get yourself enticed in a battle with somebody else out on track, and you can just run your own pace and get through the traffic.
Yeah, I was looking at that car, and as we look close up, it's is it a left hooker?
They're these Cup cars, there's a good chance that could be the case. So I guess coming from the Lotus Europe Championship.
There was a colour scheme we hadn't seen before, the bronzy coloured car that was making its presence felt in the back of the picture. We'll pick that one up. There's another of the VW Cup cars. This is the Stobart Transport car, which is 11B, running for Fuel Shortage 2021. That's Colin Kingsnorth with his Fun Cup, historic BMW racer.
It seems to have a connection, doesn't it? Because obviously Mark Cole, which you said earlier, races Healy's. Colin Kingsnorth as well, coming from historic racing. On the screen now, you can see the handicap positions, the unofficial handicap positions, which have been headed by 45 on that, which is the M&M racing car. And you can look out for your favourites on the left-hand side of your shop there. However, there's a Mini that is slow. This is in the Mini team, 24 Bad Boy tuning, and it's 24B, yeah, so that's Shane Taylor. I think it was Darren Duffield to start that. So a problem there with that car limping around the circuit, but it is moving, so we should see if it can make its way back to the pit lane. So going at a much reduced speed, and that team running a bit further down the order in 51st position, that car on scratch positions. Here's the leader. The gap for the lead come down to 25 seconds. Now we've got a new driver in it. So we said that was Charles Graham, didn't we? So the lead gap is down to 25 seconds between the two RJ Motorsport team cars, 57 and 54. And if we stay with this shot, we should see the 54 team, which is shared between Mike Chen, Ash Hicklin and Chris Shaw. There's a couple of radicals together there. So it's obviously one of those two. But on the last lap, the second place car was 6 seconds quicker. So at that rate, Marcus, we could well have a lead change if that continues in that direction.
Yes, four or five laps in, and that could be the change. And that would be another quarter of an hour done, wouldn't it?
That's Ash Hicklin, isn't it?
Yeah, Hicklin will be flying.
He hasn't raced that car this year because he's been racing with Joe Locke in the Club Enduro BMW, which they won here at Silverstone. They've just lapped the 56 car for the second time, I think. So that car's 2 laps down now, the RG Motorsport 2 team. But the other car's going really well. And Ash Hicklin was another, 4.5 seconds quicker. Here he is. He's 22nd now behind the scratch race leader, which is 57, which is the car of Charles Graham, the Daytona Motorsport back driver. Now here's Hicklin going through the traffic, and he's really pulling away, isn't he, when that car is just lapped, which is, fair to say, not running on the same pace as the 2 team cars. And 56B, that is. So that is Chris Earp, who I don't think's had much running in radicals before. There's Jim Benson, who's been successful in the BMW Car Club Championship this year. And that's a team of BMW 330s in the Routec Racing BMW Flyers. The second of these cars. There's another BMW in front. That's the 1 Series, a shared car between Carlo Turner and Nick Grove, which I don't think we've seen out much this season. And these cars a bit further down the order, smaller engined cars, of course.
20 seconds now, the gap between first and second, teams 57 and 54. So within a couple more laps, I think we could see a change, and RJ Motorsport 1 could go ahead of 3.
So I think we can now head down to the pit lane to Lewis Beals.
Well, thank you very much, and we're down in pit 1C here at the Arc Racing team, Team 3, and Wayne Langridge. Wayne, you're the owner of the Arc Sprite, which won here 50 years ago, or won the event 50 years ago, should I say, not here at Silverstone, but at Thruxton. But today hasn't gone really well for you.
No, it hasn't, but can I just correct you, I'm the driver and not the owner?
Well, you could have been the owner.
I can buy it. He wants to sell it to me for a good price, you know, that's fine. But no, today it's been a bit of a disaster, to be honest. We were struggling yesterday getting a few little jobs done, and so we couldn't really do the stuff that we really needed to do. Went out for qualifying, did a lap and a half, and then just ran out of gears. And luckily, I could manage to roll back into pit lane to at least get it back here. The lads have worked on it for 2 hours tirelessly trying to get it working. But unfortunately, the car never qualified, I never qualified. I've been upstairs to see the powers that be, and the car's still broken and they won't let me race anyway, so.
Well, that's history, but that's the way it goes. As the Birkett, you try your best, and it's a great car, it's got some great history.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a shame, really. I mean, 50-year anniversary, it would have been nice to go out. I mean, we was aiming just to finish, really. That's all we came here to do, have a bit of fun, finish, and make a bit of a show, so, yeah.
Well, I'm sad to say. And Derek Drinkwater, we just see down there, has got the Cadillac Sears Special. He was telling me about it earlier. It's a superb car back in the very early 50s, and Briggs Cunningham car. It's a copy, but he said, do you know what the problem's been?
It's got a bit of an oil leak at the moment. We're just trying to rectify that. He had one in qualifying, which he sorted. There's another small problem. We think it's coming out of the dipstick, so we're just going to seal that off. Hopefully that'll cure that, and he should be back out again. So.
It's a monster, isn't it?
It is literally Le Monster.
Yeah, it is indeed. Anyway, sad to hear about the Sprite, but anyway, hope things go well for you tomorrow here at the CSCC meeting.
Hopefully, yes. Should be a little bit better, hopefully. So.
Thanks very much, Wayne.
Thank you. Cheers.
And back to you in the studio.
So problems there then, big problems for Arc Racing with 2 of their 3 cars effectively out of contention at the moment. They may get the Cadillac Le Monstre copy going again, but it's all down to that BMW, and he can't run forever, can he, Josh? There's limits on number of laps in your stints.
That's right, and they're running now 68th on the scratch, so they've fallen down the order there. And yeah, I'm not quite sure how long Ivan Mayers would like to keep driving for as well. Normally he's been racing a Mazda MX-5 in the Club Enduro Championship this year, but he's in a higher BMW, as we've been saying, for today. Here's the Nissan 370Z. I think it's one of the old GT Academy cars that brought drivers from PlayStation into real life racing.
Sort of Jan Mardenborough people came through that, didn't they?
Right, yeah, and that's being driven today by Charlie Kennedy, Ashley Miller and Gary Finley, who was a top Formula Ford driver a decade and a half ago. I don't think he's done much racing, and Ryan Harper-Ellam as well, who I think has been a Radical race winner this year. So that car should go well, I would think. We've had a couple of better laps from Charles Graham out front, so the lead gap's not really been coming down anymore.
Down to 18.5, isn't it? So 57, and this is 56 we're seeing now. The car they're running in 4th place on scratch.
Yeah, we said that was being driven by Chris Earp, 56B. So, you know, they're a couple of laps down now, so that's not going to be easy to come back from. But as Ian was saying earlier, you can so quickly lose time in a race like this rather than making up the time.
Yeah, they've got 5 drivers in that team, haven't they?
Yeah, that's right.
So someone will get a second go unless they can each run kind of hour and a quarter-ish. Hour and 12 each would do the trick, wouldn't they? They'd get to the end.
There's the lead up. So that's RJ Motorsport 3 turning through Cops Corner. Such a quick corner in these Radicals, Mark. It's fully committed.
Yeah, it is. SR3 has an enormous amount of downforce, and I remember driving one at Rockingham, and then driving an SR8 back-to-back with the V8, which is a Hayabusa-based V8 engine that RPE made, and the V8 one was so much more physical, but you really got in the infield section, the feeling downforce of the SR3 was incredible.
You're coming up, of course, so much slower cars through the middle of the corner. I guess it's not easy to back out. You really need to know how much speed you can carry through, how quickly you're going to catch the car in front.
Yeah, you've got to trust the car. You've got to be committed, but you've got to be very, very careful in a race such as this. Not only are you trying to get to the end of it, but you're not trying to, well, you're just trying to avoid any kind of contact which can delay you and ruin somebody else's race potentially.
The car he's just lapped is Andrew Raff in the Lotus Europa, which is 63, which is the team running in 5th place. It had the Seat out earlier for Phil Knibb, but now the Lotus Europa of Andrew Raff. So good to see that out there. Again, a car that's not raced particularly much.
No, the metallic green one, we've seen it out in some of the Enduros, haven't we, for a couple of seasons. So that gap between the leaders is, inching down now. It's down to a sort of a second a lappage. So Charles Graham hanging in there.
Here's a Ginetta that runs the V8, isn't it? The Chris Everill car. You can hear the V8 engine there from the effects mic. It's a very different car, I guess, to what Ginetta originally intended for it.
The Super Snorter. So rather goes well. Ginetta started off in Suffolk by the 4 Walklett brothers back in the 1950s, and their first car was a kind of Lotus 7-esque kind of kit car, if you like. But they made their money building agricultural buildings for farms, and then branched out into cars.
Different company nowadays, of course,
yes.
with Lawrence Tomlinson at the helm. They did try to build a Le Mans car a couple of years ago. That kind of didn't work.
It's kind of properly financed for the first time in its history, I think.
Yeah, I think they were hoping for a lot from the Le Mans programme, which never was really. COVID didn't help, and I think Manor Motorsport were involved in that, and there were Chinese money that never came and all that sort of stuff. But the domestic scene for Ginetta is massive, isn't it? With about 100 cars in the country racing, and there's a new car for next year. Which
Quite amazing. I mean, it's been a phenomenal story. I mean, Martin Pfaff did brilliantly well to keep it afloat, running on fresh air for a number of years. But when Lawrence Tomlinson brought it under the LNT banner up in Leeds, it really became a professional entity again. And you could see so much resource going into it, and it's been hugely successful.
This car lapping quickly in the 2:22. They run inside the top 10 overall. This is the team that was started by Stuart Dayburn in his TVR Tuscan. You've got Dan Ludlow and Stuart Emmett's Honda Civics as well in that, and the Ginetta being shared between Chris Everall and Ben Shrivens.
27C there. This is John Hobbs in his Peugeot 106 Rally. He's having a really good tussle with one of the Mr. 2s from the 17 team, and a Civic as well.
Yeah, I think that's Neil Stratton possibly in the MR2. And then the Civic behind, I think it looks a bit like one of the Type R trophy cars. And they're going to go three abreast, three different 750 Motor Club Championships shown there in one shot. The Peugeot races in hot hatch, the Toyota in the MR2 Championship, and the Honda in the Type R trophy. And the cars all run relatively similar pace, don't they, over a lap time?
It would appear so. And the rear drive Toyota there, the front drive Peugeot of John Hobbs.
Had the first penalty for two cars running out at the same time, which is for Team 24, Bad Boy Tuning. That's the team of minis. They've had a lap deleted for having two cars out at the same time. They're running a bit further back anyway.
Yes,
but
they had problems, didn't they, that car that pulled off. And these three just stretching out a little bit. But the Honda has battled its way to the front. Gap out front as the leader completes 40 laps has come down to 12.5 seconds. So last time round, a lot of gain was made, 3 and a bit seconds.
Yes, I think we are going to get a battle out on track for the scratch race lead, aren't we, before too much longer. We've had 40 laps, so a quarter of the way through the race, an hour and a half in. So lead-in is 57, which is RJ Motorsport 3. In second place is 54, which is RJ Motorsport 1. You can see the scratch positions on your screen now. In third place, 45, which is M&M Racing. And fourth is 56, RJ Motorsport 2, which is a bit further behind. So they're the three Radical teams out front. Then in fifth place, the first of the tin top cars is 63, which is AAA Racing. Sixth is number 12, which is Prep and Play Racing Team. Seventh is 13, Darkside Developments. Eighth is 32, which is the Caterham Team. 7 Series Midlands, ahead of another similar team, 21, Billy Boys. And in 10th place, the Realistic Rock. You can see the rest of your positions on your screen on the left-hand side.
Andrew Rath there was overtaken down into Stowe by the Everall Ginetta.
Looks like Colin Benham's back out. He started that car, didn't he? 10, Run Baby Run. So they've obviously already gone through a whole sequence.
There's the Army Motorsports 41A. And that is Will Ashmore, isn't it? No, it's not now.
Yeah, Lloyd Fountains replaced the Holden in his MJ Maestro. So that team will have had to take a bit of a handicap change, wouldn't they, with that change from a Holden to the Maestro. Slightly different pace. The Ginetta team now have got Neil Promerose's very much modified car coming down here now with the roof. Well, I think it's got a 2-litre engine. It's pretty rapid. It ran at the front in road sports earlier on this year.
Yeah, Neil's done a fair amount of racing. Of course, best known as the drummer in Travis.
It's Chris Sparks, isn't it, that we saw earlier in the Civic VTEC Direct Motorsport, one of the Type R trophy cars. You can see the championship logo shown very much on the side of the car there. Last year's winners, Three Amigos, are now up to 42nd on scratch and just done a personal best lap, 33 laps into it, 2 minutes 39.2, and they're only 2 seconds behind Sean Traynor. You mentioned in that first part they were battling, weren't they, when Aaron Cook was in the Rogue Motorsport car. Not sure if it's still Paul Hinson out for Three Amigos or whether they've relayed. Here's the Primrose car, and very much different to, again, what a Ginetta built originally in the G20.
That looks really quite thuggish, doesn't it, with that roof and the big wing and the rest of it. Reminds me of John Plant's Allard
Yeah.
stroke Healy's, whatever he calls it this week.
That's right, yeah. 2 minutes 26 is a lap time that Neil Primrose has done. And that lap actually just completed 600th off of his best, and running in 26th overall. That's a pretty quick lap time, isn't it, from a car that was based originally on a G20 up over the curbs, heading into the Beckett's complex and hunting down the Honda Civic and going to go round the outside through the middle of that complex, or giving it a good go. So they've worked on that car, and those lap times around here is pretty impressive.
Yeah, very much so, and it's certainly a one-off, isn't it? And there's one of the other sports specials up ahead. I was looking, is that the Three Amigos team just in front of our pictures?
It's still Paul Hinson
It
as
is
well.
still Paul Hinson, and so he's run an hour and a half. So he must be due to come in fairly soon.
Yeah, we're hearing that David Drinkwater will get into that, and we should see some shots from inside the car when he gets out there. The newly crowned Hot Hats champion for a third time. He won that last week. Lead gap, I noticed, is under 10 seconds now between the two RJ Motorsport team. That was another 3.3 seconds brought down. They'll probably catch up with each other and then make pit stops, won't they?
Yes, yeah, it's the sod's law, isn't it? That'll happen. There won't be anything on track. There's this bronze-coloured Porsche, which is most unusual.
I think, is that the Matt Kyle Henny car? Yeah, I think it might be 15C, the Porsche Boxster. Matthew Kyle Henny. His father races in the Carrera Cup. And again, Porsches, there's lots of them here, aren't there?
Oh, and problems. Wheel off the 54.
That's Hicklin, second place.
And it's the left rear which has come bounding off, gone across the track. Somebody's narrowly missed it. And the car with, 1 hour and 26 minutes gone is stationary at the side of the track. 3 wheels on my wagon.
He's been out there for a long time, so obviously a bit of a bizarre moment.
Well, he
there.
was the second. Yeah, he was the second driver in that team, wasn't he?
Yes, he's been out for half an hour or so. So this means this car here, 57, the RJ Motorsport 3 team, are going to extend that lead. It had come down to under 6 seconds. So Ash Hicklin had been pushing on. Ash Hicklin, who's sharing with Mike Chen and Chris Short in his team today. He's out the car, he's okay, but a pretty scary moment. That through the Beckett's S's that all happened.
Exactly.
So that would have been a quick old moment.
He didn't even go around the back to have a look, did he? Sort of just trudged off in dismay.
Yeah, that's right. So real drama there. So 42 laps done by our two leaders. So now the RJ Motorsport team have got to realise what's happening and get their next car out there. But here's the leader. This is Charles Graham there, somebody that races at the Birkett regularly in a Radical SR3 with a Daytona back in there on the side of the car.
If I'm not mistaken, he was the founder of the Daytona karting thing, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think that's right.
He's absolutely supported this race for so many years.
And Alpha Live, I think, do some streaming from the Daytona karting venue. So if you subscribe to the YouTube channel, I'm sure you'll see some events throughout the year there. And this team now, you'd think, are going to have a bigger lead than what they did. So we'll see how quickly the 54 team, RJ Motorsport 1, get a new car out there. And Ash Hicklin's car, he's probably going to be stuck there for some time, isn't it?
It's not going to be an easy one to retrieve because it's not without an intervention, because it's not in an area where a truck can get to it terribly easily. It's clearly not ambulant. Oh, a big moment for Charles Graham there behind the at the Jägermeister orange BMW. Got a bit crossed up coming out of Stowe, but he's kept it all on the island.
I think the BMW is Stephen Gibley's BMW 325i.
25E.
Yeah, that's right. So that's Team Futura Classic. So that disaster was averted, I think, in all of that, Marcus.
Yes, he got very crossed up, but it was well sorted.
There's the Ford KA, which probably runs about half the speed that the Radicals do, but lots of them out there now in their own series, and I get to come here at the Birkett to see how they go. And I guess if they run consistently, like with all the other teams, they are in the potential where a handicap result could come to them.
Absolutely, they certainly would be in contention if they could do that.
Here's the Hutchins Civic. So this is Dave and Tom Hutchins shared car. It's B at the moment, so therefore it is Dave Hutchins, who I think is the father.
One of the Routek BMW 65A is chasing that one down. That is Sarge Sothis Rahari.
And I think
with the bonnet chattering.
That's right. He hasn't quite got past the Civic, and behind them is one of the Mazda 7s, the low-cost conversion car, which has had a good first championship season this year, which run the Mazda MX-5 engine and gearbox. The Civic there, though, continues. 44, which is RKC Motorsport. And down to Cox Corner they go. So RJ Motorsport 1 have got back out there, Marcus. They're still in second place, 18 seconds ahead of M&M Racing 45. But the lead gap now, so it went out by about 80 seconds or so.
Yeah, they're probably a lap behind, aren't they? Pretty much a lap behind.
I think 1 minute 26 we've got on the graphics there, so that should be the gap. Here's the Mazda 7, which is Team 60. This is Steve Kimber in the Four Corners team, which that used to be a team of low cost, now a team of Mazda 7s. They are recovering the Radical, aren't they? Just saw the live snatch going on there. So that's one of the beauties of Silverstone, isn't it? We've got the live snatch vehicles, and because it's a big open area, we can do this under local yellow flags. So if everybody behaves themselves, that'll be closely monitored to make sure drivers are.
I wonder what let go on that, because the wheel assembly is all still there, and you can see the wheel and the brake, etc. So something gave way. Certainly caught Ash Hicklin's attention through that flick-flack.
I should think so. Here's Jim Benson. He's still going in the one of the Routek team cars, the Routek Racing's BMW Flyers, which he shares with Ben Pearson and Bill Reddrop. Ben Pearson and Jim Benson were championship rivals this year, winning most of the races within their class in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Now the Ginetta's slowing, so a problem for the Ginetta we saw earlier. This is a car that is running inside the top 10 on scratch, but it's bound for the pit lane if it can get there.
It's got half a lap to go, isn't it? It's down at Stowe, Josh, and the pit lane is way up at Woodcombe.
Yeah, that's right. So he's keeping. Yeah, it's going to struggle to get there, I think, isn't it, for Chris Everill?
It's been a car that has let them down on occasions in the past. It's sort of lapsed onto 7 cylinders, or it's sounded sort of rough, and it should be quite a solid package.
So yeah, another MW in here. Is that the Brian Bransom car? Looks a bit like it. 12D. Yes, that's Brian Bransom. He was at Snetterton last weekend, running in road sports and in the BMW Car Club. Ginetta's still going, but at this reduced speed. And I think we've got some more unofficial handicap positions on the left-hand side, which suggests that M&M Racing leading from AAA and Prep and Place, all teams that are doing quite well.
Quite surprised me. Prep and Lay, in fact, it is. It's on the side of the car, it's Prep and Lay. So I was surprised. Now the red Ginetta is crawling along towards Abbey.
Yep.
Oh, and that's the leader off the road at Stowe. And he's had a spin on lap 46.
He's back going though, and he squeezed up the inside of a Porsche, has to lock up, just about avoid contact. That was the Cap Ryan Motorsport Insurance Team car. A couple of moments there, keen to get back on it, Marcus, and I think he went a little bit too hot into the rail and just about avoided an incident.
This will be interesting. Has he been seen by the driver of the Clio? It's irrelevant because he's way past it now.
Yeah, there were white flags out there, and that was indicating that the slow-moving Ginetta that was just round the corner.
And that's I mean, they lost, the rivals lost about 80 seconds, as you said, in that previous problem with Hicklin. And let's just see. There was an inkling of gain by the chasers.
It was a 2:19 last time for Charles Graham, so he had a poor last lap, and we know he's had a spin on this lap.
Yeah.
So it's not been a great couple of laps for Charles Graham.
Tyres gone off, maybe?
Yeah. I guess there's limited chat from the team to the driver here as well. So whether he knows that the car behind has gone off and he's got a much bigger lead, probably not. He's going around the outside of Sammy Bowler's Mini, who's had a first season of racing with the club and got stuck behind the 116 trophy car. The Giannetta's almost stopped now. It might only be moving because it's slightly downhill there. Down into the loop. And if it does become stationary, Marcus, it's not going to be in a great position.
No, you just wonder whether it's kind of in one gear, quite a long one. And just able to use the torque to try to get it back, but trouble. There's Sean Traynor chasing one of the Alphas down onto the hangar straight. So the RJ Motorsport 3 has done 46 laps. Oh, it's the car off as well, 28C.
That's Chris Sparks, we were looking at earlier. That's a strange place to be pointing, isn't it? It's sort of on the first part of the Beckett's complex.
Yeah, sort of perpendicular to the track. Really strange, pointing 90 right.
Yeah, so I see Marshall heading to drive and going to try and push it out the way. So great work by our marshals here at Silverstone, doing things under local yellow flags, which is quite a daunting prospect, I should think, because we're past you 100 miles per hour. But great work there. There's Paul Hinton then, the Three Amigos car. So that's still going.
So he's going to try to run. Can he run 2 hours in one stint? Is he allowed to do that?
I think he can go as long as he wants to. I think last year Paul Hinton did about 3.5 hours, didn't he, over 2 stints?
Yeah.
So he did lots of track time in that car last year. He's just lapping one of the 116 trophy cars.
A little bit tight.
I think so.
Through club.
Lead gap's now down to 68 seconds, so that's come down at a rate. Obviously that spin didn't help. So we've got 3 cars now within less than 90 seconds for the first time in a while, because M&M Racing aren't far behind either. But then the 4th place car, RJ Motorsport 2, is a couple of laps down, I think. You can see those positions, the scratch positions on your screen now on the left-hand side. So you can look for who you're looking out for.
M&M last time round at 2:17, so yes, quicker than the 2nd place team, RJ Motorsport 1, who won 2:18, at 2:31, which was Charles Graham's.
Here's Graham up across the line now. So we'll see if this is a better lap. Lap 47, 2:14, so that's better, isn't it, for Charles Graham? So he completes 47 laps with a better lap time.
Yes, I think he's had a better end to that lap. There are no traffic down there. And that's where you really feel the downforce in the 34C coming in an SR3, because you approach through Maggots to go into Beckett. You go a long, very, very fast, flat out left. You go a quick right, a quick left, and then to get the car organised to the right, left through Chapel onto the hangar straight. Afterwards, at the bottom of the hangar straight, here is Charles Graham in 57D, the Daytona liveried SR3 Radical.
And then you go about the fastest and the slowest car on track together as he laps the KA with ease. Oh yeah, the Mini that was slowing to the pit lane, that was Sammy Bowler, but it looked like she was in some kind of strife because that car was, instead coming to the pits, but at a much reduced speed. And there's a car, the 14 team, the Giannetta, that car, they still haven't relayed anybody, so they're falling way down the order. They're outside the top 30 now. They've just completed a lap, 7 minutes, so 32nd. The relay-istic Rot team.
So he's got back into the pits, we can understand by that.
I think I saw the car being pushed behind a barrier in one of the shots we didn't see on the main feed, but so obviously they've put another car out, haven't they, from the pits?
Just seen a rather hairy-looking MGB out there in the background. We'll pick that one up.
Yeah, I think that's one of the V8s. One of the Z4s here. I noticed one of them are well up the overall order. 66 Z-Cars Youth are in 16th position overall in the team of BMW Z4s, which is a really good effort. Yeah, their best lap of 2 minutes 30, so ahead of lots of cars which have lapped quicker. But again, perhaps that's another type of car which has got a big tank, and that's good for the handicap, isn't it? To be that far up the scratch order is
very much so.
Is a good thing.
So here's one of the radicals charging through.
That's 45A, and I think they've just relayed because they've just had a slow lap. So the third place car.
It's M&M's, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Now it's Matt Jones. So we've seen Joe Crook and Morgan Jones, I think. So now it's Matt Jones' turn. And he's lapping a Porsche and a couple of Lotuses, heading up towards Stoke Corner. So now he's about 45 or so seconds behind second. So that'll be a couple of minutes off the lead of the race, so just under a lap behind. But certainly everything seems a bit closer now than what it did sort of an hour ago, where the top three were all spreading out. There just seems to be a good race on between the three of them. Porsche there, the Archers team. That's Gary Goodwin's Boxster, I think, and he's being followed by a Lotus. That's 40C, which is now Malcolm Edison in the Lotus Elite. He's driving in two different teams. He's driving the Lotus in that 40 ES Motorsport team, and then he's driving a Toyota MR2 in the Racing for Mick team 33. So he's going to be busy. And that's both a team of 3 cars each as well, in the two different teams that he's racing within. There's Neil Primrose, so he's carrying on. He's 17th now, so he's continuing to move up the order. And he was only a second behind the Dark Side Seat team, which he was a lot quicker than, so I think he might gain another position on scratch positions here. We've had 110 minutes of the race now. And we've got another radical off the road.
That's yeah.
Well, it's one of the RJ cars. You can see the sticker on the back.
Quite a big spin.
And there's a couple off the Noble.
And the Noble 49A is spun.
Look at there's a tyre mark down the side of the Noble.
Oh, it is.
Do you think that's radical shape of tyre?
It's round and black.
It's quite slow down as well, isn't it? Which would kind of suggest it could have been a radical. I think it might have been the RJ Motorsport 2 team, but we'll try and check that out. So, yeah, the last quarter of an hour, all 3 radicals have been in drama, haven't they? Either a spin or the Lost Willers earlier. So the Noble, that'll be for the pits, I think, which is Paul Cundy's M12 GTO. Another car which you don't see many of. It's great to have at the Birkett these sort of one-off specials, or certainly ones that there aren't many of.
Yeah, that's right. What's the nice thing is you can run pretty much anything in this race, and that does bring a big variety. Not the variety we used to have. Anything from a change that's Drinkwater now out among the 3 Amigos finally in 1B.
Here he is, Mark. Talk us through the Silverstone lap.
Yeah, I'm trying to see where he is at the moment.
Coming through the end of Club Corner.
Oh, and he's got the 370Z's gone inside, just up past the pits onto the Hamilton straight. So adjusting the radio, winding the turbo boost up, who knows. But some quick cars going past, including a TCR. The Golf has gone through we go, through Abbey. Nice line through there. This is a difficult corner at Village, onto the anchors, down the gearbox. Plenty of torque, so he's just down 1 gear. Through he goes. He's going to come up through the loop, off the throttle just for a moment. Now out, accelerating as hard as he does. Looks up in the mirror, see what's behind him. Through Aintree, up a gear, and then on to that Wellington straight. And he's very busy fiddling around with different things in the cockpit, isn't he, David Drinkwater? Up the gearbox he goes, 5th gear, 4th gear. But nice and neatly done, down into 3rd by the looks of things. And then accelerating up through Woodcote, where our commentary point is. Shortly up into 5th gear. Radical comes like that is an illustration of how quick those cars are. That was the leading car of Charles Graham, and he's just this piece of little orange dot, or orangey red dot, now into the distance, going down towards Beckett's. 7 goes through again. Drinkwater very cognizant of what's around him.
That's the 7th and 8th place cars just gone through, about a second apart, 7 Series
Yeah,
and
it's really
Darkside.
close, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, the Golf's quicker through the corners and right onto the tail of the Caterham. So again, he's adjusting whatever. Is that the brake bias that's in there?
I'm not sure, but it's somewhere down where the radio would be.
I know he spoke to me about brake bias adjusting on his car before, so I'm not sure if that is what he's doing.
Yeah.
But Drinkwater, he's a massively experienced driver. He raced at Nürburgring this year in the 24 hours. He raced at Le Mans in the Fun Cup support race.
Really?
This year. He raced at Bathurst in 12-hour race.
And what he's got with this is, you can see he's got the spare capacity mentally to be able to make these adjustments while he's going around. And that's a car off in the gravel there.
It's the Mazda Low-Cost.
Yeah, it is, number 60A.
The damage to the front right corner. You see the mudguard's been pushed askew, so whether there's been a bit of contact in there. That is the car driven by Steve Kimber, or would driven by him, no law. He's out the car, he's with the marshals. But yeah, really, as you say, really good to see there David Drinkwater at work, and probably one of the most experienced club racers in the country, really.
Yeah, and everything he's driven, he's been really quick in, hasn't he? So
to do the Nürburgring 24 hours, you've got to be aware of what's around you there, haven't you?
yeah, it's a well set up car, but probably the best thing about the car is the driver.
That's right, and he's won 3 back-to-back Hot Hatch Championships, and he's trying to do the same here with the Birkett, with teammates Paul Hinson and with Adam Reed.
It's down to 66 seconds again, first to second. Oh, that's 53B. It's been through a marker board by the looks of things.
That's by the pit in, isn't it? To the exit of Luffield.
He's crunched that. The
Carlo Turner, and he's going for the pits now.
polystyrene is not going to recover from that one.
So a few moments around the circuit. I guess you kind of expect these things are going to happen, but that was the exit of Luffield. So we see the live snatch now heading towards the Mazda Low-Cost. So again, great hard work in marshals here, making sure that we can carry on racing and just have this one zone neutralised, and everybody should be able to see the yellow flags and the great big JCB in the gravel track, you'd hope. More battling out there on circuit. Another Lotus out there. A good number of Lotus here this year. That's the Bailey Edwards Elise Cup car. Exton Luffield Corner, the ES Motorsport team. Are a bit further down the order than earlier. That was that the team car that was on fire at one point, I think. So that's dropped them down.
Yeah, Bradstock was on fire, wasn't he, earlier on, and in the 40A.
That was the other car, wasn't it? They're 34th ES Motorsport A, so they're a bit further down. Perhaps they would like to have been. Although they're only 20 seconds behind Team 40, the one you were just talking about. So a couple of Lotus teams quite close together. Down into Beckett here, a couple of the Radicals up front. It's 57, RJ Motorsport 3 now 76 seconds ahead of RJ Motorsport 1. They just had a slow lap of 2 minutes 22.
Yeah, lost 10 seconds on that lap, RJ Motorsport 1. Trying to work out which of the Radicals it was we saw spun.
Yeah,
the white and red.
We think it was RJ Motorsport 2, but not sure. Chris Earp was the last driver we had aboard that, but not sure if it was him.
Lagging. There's the Stobart Beetle.
Yeah, that's Colin Kingsnorth. I commentated on the Fun Cup race here on the national circuit.
Shouldn't the Stobart vehicle be articulated?
There's the leader, isn't it? Charles Graham across the line to complete 52 laps. That's a 2 minutes 15. So, yeah, the traffic every single lap.
Next time round they'll be pretty much on 2 hours. 2 hours into this race, 1/3 distance.
So I think it's about an hour, isn't it? The Radicals can go on a tank of fuel, something like that. Which
yes, that would make sense.
And a lot of them are free cars in the team as well, aren't there? So everybody should get 2 stints. So it should be Alistair Smart's PR6 that goes out after Graham, because Simon Freeman started that.
And we know that that's like, wasn't it? The Mazda 70 coming out in front of the MGB V8 that came in. Good looking car, that MG.
It was Nico Fabo in the Mazda. Who's in the MGB? Find that in a second. That is Peter Samuels, who's in the MGB V8, who's in the team with the Corvette.
Driven those cars for a long time, Peter Samuels, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's in the team with the Corvette of Chris Tilley and John Dixon, the Ford Mustang of Alan Lee, and the Ginetta G50 of Dylan Popovic. So that's probably the team with the most cubic capacity, isn't it, with lots of V8 cars.
That's right, Dylan Popovic, who started out in at Castle Combe doing a lot of the GT stuff down there. With a small car and built up over the years. Had a little kit car with an Audi turbo engine in it. Developed that, then moved on to the Ginetta 3 or 4 years ago.
Talking about Ginettas, Neil Primrose is up to 14th now on scratch. He was what, 18th, I think, when we were talking about him earlier. And of course, there are big gaps to catch at the moment, and he's worked his way through there. He's actually just moved ahead of the BMW we saw off, 53, the Stormin Camel team. That obviously would have lost a bit of time in that off-track excursion. But we're 2 hours into the race now.
So the white radical we're seeing now is, that's another one, isn't it?
54, yeah. So that's the set. Perhaps that's what the slow lap was for RJ Motorsport 1 earlier.
Yeah. So they've just changed, and so 2 hours, effectively, you've got 53 laps down for the race leaders.
I think that would be Chris Short. Or was it 56? It's hard to tell, isn't it?
Hard to tell from this distance, isn't it?
Right, it could be 56, which would be Andrew Gord's SR3. This one here.
Yeah, it's an SR3, but it's, we don't know the size of it yet. We will probably at Luffield in a moment. And here's the car. This is the one that spun. The red, the white and red car here. That's the. Is that a 56? It is a 56.
Great shot there's down the well engine straight to show all the different shapes and models and sizes of all the different cars here today. Although,
and then nothing, absolutely nothing. There's a blank, which is quite something.
There's the parking Golf that's back out there. That started the race. So I assume they're staying really in the same car, aren't they? Because where they're going from one to the other.
Yeah, and they're just trying to run, as you say, those two cars with the Mark II Golf in reserve.
So Scott Parkin's driving the newer Golf, and Ryan Parkin's driving the TT. When they did Club Enduro in the TCR car a few weeks ago, Scott Parkin did all about 15 minutes of the race. His brother only got 15 minutes of it, but he got the fastest lap of the race. He was quicker than Cole Swift, the champion, and Rob Baker. So they were really rapid in their first go in the area motorsport hire car, and they go really well in this Golf. 7th overall on scratch. So the only of the sort of production team cars they're behind, AAA, which is the Seat TCR and the Lotus Europa, and the Pepper and Lay team, which is sort of M3s.
It's a wide line by that Honda, kicking up the gravel.
Is that Ben Piper, one of the hot hatch drivers, I think. And lots of cars for the pits here, including 62, which is the Rogue Wheelers team, which is a team of Jim Cook, Andy Williams and Fiat Aldridge. There's the Alpha, the Rev Italia car.
Also among them was the one of the 67 BMW Z car pensioners.
Okay. I think it was Andy Inman in the 156 GTA Alpha. And Alfa Romeo Championship, that's been going for 40 plus years now. We've got about 20 cars out regularly this season.
Yeah, Super Championship, that.
Matt Carl-Henny in that Porsche still out there, flashing his lights at the slower car. A couple of radicals here, including the leading car of Charles Graham. So he's just lapped. Oh, that's the 45 car. So the M&M Racing team are now going to lap down again. So Charles Graham has put a lap on them. So it's down to 2 cars on the lead lap again, and the lead gap has gone out to 1:17 recently between the 2 RJ Motorsport team cars. The team that's run by Josh Smith, who's a rapid driver in his own right, but hasn't done many racing this season, I don't think. One of the Z Cars team there, going down into Brooklands corner. The best of their lot now is 18th, which is 66. The youth team of Ed Giddins, Callum Bates and Kieran Power. A long way ahead of the other Z Car teams. The pensioners are in 36th, who Marcus mentioned a moment ago, and then the hopefuls are in 49th. So they're all quite spread out, the 3 teams that are running the same type of car. There's Mark Burton going through in his 116, which is up for sale. The race winner here earlier this season. Mazda MX-5 there's not many of them here really, is there? A considerable amount of MX-5s that are racing throughout the country. Just 13 of them, I think, in this race. So after just over 2 hours, it's 57, RJ Motorsport 3 that lead from 54, RJ Motorsport 1 in third is 45, NMM Racing. In fourth is 56, RJ Motorsport 2. In fifth is 63, Triple A's Racing. In sixth is 12, Prep and Lay Racing Team. 7 is 13, which is Darkside Developments. 8th is 32, 7 Series Midlands, and just a second between those 2 cars still. In 9th is 21, which is Billy Boys, and in 10th is 8, which is the CSC Tin Tops team that have come up lately. The team of Andrew Windmill, Steve Simpson, James Slater, Steve Reynolds, Richard Harmon and John Ridgen. So they've moved up the order inside the top 10 recently. Here the Renault Clio 182 is 27B, which is Phil Hart in Cable Tie Racing, a team that he shares with Will Pushgill, John Hobbs and Jeremy Evans, and he's just, I think, put a lap on one of the Mark 1 MR2s, and there's another Clio behind. So the MR2 there, the older car, being lapped by a couple of Clios. And that is 17A, which is Gareth Baxter, who gets a big slide on through Stowe Corner, and he's still sliding on the exit of the corner with arms full of opposite lock. He saved it eventually.
It was quite something.
I think Gareth Baxter was the Mark 1 champion this year in the MR2 Championship. So still quite a few of those earlier cars going. Here's the parking Gulf, and just behind should be the Caterham, which is then no more, is it? Perhaps that's been in the pits. Perhaps there it is, so it's fallen down a bit. Yeah, it's 6 seconds now, the gap on the last lap. The Darkside Developments Golf is 5 seconds of that quicker. In here's Tyler Ballard's MG ZR that he races in MG Trophy. He was on for a championship this year, but was involved in a start line crash at Snetterton in the last round, which stymied his hopes. But good to see that car back out, back fixed, and racing today at Silverstone.
Plenty of side-by-side action through Club Corner. I see there's a Radical at the back of that group charging its way through. There is the number 20 team car. Where's that come from?
I'm not sure if it's supposed to show Stephen Lake. Has he changed his Lotus for a Radical? AIM Motorsport. I remember seeing that. Yeah, I think he might have changed his Lotus for a Radical then, which has taken us a bit by surprise. We'll see his lap times anyway. 20 is in 11th position, AIM Motorsport. A team with Craig Denman and Dan Plant, but it'll be pretty obvious what his lap times are, whether he's in a Lotus or a Radical, that's for sure. There's the Lotus Europa, that's still going.
Here we go. There's the red and white one, Radical, going down the inside into Brooklands.
Busy there.
BMWs and Porsches, and there's the that very hot Ginetta charging along, and the Nissan as well, the 370Z.
We have official handicap positions after 2 hours, and leading is 63, which is the Triple A's Racing Team, which was started by Phil Nibb in the Sayat, Andrew Rafe in the Lotus we've seen. We've also got Andrew and Christopher Etheridge in their M3. Second is 12, which is Prep and Lay Racing. which is the Russell Dack BMW Compact, Paul Woods BMW M3, and Brian Branson, similar car. Then in 13 is 15, which is the Cap Team SW Engineering, which is the Porsches of Dan Gick, Peter Smith and Matthew Cole-Henny. And still in 4th place is Arc Racing. So Ivan Mayers might be doing most of driving, but he's keeping them up in the order there in 4th position on the official handicap positions.
That's quite amazing, remarkable.
And there are 7 cars on the same lap at the moment. So they're the ones to look out for. So interestingly, you've got a quick team up there, haven't you? The team that are running in 5th position overall are the leaders on the official handicap positions after 2 hours.
This is hugely busy. BMW, Honda, Porsche, Ginetta, and then about 5 or 6 more filling their mirrors. Porsche running in the colours of Charles Ivy Racing, which took Porsches to Le Mans back in the 1980s. 36C, I think that is the white
one. That's Andy Porter in the Boxster.
Team of Boxster S's. 35, that's an earlier, it's a 968 or a 944, looked like a 968. Is that the Crago car? It may well be.
Looks like it.
2 Cragos sharing that one. And here's Charles Graham at the back.
Yeah, he's going to have to lap all of this. So it'll be interesting to keep an eye on this as the race leader laps more than 10 cars, dozen cars in this group, which will be lapping about 20 or so seconds slower than he. He's passed, what, 3, 4 of them by the time he gets to the hairpin. So he's cleared.
So is he going to do an hour and a quarter-ish to...
Yes, he's done a long stint in the SR10, didn't go as long, did it?
An hour and a half really needs to go, doesn't he? Or potentially.
He's carving his way past these cars.
That does look fun, I have to say.
Yeah, that AIM Motorsport team, Stephen Lake must have swapped his Lotus for a Radical because he's just done a 216. So that car's going to come up the overall scratch order pretty rapidly.
And the fastest lap of the race is a 2:04 from RJ Motorsport 3 very early in the race. That's the SR10, isn't it? Radical.
Yeah, that's right. I haven't really seen many times under 210 with all the traffic.
The reason for that, of course, it's got a 2.3 litre turbocharged engine making 425 horsepower, which is coupled with the downforce. It's going to work well.
See there, Neil Primrose had his arm out at the cockpit, and I think he put thumbs up to the teams. I wonder if that's pit in this lap.
Change of drumsticks.
So he's still ahead of Charles Graham, who's just done a 2:13. Not a bad lap considering the amount of cars he's had to pass. There's still lots more to go.
There he is, coming around the outside of that Ginetta that you were mentioning, Josh. That's the car of Neil Primrose. This is Charles Graham, now past one of the Rotec BMWs onto the hangar straight. Here he comes, weaving his way past the 7.
He's trying to make his intentions known that he'd like to go down the inside, isn't he? Right up against the white line.
And the seas are kind of parting for the first couple of cars, and then the driver of the Honda has to commit because he wants to find an apex as well. He's doing his own race. There's a Ford KA ahead. He sees a lot of Ford KAs. It's usually the same one every third lap.
Yeah, I think there's only one team of them, but yeah, like you say, the lap time difference is pretty vast. Yeah, the best lap time for them, I think, is a 2:59, so just under 3 minutes. So yeah, it pretty much works out as, could even be every 2 laps, couldn't it? Because
it's probably every third lap he sees it somewhere.
So a big speed difference. That's what this is all about. Different. Very much different budgets and how much each of those teams are spending as well.
In the very early days of the race, back in the 1950s, there were sort of teams of we called them, of course, now vintage Bentleys.
Yeah.
But in the early 50s, I suppose they were just over 20 years old, some of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Modern day sports cars don't so much see
it's
them.
like looking at seeing a Radical Club Sport today. Yeah. It's 20 years old or whatever.
Toyota Celica here, which is 46B, which is a car driven by Sarah Hobson. There's a couple of free Celicas, I think, in that team. Yeah, you've got Ronan Richard Lundy and then Cuddy Brabin as well. So I think it's a team of 3 Toyota Celicas. And they are running in 49th position overall on scratch for 7 Motorsports. on that handicap result, the three Amigos are inside the top dozen, so they're still there or thereabouts. And I think we can head down to the pit lane and hear from Lewis Bills again.
Yeah, thanks very much there. Yeah, just an update to the guys and what's happening down here at ES Motorsport. Team B, who had Matthias Radstock blow up. That was an engine blow up. That was in the red Lotus Elise's 3 Cup. Mark Yates has also one of the 3 cars in the team. He's also had problems. His clutch has blown up. So then we got Malcolm Edison running around at the moment. And they did a quick fuel stop, a pit stop, refueled him and sent him back out. Also, it's Mike Edwards, isn't it, who got a stop-go earlier. And so had a little chat with Mike. He's gone and seen the race control and been told us that he overtook on a yellow flag. And to be fair to him, we discussed this, is that a lot of these drivers very, very rarely drive on the Grand Prix circuit, so we're trying to locate where the flags are and the signals and the marshal posts. A little bit tricky, and he just missed it and went a little bit before the green. I think his son also has also got a stop-go as well. Anyway, that's the information down here at ES Motorsport. Back to you in the studio.
Interesting to see that Derek Drinkwater is back out for 3B ARC racing with the remarkable Chrysler Sears Special Le Mans, and it seems to have divested itself of the of the oil leak, which is something.
But almost was joined by an MR2 there, though, through the middle of Club Corner.
It's like a sort of giant bedstead kind of turned in on the MR2, and the MR2 kind of, I think the driver breathed in more in hope of anticipation of drawing the sides of the car in and making a bit more room for himself. But at least it's good to see the Chryslers back out again. That really was quite something. We've had 2¼ hours now, and it's 60 laps down for the leaders, which is still Team 57. That's the Charles Graham car, 60 laps, and in second place RJ Motorsport 1. Its teammates are a lap behind, although in fairness they're not. It just hasn't covered the 60th lap at this point for car 54.
Yeah, we've got up-to-date unofficial handicap positions on your screen at the moment, which confirms the official results after 2 hours that AAA Racing are leading the way. So that team continue to look good. Although the last lap a bit slower, 2 minutes 28, but perhaps it's not one of the quicker cars out there at the moment. They're from the Z cars. That is 67A, which is being driven by Roland Hopkins, and he accelerates his way through Woodcote Corner. So there's 9 of those Z4s here, I think, across the 3 teams. And there's the MR2. That's Ali Topley, I think, who's out there in the Mark II. We haven't seen him out all season.
And there's a Mark 1 behind it. Don't see too many of those these days.
I think that's the Gareth Baxter car that had that big moment at Stowe a bit earlier on. There's been about half dozen or so in the MR2 Championship this year. Just behind they're just behind the Craigo Porsche front engine car. And you've got the Toyota Celica behind.
And down at Beckett's, the marshals were working overtime. That sort of omnipresent blue flag as great gaggles of cars descend on the complex of corners.
With this year there being so many production cars of similar speed, it must be quite difficult to work out who is lapping who and who needs the blue flags. Because like this group of cars, over lap time, there's probably only a couple of 3 seconds between them.
That's right. Who's zooming who, as that song used to go.
More BMWs coming down here into Stoke Corner. Paul Collingwood's back out, isn't he, in the Run Baby Run team, which is 17th on
those
scratch.
Stripes of LED lights across the front. There's the Nissan 69E.
So that is Ryan Harper-Ellen, I think, at the moment, who's, I think, been a Radical Race winner. And they're a bit further down on scratch positions. They are in 30th position. Best lap time of 2:31. So there's Collingwood down the inside of a Caterham. That shows you how quick that car is, doesn't it, passing the Caterham. Here's the Cadillac, and the Ford KA is keeping up with it. So got the longest car and the shortest car.
They may have sort of thrown a rope onto the back of the big monster.
I think it's a car the KA could get past here, I think. Coming down into the loop section. I think, if anything, it's catching the Cadillac. Should be later on the brakes and goes up the inside. And can't quite get past there, but I think at the next corner he should do. So somebody has been able to overtake over the course of the race.
Those Cadillacs are big V8s. Used to power the Allard sports racers in the 50s, 5.4 litre at that point, but they did take them bigger. Saw one recently with 6.6 under the bonnet, and that was quite impressive.
Yeah, the original of that car, Cadillac, took to Daytona a few years ago and did a photo shoot with their new Le Mans prototype. Cadillac are returning to Le Mans next in a couple of years' time, I think.
They've been in and out of sports car racing in recent times, haven't they? They had a team running in the IMSA. There's another of the radicals coming up to round, it's 56, isn't it? That's the one that had that spin earlier on.
And we can hear, I think, with our handicap leaders, with Lewis Fields in the pit lane.
Yes, thanks, Josh. Yeah, we're down here with AAA Racing in pit 7C and Phil Knibb. Phil, congratulations. Well, so far it's so good, leading the handicap.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's quite surprising. We've never been this far ahead before. So we've done it in a radical a few years ago and we managed second overall. But we're just looking to be the quickest non-radical team. That's our goal. That's what we set out to try and do. So if we can do that, we'll be really happy.
Yeah, well, because the TCR cars, which yours is, lovely car it is too, just sitting in the background there, a nice Seat Leon, have won the event when it was, but you needed a bit of help from the weather, didn't you? A bit of rain.
Yeah, they're quick in the wet. That's where they really come into their own. So we'll see. But then the radicals are very quick in the wet as well. So with their downforce and their wet tyres as well. We're running the slicks on the TCR, but the other cars are on the List 1B tyres. So they're the
BMWs?
The BMW and the Lotus. That will be, the Lotus Europa.
Yeah, that's Andrew Rath and the Andrew Etheridge and Chris Etheridge.
Yeah, Andy Etheridge just gone out, so we'll see how he goes. We've had some car issues with that one. We've had to put a new drive shaft on it and some diff issues. So it may be that he comes in early, but we're hoping he'll do his full 75-minute stint, and we'll keep that P1 in the handicap if we can.
Yeah, you're down one guy because Andrew Higginbottom should have been here. Come on, tell us the reason why Andrew's not here today.
Yeah, Andrew Higginbottom has just welcomed his new baby boy, Sebastian, and he's coming home today, so he couldn't make it. So something equally exciting, but he'll be here for the next one, and Sebastian, I'm sure, will as well. So
yeah, well, that'd be great. We'll have to see, won't we? Anyway, great news and good news for Andrew, and good news for you. And best luck. Are you out next?
Yeah, I'll be next one out, so my second stint, so I'll take Andrew's stint. So
right, I'm going to let you get back and get booted and suited and get ready. Thanks very much, Phil.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
And back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Lewis. Yeah, you'd think that you might want to be in the car and be ready, wouldn't you, Marcus? Because they say they've got a car out they've got a bit of a question mark over. You want to be as ready as early as possible. Meanwhile, I think the lead car's made a pit stop because RJ Motorsport 3 have done a long lap, which means the lead gap's down to 40 seconds between 57 and 54, the two RJ Motorsport team cars.
Yes, that could be a change. It must have been pretty close to the end of Derek Graham's stint.
Yeah, and we think it should be Alistair Smart in the PR6 to go out next.
Yeah, which is the least powerful car in the bunch, the car with the 1340cc bike engine in it.
Yes,
1340 Hayabusa.
Let's see what lap times he can do. Peter Samuels, I think, going through there in the MGB. So he hasn't had long off there, so which kind of suggests that his teammates are in problems. What team is Samuels in? He's in the team of the Corvettes and the Corvette and the Mustang, isn't he? Team 39. So he's had a short pit stop and is back out there again. And there is
that's the
PR6.
Smart. Yeah,
that's
so
right.
that explains why that the overall lead on Scratch has come down to 40 seconds.
Here he is then, coming down to the Birkett S's. He just did a 2 minutes 21, which is out lap, and he's just lapped that BMW. So this lead gap is going to come down again to RJ Motorsport 1, assuming they've not needing a pit stop just yet. So we'll wait to see what that gap was. There's David Drinkwater just behind that BMW there. The Radical's gone already out of shot. That's how much quicker it is. 31 seconds is the gap now. So another 9 seconds brought down, but we'll probably have to wait for the next lap to see what kind of pace Alistair Smart has. This BMW here, by the way, is 30B, which is David Morris in the BMW 325 Ti. Here's Jonathan Atkinson in one of the compacts, turning his way through Stowe Corner. So 3 BMWs all there together.
He's driving for St Winifred School Choir. Waving a collection box probably somewhere at half-time.
Here's Drinkwater. How's he getting on? 45th on scratch now.
But it's not the scratch they're worried about, is it? They just want that handicap prize again.
That's right. He's just on 2 minutes 42 on his most recent lap.
It's 31 seconds now, first to second.
The Cadillac's still out there, and the Ford KA's still with it. So those two cars, remarkably different, are running on the same type of pace. Because what would we saw them about 5-10 minutes ago? They were about that far apart then. So the Arc Racing Team Cadillac just on a 3 minutes 07.3, and the Autobar KA just at a 2 minutes 07.9.
9 seconds taken out of the lead that time round by RJ Motorsport 1. Cars 54.
I think we have a team that are no longer running. Team 9, a few laps behind anybody else, which is the Track Attackers, which shouldn't be at the bottom of the timing screens, with a Vauxhall Astra, a Mini Cooper, a Peugeot 205 there as well. We saw the Peugeot in problems at the beginning, didn't we? They were pretty early on, and it looks like that's continuing. They've not run, I don't think, for a little while there.
It's been a long stint by the Ginetta of Neil Primrose.
He's 11th now, so he was 18th when we looked at that originally. Here's the Cadillac being chased by the Ford KA. Couldn't say that in any other events, I don't think, could you? The KA's all over the back of the Cadillac heading down towards Laffield Corner. And
you'd almost run up onto the back like you're on a flatbed truck. Yeah.
Tighter line. And they're going to run side by side, I think, down toward Woodcote. The Cadillac's got a bit more grunt.
I think with the Ford KA, you can actually change lines once you're committed in the Cadillac. I think you wait till it finds the next straight.
A lead gap now 26 seconds. Another 4 seconds brought down.
Green flags waving down at Maggot. So something's happened on the exit, probably of Cops. We can't quite pick up.
Yeah, back to get a shot of that in a few moments. So a few incidents out there.
And that green flag is still waving in the background.
Okay. So we'll see if we can pick up on that at the moment. A potential problem at Cops Corner.
We're coming into Cops Corner now, so maybe if maybe they can follow, the cameraman can follow this through, we might see what's happened on the exit. But
flags are still there, aren't they?
Yeah.
But again, it could be a car just right on the edge of the circuit.
It may be, yeah, and it may be sort of just over on either side of the circuit, just out of our sight.
So we've got 3 cars on the lead lap again now, because M&M Racing are back onto the lead lap. They're 1 minute 46 behind the leader.
And the leader is now only 26 seconds clear of RJ Motorsport 1. Because that last time through was a 2:11 against a 2:15.
Side by side there into Cops was the parking Gulf with a Caterham, but not sure if that was that for position. No, I don't think so. So not for position this time. There's the V8 MG going through. Let's see the RJ Motorsport team there hanging the pit board out for its driver. How easy are they to see, Marcus, when you come in past them at 100 miles per hour?
Yes, quite challenging. Quite challenging.
So leaders have gone through 24 seconds apart now. Another 2.5 seconds brought back by 54 to 57. So again, we potentially will get to get the leaders together. We've had one chase, which came adrift for Ash Hicklin when the wheel fell off.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether that car can be put back together, because hopefully there's not a lot of damage to it.
Bit of debris on the side of the road here at Stowe Corner.
It's a bit of raggedy tyre of some description by the looks of things.
RJ Motorsport 2, about 5 laps behind now, so they're some way off the pace of the other 3 radicals.
You'd say they were out of the equation, wouldn't you, really, as far as a scratch is concerned? There's that bit of, it's actually a bit of plastic, isn't it? It's a bit of bumper or in a wing guard or something like that. Three amigos there. David Drinkwater moves through. Racing, see on the handicap, they're down now in 22nd place.
Yeah, I guess now where we're on sort of this middle part of the hour, they sort of drop down, then when everything refreshes after the next hour, when it's all recalculated, they tend to jump back up again.
Exactly.
But Drinkwater in the Cadillac is doing a 3:07, where I think it was either Mayers was doing 2:41s earlier. So this is where they're going to lose out, really, isn't it? When the Cadillac's out there.
2.5 hours gone, 66 laps down for the leader. 65 laps for P2. Now 60, down to 20 seconds. Down to 20 seconds only. 54 team making ground again towards. There's a change of commentator as Ian Soman comes back into the fray. Seems to be refreshed by his cream tea or whatever he's invested in. There's the park in Golf, having a good tussle with the Clockwork Orange, the Lotus Elise. Craig Denman car looks at things. Oh, and 21A leapt over the curb there, which is for Billy Boys. That's Carl Woodwiss in the Caterham 420R. And Woodwiss going very much quicker than those around him. And the car running in the pale blue, almost Fred Opert racing colour. Team that ran Keke Rosberg in Formula 2 back in the 1970s. Bad boy tuning. B is Craig Denman. Lotus Elise, the start driver for that team. What's good, even here we are sort of 2.5 hours into the race, we're still seeing cars for the first time on screen.
That's right. Yeah, some cars that haven't been out before. 2.5 hours in, as you say, so nearly halfway through this race now. It seems to have flown by. Motorsport 3 in that time completed 67 laps. And their last lap was an average of 100 miles an hour. Their best lap, an average of 108 miles per hour. And they are 18 seconds clear of RJ Motorsport 1 at the moment. But on that last lap, RJ Motorsport 1 took out 2.5 seconds. Something like that on the leading car.
It's been as close as about 6 at an earlier point, Ian, while you were away.
Yes, but the RJ Motorsport 2 seemed as the one that sort of really dropped off the pace, hasn't it, as we go on board with 61B now. So this is another of the Rogues Troopers cars, and it's now Ali Topley, who I don't think we saw out in the championship at all this season, but we did last season where he was a front runner. He's taken over from Sean Trainer, who was out in this car in the second stint. Aaron Cook did the first stint for the team, and they are running in. I'm just having a look down the order may have missed them on my. Oh, there we go. 37th at the moment on scratch.
All very, very tight there with the Ford KA as we ride on board. No contact, which is good going. This is the Roger drive car of Top Blue, say 61B.
Yeah, the team was 6th at the turn mark on handicap, so very much in contention for the handicap spots. And it's actually got the makings of a strong team, with the man that was first and the man that was second in the MR2 Championship this year, and another front runner as well.
Throw it at Village. Lots of quick reactions there to catch the tail end, and
it's back.
The Cadillac's smoking.
Oh dear. Well, it's been out there for several laps without smoking.
It's its third oil leak of the day, so presumably bunging up the dipstick hole hasn't made a difference, or not the long-term difference they'd hoped. Puts it all back to Ivor Mears and the BMW, doesn't it?
It does rather. So Ivor will be no doubt preparing to get back out again.
Ivor the driver.
26D, which is Gordon McMillan in the BMW Compact. Of course, we saw Gordon McMillan used to racing in stock catch, classic stock catch, in the Peugeot 205 with the 750 Motor Club. But these days, racing in with the BMW Compacts.
Inevitable Herbie Lovebug 53 going round.
So that's McMillan there doing battle with the Hyundai Coupe, which is team 48, isn't it?
48C.
Yes, that's Alan Evans, who is out in the Barwell Autosport team. He replaced Malcolm Harding, who was driving his Ford Escort Mark II, so a late substitute.
And that's running in the old Alan Mann racing colours that Frank Gardner and Roy Pierpoint won British Saloon Car Championships in back in the 1960s.
There's something you're going to see not very often. The whole of the National Straight completely devoid of cars, but only for about a second or two.
Yeah, it's funny. It's only the second time in the whole race so far we've seen just an expanse of grey tarmac. Nothing filling it.
Yes.
44 at Honda. It's a good-looking thing. It's unusual.
Yes, it's one of the latest shape Civic tyre cars, isn't it, for RKC Motorsports.
It's kind of a notchback one rather than a hatchback.
Yeah. 6D there is Clive Watson, his BMW Compact, last year's Cup Class champion in the BMW Cup. He moved up the class for this season. So he's out there at the moment. Just ahead there of Gordon McMillan's car, the earlier shape BMW Compact.
Seconds then between RJ Motorsport 3, RJ Motorsport 1, cars 57 and 54 out front as we come up towards the next marker, and they're pushing the 49, is that? 49 Honda Integra out the way. Marshall's giving that a helping hand.
Yeah, that says 49C, but 49C was actually the Paul Cundy Noble, so that could be, well, with Nathan Hughes' car. Okay, so it's one of the Kent Kings Speedway Ready team being pushed away. So 57 is the leading car at the moment, RJ Motorsport 3 by 16.27 seconds from 54 RJ Motorsport 1. M&M Racing Team 45 are third, 56 RJ Motorsport 2 in fourth position, fifth 63 AAA Racing, second 12 Freppin Lay Racing Team, 7th number 13 Darkside Development, 8th number 32 7 Series Midlands. That's the first of the catering cars, and then it's Blue Boys, the second of them, number 21 9th. And to complete the top 10 now is that number 20 team, which has got one Radical SR3 within it and a couple of Lotuses, so a mixed team.
That's right. The lead car holding on well, and that is the Radical PR6 of Alistair Smart, which is 57B, and lapping recently in 2:18. He's lost time again, but oh, it's come right down. It's suddenly come down to 8 seconds here.
Well, yes, that time RJ Motorsport wanted a 2:10.29, so that's team 54. So another couple of laps like that. So it's a quick lap for them, and a slow lap for RJ Motorsport 3.
There's the RJ Motorsport car leading down into Stoke Corner.
Yeah, and heading through the right-hand Stoke. There's another of the Radicals coming through. That's the 56 car. That's the RJ Motorsport 2 car in the 4th position. And 5 laps down now on the...
Lost a lot of time, haven't they?
They have, yeah, an awful lot of time.
We've got the two other. Oh, Radical there was weaving from side to side. Is that a fuel pickup problem? You wouldn't normally do that.
I wouldn't have thought so. That's the 20 car, isn't it? The AIM Motorsport car that runs in 10th position on scratch at the moment.
Very odd.
Yeah. So
charging down the straight, weaving from side to side. One of the
Lotuses is down the pit lane.
Lotuses have taken a liking to that pit lane today, haven't they? We had the car on fire there earlier on, the Radstock car. There is another of the really quick Radicals, and hammering up between a BMW. Production car, here we go.
Yeah, that's the 116, which is one of the team 348 cars. It's Mark Burton.
40C is the Lotus in the pit lane. 40C is
it's Malcolm Edison.
Malcolm Edison, isn't it?
In that car.
Yeah.
Due to be Lucas Bashir in the C car, he's been replaced. So Malcolm Edison, a late replacement, is not for much longer in this race. Down to 4 seconds, the gap between the two leaders now. Cars 57 and 54. So we'll see if we can pick those up on track. That's 57 in the lead, RJ Motorsport 3, and 54 RJ Motorsport 1 in second place. So we're watching the number 20 Radical in 10th position. In fact, it's down to 12th position.
Yeah, they're together effectively in the same shot on track down at Stowe. So that's getting very, very close. 4 seconds only.
Yeah, we'll see if we can pick that up on the live stream shortly.
There's the leader.
Yeah, and
57.
He's got a couple of slower cars just in front of him as well, which isn't going to help his cause, is it? That's the 57B, which I think, as we said, was Alistair Smart in his PR6 at the moment, and it's not 4 seconds as they come over the timing line on the international pit straight, the Hamilton straight. So that gap has certainly come down. There's more traffic ahead. We've got Minis, Porsches, 15.8 car that they are just passing, which is being driven by Dan Gick. But they're almost right together now as they're turning their way through the loop and then on towards Aintree and the Wellington straight. So it was 16 seconds, then it was 8 seconds, now it's 4 seconds.
Mike Chen, isn't it, who's chasing him down, chasing Alistair Smart down.
Yes, he was a front runner in last year's Bike Sports Championship. Turning their way through Brooklands down, they're almost together, just a couple of back marks, including that MGB between them now as they come through. This is to complete lap 72 of the race with just over halfway to go, 3 hours and 17 minutes to go. We'll get them over the timing line very shortly, see what that gap has come down to. It was 4 seconds.
It's now about 4 cars' lengths.
Yeah, it is 0.67 seconds. So it came down by about 3.5 seconds on that lap. On are we going to get a change? Chen, you can see with the lighting strip on the roll hoop there to show that back markers that the quick car can through, but it also now alerts the race leader Alistair Smart to the fact that Mike Chen.
He goes around the outside. Look at that. He read the situation really well. The Smart was stuck behind the Mini, boxed in really quite cleverly, and Chen sailed round the outside on the exit of Beckett's to take the lead.
And I guess you might say rightfully so, because that is the RJ Motorsport 1 team. I don't know if the 1, 2 and 3 were supposed to signify which team they thought was strongest to weakest, as it were, but it's now the RJ Motorsport 1 squad that is ahead of 3, the 2 squad being several laps down. We'll see then if Mike Chen is able to get away. He passes the Colin Childs Sienna.
But it is easier, isn't it, to do the chasing, as we can see here from Alistair Smart.
Well, it looks there as if he's trying to get alongside. It's not actually not, though, because the angle foreshortens it. But it's not far behind, is it?
No, he's not.
It's not dropping back at all. So that's going into Abbey, and they're coming down through Farm and towards the village hairpin once again.
It'll be interesting to see whether the chasers' lap times now come down.
Yes.
Because it's got a quicker car to chase.
It does give you something to aim at, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
And sometimes you can.
And you can see when Chen, he from where he was 4 lengths downward going into the Beckett's complex, he could see that the car ahead of him was going to get stuck behind the Mini. So
yes.
he'd already made that. He'd made that decision to change his line, and it paid off.
Absolutely, there's a one-car thing between the 2 leaders now, but then Chen just gets a little bit delayed by Mini coming out of Luffield and down towards Woodcote Corner that time. So they're going to come up and over the line again to complete the 73rd lap. So the gap was 6/10 of a second in favour of RJ Motorsport 3 on the previous lap, and it is now 6/10 of a second the other way. So it's sort of changed by about 1.2, 1.3 seconds, something like that, on that lap.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 2:14.13 for the leader, 2:15.38 for the second place car. It's worth mentioning the fastest lap of the race was 2:04.65 in the very early stages.
And that was Freeman in the SR10, wasn't it? With all that power, 425 horsepower, turbocharged Ford EcoBoost.
Jack, you're just locking it down into Stowe, just ahead of the leading cars.
2.3 EcoBoost is the one that they put in Mustangs and things, isn't it? And which Oliver Bull uses at Castle Coombe in that Tigra.
That's right, or used, because I don't think he's going to be in that car anymore. I think the car being sold. So Ollie Bull may have a new adventure for next year. Coombe GT is very successful.
We've had a few Castle Coombe GT runners run in this race over the years, haven't we?
Yes, absolutely right.
With Interceptor Racing bought teams in the past.
Oh, and that's car off up against the barriers. That's number 65C, and so that is the Darren Bell BMW Compact. Green flags waving on the entrance to the Vale, with the yellow flags being shown on the exit of Stowe.
So there's the 11C. Lethal, the third of those cars from Fuel Shortage 2021. And that's Jay Shepherd driving it, who is, we know, to be very quick.
If you look at your timing tower now, down to 7th place has gone the AAA's Racing number 63 car. Now that was the team that was leading on handicap at the 2-hour mark. We'll get an update for the next 20 minutes with the positions, the official positions, as at 3 hours. But possibly the AAA team have had a problem which we've missed, we've not picked up on the live stream. Reminder that Team 63 included Andrew Raff in the Lotus Europa, Andrew Etheridge and Chris Etheridge in the BMW 6M3, as well as Phil Nicholas and Cooper that we saw earlier on. That is a different car out for Run Baby Run, Team 10 now. That is 10B, so it's Colin Benham in the CB Fury. Colin was a sports specialist champion himself several years ago now.
Not sure how much is down to him now, because he's been out for quite a long time. What might even be his third stint?
Could be, yeah.
Short of teammates.
Yes, I think he was saying he was expecting at least a couple of hours driving today. May end up being more than that if he and the car can take it. That is the Dark Side Developments car, 13A. So it's the Scott Parkin Golf that we saw out in the early stages of the race as well. See the diesel smoke from the back of the Mark V TDI. Down towards us comes the smart yellow Peugeot, chased by that very pristine looking Dan Ludlow Honda Civic Type R, the metallic turquoise livery, one of my favourite looking cars out there. Chasing after that little Peugeot 206 that is the 8B car, isn't it? So it's yeah, Steve Simpson, the 206 RC, part of the CSCC Cool Sport Tin Tops team. Also involved Andrew Windmill with his Civic, and then James Slater with his Civic, Steve Reynolds in a Clio, Richard Harlan in his Civic, and John Ridge in a Clio as well. It's the Ludlow car just going through and chasing it down.
Yeah, two drivers in that car. Ludlow, one of them.
Steve Simpson, regular with the Classic Sports Car Club, who are racing here tomorrow at Silverstone, also on the Grand Prix Circuit.
Yeah, well developed little Peugeot, that.
And all of a sudden now there's a big gap that's emerged up with the change.
There's a change of driver, I think.
Yeah,
yes.
so I think we've had a change of driver. So the 54 car has been into the pits, you would think, and handed over to a new driver. So that was the car that was being driven by Mike Chen. So it's pretty Chris Short that's gone back out for them, I would think. So we saw Ashley Hicklin depart the race dramatically with a wheel coming off his radical earlier on.
And there's the smart PR6, which is now back ahead as a result of this. Still yellow flags waving down at the entrance to Vale.
So that they just go back in. So it's sorting itself out for the minute. Honda Coupes going through, and Jaguar coming down the straight towards us. As well as TCR Seats, it's the 29 A car, the VTEC Direct multi-car team, so it's Gary Wardle out for that team at the moment. So it's a mixed team with Ben Griffiths in an Accord, Mark Anderson in the Scirocco, and Drew Myesko in the Caterham C400 as well. It's an interesting one for the handicappers to try and sort out with a range of machinery there. There's the Noble, we saw that in strife earlier on, that's still back out there. We saw one of his teammates, the Integra, pull out a few moments ago. But there's Wardle in that coupe for TCR. And Team 29 are running at the moment in, I'm just trying to have a look down our timing screen. I may have gone past them. Yeah, 64th, so clearly that's a team which has got, you know, quite a potent lineup of cars, but clearly has had problems. 64th position, Team 29. We actually just moved from 63rd as I say that, but they're well down the order. There's that smart Civic heading towards us, and then the Jaguar. That is the number 69 car. So that's going Sam Clark Jr. in the XJS for Team PSQ. Another mixed team with the 370Zs of Charlie Kennedy, Ash Miller, Gary Fundy and Ryan Harper Ellerman, Matt Tipping in his BMW 325i as well.
That's almost in a kind of Tom Shaw team tribute livery from the Motul days, when those cars were developed to win the European Touring Car Championship, which Tom Shaw Jr. did.
He's going to have Alistair Smart just coming up behind him, wasn't it, to another lap on them, and he will go blasting through. In fact, it's not the 57 car, is it? It's the 20 car, I think.
A minute and 21 between the two lead teams, but that really is down to the change, and at some point soon that will balance itself out.
Well, but you said it, yes, you would think so, yes. It was 2 slow laps probably as a result of that change. So we'll see how that balances out in a moment. We've got the Dark Side Development Squad still 5th overall on scratch, ahead of Prepolay Racing in 6th place and 12.
Triple A's racing now between the Caterham teams, 32 7 Series Midlands leading that Class A, 21, which is Billy Boys.
Yes, 2 Class A teams. 34C, just going through shot. That's Sammy Bowler, Mini Cooper. Tiki-Wa stickers on the back. Tiki, one of the supporters of the 750 Motor Club, sponsoring the Road Sports, the Club Agera and the Tyne Park Trophy in 2021. Cars make their way out of Cops Corner down towards Beckett's once again. Still overcast skies here at Silverstone. I'm not sure that's going to change particularly, but it's for the moment dry at least. 53C there is Carlo Turner. Let's say big points Julian McBride to the 46 M3 for column on my entry list. Yes, that 54 car, it's a long stop, I think, that must have made, because it's now dropped behind the 45 team. So the 45 team has gone through.
The Alpha number 5, C is that? Or is it?
Yeah, I think it is. Andy Inman.
Yeah.
In the 156 GTA.
That was off at Vale.
Yeah. So, but yes, for the scratch race, it's now a change for second then with M&M Racing moving up. So we'll see if we can find out what's going on with Team 54, but they appear to be having some dramas. The team that comprises Mike Chen, Ash Hicklin and Chris Short, well, they were down the car, weren't they?
They were, absolutely.
So it could be that when you're down to 2 cars, it's really quite difficult to go through. Another slow lap they've made as well, so perhaps the situation is that they've had to get 1 car in and got another car out that's not really fit to race, but they've got nothing else to replace it with at the moment, so they're just having to keep going to reduce pace as best they can. If they can pick up the 54 car on camera at any point.
And that's the problem of having just a 3-car team. It can bite you.
It doesn't give you much room for manoeuvre. So
2 radicals in this group.
There are. It's just difficult to tell from there which ones are which.
So the very quick Dark Side Racing Golf is probably as quick as anything bar the radicals through Abbey. Yes. So fast through there.
That 54 car that's in 3rd position at the RJ Motorsport 1 squad, I mean, they are still 6 laps ahead of RJ Motorsport 2, and they're only lapping, even in this probably, well, about a minute on that lap, obviously slower, but it's still going to take them about eight or 9 laps to fall behind the 4th place car, just maintaining that pace. So that's 47 going through. Seat Leon, turn 7 with Club Racing UK, so that's, I think, probably Andy Chapman's car that we can see. You can see that the Storming Camel team is storming up the order. Team 53, because they've just done a personal best lap. That's the BMW squad. It's Julian McBride that's out there at the moment for that team, as we saw a few moments ago.
There was a green flag on the exit of the club a moment ago, but that seems to have gone in. So there is Alistair Smart still going strongly in the lead. So in fact, he's not really had a problem. He's just stuck at it. He was overtaken briefly, and then the other team stopped. Both the chase teams have now had lengthy delays, it would appear, and they've fallen off the beam, because they're now on the 80th lap, and we're pretty much halfway through, a few seconds being halfway through this Grover Dean Motorsport Insurance Birkett 6 Hours, the 70th anniversary running, first one having been held here at Silverstone, a very different circuit back in 1950. I think one of the winners was Hamish Orr Ewing in his Bentley.
I can tell you who it was. On handicap, yes, it was the VSCC Bentleys that won. Major J.H. Bailey, J.A. Williamson, D.J.R. Chairman, Hamish Orr Ewing, as you've said, R.H.B. Mason and C.B.H. Bradshaw took these handicap win, and the scratch winners were a team of Jaguar XK120s on that occasion. That was on the club circuit.
They were pretty new. They were pretty new, those cars, the XK120s. They only came out in 1948. So
I was going to say, yeah, that'd be some of the latest machinery.
Latest and greatest.
Yeah, exactly. You can see on screen at the moment the unofficial handicap positions. We have the unofficial plate, Sealam Shaw. Darkside Developments ahead at the moment, Team 13. Of course, they are 5th overall as well on scratch. Peppermint Lay Racing, Team 12 second. 63 Triple A's Racing third. So Triple A's Racing were ahead, weren't they, at the 2 hour mark, as we go to the 3 hour mark. They've had a little bit of strife in the last hour. They've possibly dropped back. Yes, XK's were on scratch in 1952 as well, with some of the same drivers back out for that 2nd year. And then the 3rd year of the Birkett 1953, it was a team of Allards that took the scratch race honours, and MG's the handicap race. That was on that 2.5 mile layout, which I think was the one you were referencing earlier, Marcus.
The very long, thin one that went from Cox down to Stowe and back.
Yeah. That's 61 again, and only could see which the letter a bit more clear, but I assume it's the driver that's not been out yet, which would make it Dan Sylvester in his Roadster. Yeah, I think that's right, 61D, Dan Sylvester. So he's now the latest driver to go out for Rogues Troopers. Dan, I'm told, is a well-known YouTuber. Although I can't say I'm familiar with his work. And he's got out, and he's just behind that 51 Mini Clubman, isn't he?
That's Papworth.
Yes, Gary Papworth. It's listed as a Cooper S, but it's
a Cooper S estate.
Yes.
Or a Countryman, maybe.
Yeah.
And one of the BMWs in trouble.
Yeah, you can just see on our screens we've got a spinner there on some of the acres of tarmac runoff. It's the 41C car that's gone round. So that's one of the RB Sports Car Racing drivers. It's Ben Gundry, and the BMW 330 Ci. So he's had a moment. That team 41, where are they running? Just have a look down my screen, yeah, 48th position for the Army Sports Car team. Back on board with the 61 car of Dan Sylvester then, as he heads into the right-hander. Abbey.
He's having to work quite hard just to keep it on the island, isn't he?
He certainly is. Out of farm down towards the hairpin at the village. Carbon is inside, it's one of the Fun Cup cars. It's team 11, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's the third of those. We saw the yellow car of Holm earlier on. Then we saw the green Fun Cup chasing on behind them. This is the fuel shortage 21, Colin Kings North. And then we've now got Jay Shepherd, who's no mean pilot, having a go in one of these.
Absolutely right. So through the Brooklands left-hander, there is the Darkside Developments car. That's the car that, unofficially at least, is leading on handicap at the moment and is 5th overall. Scott Parkin in golf. Turning its way through the left-hander at the Vale. As you can see, it's the Grand Prix Circuit that's used, not the historic version of Vale, which can be used on occasions.
Golf TDI Mark 5. Mark 5 Golf was the one that had the much superior rear suspension than any other models, but it was too expensive to produce, so they kind of put that aside, parked that idea, and went to the sort of rather cheaper one for the Golf 6. Still great cars.
Absolutely, absolutely right. So that Darkside Developments car just tucks in behind the rear end of the Radical there. The corner's keeping pace with it.
It's quite a concept, isn't it? Diesel Golf chasing down a Radical.
We saw David Drinkwater go through a shot there briefly for the Three Amigos as they look to get their third successive handicap race win. In 2018, when they were just the Three Amigos, they finished 10th on handicap. So they've got 10th, first and question mark so far for 2021 as to where they'll finish this year. But they're 6th on handicap unofficially as things stand, so well placed going into this second half of the race. We'll get no doubt an update shortly on the official handicap positions at the 3-hour mark. Bring those to you as and when we get them. 54, that's settled down now, hasn't it? The 54 car that had dropped down to 3rd position is now back to lapping in normal lap times. I think the leading car, 57, must have just made a pit stop because that's done a long lap. And it's the SR10 back out, so Simon Freeman back out for the leading team, 57, RJ Motorsport 3.
If they're going to cement this, I wonder if it will. We're now into the 4th hour of this race.
Here's the view at Beckett's. So it's going through. Up on the inside at 4 BMWs. Right. Now Caterham coming through. And in the background you can see Colin Benham's CB Fury. But yes, the first 3 cars have done 81 or 82 laps. And 4th place car done 76, and it's a big gap from 34th. The RJ Motorsport 2 car having lost so much time in the early part of the race. Team 56, that team comprising Neil Glover, Chris Earp, Andrew Gord, Jason Green and Joe Hawkins. 12 going through, that's one of the Prep and Lay cars then. 12A, Ray Dack out there at the moment, and here's a Russell Dack, I should say, in his compact. Pushing on for Team 12, so possibly one of the quicker of this little group of BMWs that we can see.
The 3 ahead all the same colour, which is quite confusing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
we go.
So we go 3 wide over the timing line on the Hamilton straight. And I think it'll be Russell Dack that turns into Abbey first. Yes, it is. So he makes his way through.
RJ Motorsports 3 just come back up to 6th on the handicap.
Yeah.
Looks of things. But again, it's early in an hour.
Yeah, we'll get. Let's see if we've got the update on the official positions of the 3 hours. Not quite yet. Check on those just as soon as we get them. 41C there, BMW for Ben Gundry. The 330. Let's see, that's the one that had a spin a moment ago. And it's a fairly quiet phase of the race.
But what is interesting is immediately Simon Freeman's got back out in that Radical SR10, and he's taken 8 seconds out of M&M Racing on his first flyer.
Yes.
So it's 33 seconds, and that's only going to come down. They're both a lap behind the leaders at this point.
Simon Freeman is in the leading team, isn't he?
Sorry, it's RJ Motorsport 1, isn't it, that's brought the time down?
Yes, that's right. By a few seconds, although not so much on the lap that's just been completed.
Yeah.
So that's the 54 team, which have been in strife. The Chen, Hicklin, Shaw car, I think it must be Shaw that's out for them at the moment. There's the 51 Mini of Steve Papworth. Gary Papworth, I should say, Mini Cooper S. So more than halfway through, yet to see the safety car out of this race. He said hoping it wasn't tempting fate there. We saw it at the start to send the cars off into the race, but we've not seen it since then. And that's been because of some fantastic work by the marshals. I think clearing incidents very quickly into local yellow flag solutions. So many thanks once again to all the marshals for the very sterling and hard work that they're doing this weekend. That's Dan Sylvester in the red MR2 Roadster. You could just see going through shot there, through sort of Chapel and onto the Hanger Straight.
A big lock-up from the Noble, which has already been off once. German battle. BMW overtaking Porsche 968 down there into Vale as well. And there's a Golf I don't think we've seen before. AIM Motorsport now only a few milliseconds behind Billy Boys in the scratch race. Billy Boys were keeping pace with the other 7 Series Midlands group earlier on, but they've dropped back quite a bit as we went towards that halfway stage.
Yes, Billy Boys on the last lap did a 2:26 and AIM Motorsport 2:15. The Radical obviously lapping a lot quicker than the Caterhams can do.
Now we're seeing the Radical SR10 stretch its legs. 2:08's the best lap we've seen for quite a long time.
It is, isn't it?
Best lap early in the race was at 2:04 for this car.
Yeah, laps in the low 2 minutes. 2:04.65, best lap, so pretty good. 2 roadsters together there. Just up ahead, you can see the 17 car, so that's one of the mostly rusty 2-seaters efforts. So I think that's Adam Lockwood just ahead. So he's had a strong season in the MR2 Championship this year, just ahead of Dan Sylvester. But these should be pretty evenly matched, so it wouldn't surprise me if these two battled away for a little while. Lockwood used to race one of the Mark 1s.
So we hang a lot of revs on that, isn't he, in second gear around Luffield.
Yes, and Dan's getting certainly plenty of support on the comments on YouTube. A few people tuning in just to see what Dan Sylvester's up to. He's up to running wide there at the exit of Copse. Back onto the circuit he goes. Down towards the left-hander at Maggots, then into the Beckett's S's, and he's working so hard. Not exactly a smooth and conservative driving style.
That's not going to bring the best exit speed after the complex, is it? Through Chapel Curve there onto the Hangar Straight. That's why you need to be so quick in any car to maximise your speed onto the long straight. So from here and also out of entry onto the Wellington Straight, that's also very important.
As we suspected, AIM Motorsport have now got up into 9th place on scratching car 20 at the expense of Billy Boys, 21. After the Radical got ahead of the Caterham. We're still on board with Dan Sylvester here. He's going past the 41E, which is the Army Sports Cars racing team car for England in the Peugeot 260.
He's got the Eclipse coming past him of, is that Collingwood?
Collingwood, yeah. So Collingwood's gone through as well. Of course, these cars all on different laps of the race. Past that hotel that's being built on the left-hand side of the circuit, opposite the wing building. Another quicker car going past is one of the Ginettas.
It's a G20, isn't it?
Yeah. And that is one of the Pedro cars.
You could almost feel the sort of the rumbling of the curves through the driver's wrists there as he went out over that sort of rebound off the curbing.
Yeah, there's another rumble over the sort of sawtooth of the curbs. Through the left-hand entry, now back onto the Wellington Straight, National Straight as we used to know it, under the vehicle bridge, heading up into that braking area for Brooklands, and down a gear. Not making friends with the apex there, that's because he's got a Radical coming through on the inside. Turning his way through the right-hander at Luffield now. And
that was clearly a visit to the gravel, wasn't it?
It was.
Good reflexes, but it didn't have a lot of grip there. And he's having to keep out of the way of a lot of quicker cars, which is distracting to say the least.
Absolutely, so I thought he might sort of stay with Adam Lockwood for a little while, but I think Lockwood's managed to disappear up the road a bit. Again wide through Cox. And Honda Civic just flies by, that's the Ludlow car.
I think he's run out of front end grip on this.
So through the Beckett's section of again, not quite as 40 as it was a lap ago through that part of the track.
Yeah, that's right. RJ Motorsport 1 continues to eat into the deficit to M&M Racing in car 45. They're second overall. Gap between those two teams 18 seconds now.
But they were 10 seconds quicker, weren't they?
Last time through, yeah.
So a couple of laps and maybe we can get RJ Motorsport 1 back into second position. They led briefly, didn't they?
Very briefly, actually.
It was
a lapish.
A lap, yeah, something like that.
They led on lap 73, if that's any help, but not on lap 74.
No, there's Sylvester, who've been on board for the last lap and a half or so, and you could just see a little bit ahead. There was a similar road to the silver and red car of Adam Lockwood there, so there's not actually too much to choose between them. And where are they running? 61 is in 36th position, and the mostly rusted two-seaters are in 60th position, so a bit further back. Now we do have the change for second. So RJ Motorsport 1 have gone through, and that means that M&M Racing I don't think have come back through to complete another lap. So maybe that's because they're in the pits, and that time will be updated. I don't think we've seen a car stopped out on circuit, but RJ Motorsport 1 have now gone ahead of M&M Racing, possibly then with M&M Team 45 in the pits, the Matt Jones, Morgan Jones, Joe Crook squad. But RJ Motorsport 1 back through into second place. Lapping only about 0.8 of a second more slowly than RJ Motorsport 3 that time, which is impressive because the RJ Motorsport 3 car squad has got Simon Freeman's SR10 out.
Yeah, that's right. He's a lap clear effectively, isn't he? So he's done 87,
Yeah.
RJ Motorsport 186. Corvette's back out.
Yeah, it's through, and Steve Simpson, Peugeot 206 as well. It's making its way around as well. Two yellow cars together, very different yellow cars. And the Peugeot seems a little bit quicker. Steve Simpson drives that car very well in the tin tops. Although actually, has he dived into the pit lane? Because yeah, that's what's happened. He's dived into the pit lane. The M&M racing cars still in strife. Team 45. Another lap's been completed by RJ Motorsport 1 in the meantime. So whether they are in the pits,
They're miles ahead of RJ Motorsport 2, aren't they?
They could stop for a pub lunch or something, couldn't
Yeah.
they, and still
Yeah.
get back out in time.
Exactly, and this may help Dark Side Development as well, who have been going very well.
Well,
Last
yeah.
time round, the Dark Side car was way quicker than RJ Motorsport 2. wasn't
Yeah,
it?
they must have had a change from
Yeah.
Team 56 as well, but they're only 53 seconds behind RJ Motorsport 2 now. Let's get down to the pit lane and Lewis Fields.
Oh, thanks very much there. And here we are, we're at Garage 6C with Matthias Redstock. Matthias, you've had an exciting day. Come on, tell us, you're in car number 40, which is the ES Motorsport Team B, or should I say you were. You've had an exciting day. Come on, tell us all.
Yeah, it seems like I managed to break 2 cars, yes. So I did the opening stint of our team and had some trouble with gear selection, getting into 4th gear, right? So I had a race where I basically was overtaking the same guys, like 6-7 cars every lap, and then losing the places again as soon as I came onto a straight. So that went on for about an hour, and then my engine expired. So
Is that the car that's in the other pit?
yeah, so it actually caught fire. So so I had some flames coming out of the back, coming up in the stow. Parked it up at the marshals first. They quickly extinguished it, and yeah.
I believe the commentary is saying that you actually got your own yellow flag out on the way, but
Yeah, exactly. So the marshals first extinguished my car and said, "While I do that, would you mind waving the yellow flags instead of me?" Right. So I was happy to oblige. So.
So then you got back in, and you got back in the A car.
Yeah, so we're left with just one car basically, right? So yeah, we did a quick changeover, refueled it, I jumped in the car. First time I've driven this car, right? Never been on it before. It felt great, actually. Did a really fast time on it, had great fun overtaking folks, and then pretty much in the same spot as the other car, the engine sort of expired. This time not with flames, just more. It wasn't sounding happy, so I pulled up at the same spot, got recovered by the same guys. So
I believe there's a bit of a hole in the block.
Yeah, the first one. Yeah, the hole is an understatement. I think it's cracked into 2 halves, more or less, right? So yeah. Yeah.
I believe you were just telling me it's the first time you've been to the Birkett, so you know, you've had a great introduction. I mean,
it's a fantastic race, right? So our cars are fairly quick, right? Quicker than most, right? But so that makes it quite interesting, right? Because you need to overtake cars and hopefully not catch them in a spot where they slow you down. So it's exciting. Lots of overtaking, right? That's what racing is about, right? So yeah, I just wish I wouldn't have had to overtake the same 6 cars for like 30 laps on the trot. So yeah, love to come back next year. So
well, that's the main. Anyway, thanks very much there. So that's what's happened to. Let's have a quick look at. That's what's happened to ES Motorsport Team B. The car. You can see the car there. It is. A little bit of update on some of the others. Let's have a look. I can't remember where I was now. Oh yes. the track attackers, Team 9. I've been told that Paul Clothier with the Mini Cooper S, he's worn out. All the other cars have sort of stopped. I think the James Mansfield Peugeot 205 GTI is chasing a misfire, but the other two cars, which was the Vauxhall Astra and the BMW 325i, have expired, and the driver has expired in the Mini Cooper. And did have a quick chat with Steve Kimber from Team 60. We better just, if I turn the page, Four Corners, they've also just seeing the other one of the ES Motorsport Cars 31 go out. Steve Kimber was involved in a nasty little accident outside out on the track where one of the I think it might have been Mark Skeggs climbed over the top of him. No, it couldn't have been Mark Skeggs because it's a BMW compact, and I don't think it was a compact. We're not quite sure. I've seen the onboard footage, but yeah, Steve was a bit lucky there. He's been released from the medical centre, given a clean bill of health, but I'm afraid the Mazda 7 car is a bit second-hand, and the rest of them are out as well. That's David Jones, Dave Winter and Colin Marshall. They're all gone. So Four Corners have retired. So that's the sort of update here from the pits. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much indeed, Lewis. While we're hearing from you, M&M Racing are back out into the race, but they had a stop that basically took the equivalent of just over 3 laps. So the order now on scratch at this stage is 57, RJ Motorsport 3 leading with 90 laps, and we've got 54 in the second place. That's RJ Motorsport 1 with 89 laps. M&M Racing third on 87 laps, that's Team 45. Fourth and 56, RJ Motorsport 2 on 83. Fifth and 13, Darkside Developments, 82 laps. We've just done their best lap of the race, by the way. Sixth number 32, that's 7 Series Midlands. Seventh number 12, Trap and Lay Racing Team, 82 laps. Eighth number 63, Triple A's Racing 81. Ninth number 20A Motorsport 81 laps, and then on 80 laps we've got 10th number 21. That's the Billy Boys. We've got the handicap positions we can give you as well. I just saw on social media that the for the hot hatch team, which is Team 2, Callum Hutchins Honda Civic Type R had the gearbox out after qualifying, and they're hoping to get that replaced for Callum to be back out for the last stint of the day. That's for the number 2 team in hot hatch. To give you the official handicap positions after 3 hours, you can see the unofficial ones on your screen at the moment, so we'll see how similar these are. I think they're pretty close actually. But after 3 hours, the official handicap positions had number 13 Darkside Developments leading the way with 83 laps. That's the same number of laps as 12 Trap and Lay Racing and 63 Triple A's Racing. Then there were a whole host of teams on 82 laps. That's 3 Arc Racing, the 1 the 3 Amigos 4.0, 16 Team 348, 61 Rogues Troopers was 7th, 8th number 11 Fuel Shortage 2021, 9th number 33 Racing for Mick, who seem to be running in memory of Mick Nichols, going very well. 10th number 36 Carmel Port Raging Speedhorn. The 11th place car was 23 Autobar Techwell, that's the Ford KA outfit Futura Classico. 12th number 25, 13th number 19 Mini Kiev's, 14th number 15 Carmel Port Team Estabrough Engineering, 15th number 37 Carmel Port Ryan Motorsport Insurance All Stars. And then last 2 teams on 82 laps was 16th 22 St Winifred School Choir, and 17th number 65 Rutex Racing's BMW Triers. And what you can see on screen now is the up-to-date handicap positions, and that's another 27 minutes, he said, because that clock's counting down into the race, and the official order at 3 hours, which is the one that I've just given you.
So as Lewis was explaining from the pits, we've lost a couple of teams. The stricken Elise team, which has lost 2 of its cars, that at least has 1 left running, but they're right down the bottom of the survivors. We are coming up for 3.5 hours. Next time round we'll get to that. And how are those gaps looking? Well, in fact, the first 2 cars are on the same lap, but pretty distant on the same lap. M&M in 3rd place are several laps, 5 laps it looks like ahead of a third of the RJ Motorsports team. So RJ's attempt to land a 1, 2, 3 may require some external assistance, i.e. unreliability elsewhere. But the dark side team banged in that quickest personal lap, doing a grand job. Three amigos are sort of gradually creeping up that handicap order, aren't they, Ian? So they're certainly not out of the equation.
No, 17 teams on the first 2 laps, 83 and 82 laps, so very much all to play for in the remaining just over 2.5 hours of this race for the handicap prize. Anyone's race, as far as that's concerned. There is the Three Amigos car. David Drinkwater aboard, as we said already. Wrapped up the overall and Class C championship for the hot hatches last weekend. Runs in the lowest capacity class within the hot hatches. He's being passed there by 5B, which is the Graham Seeger Alpha 147 GTA. Graham, a long-time racer in the Alfa Romeo Championship, which is run these days by the 750 Motor Club. See Radicals going through, as well as Paul Collingwood again in the Eclipse. There's the scratch race positions now on the timing tower on the left-hand side of the screen, and there you can see it's 1 minute and 51 seconds between first and second now, RJ Motorsport 3 and RJ Motorsport 1. There's Phil Knibb back out for Team 63 though, that's AAA's Racing. We've just had a penalty served as well by car 56, which is the RJ Motorsport 2 team. That's the team that's in 4th position overall. So already 7 or 8 laps down on the leader. There you can see the car is in the penalty area. Just see if there's any information on what that penalty might be for.
So it's a stop and go as such, held in the sin bin, just on the inside of Woodcote Corner by the res control tower. Right, Marcus, I'm going to have another break now, and I'll be back with you for the last hour. Well, there goes Ian, off he goes, and into the hot seat will again come Josh Barrett. So we are now down, we've had 3.5 hours. At 3.5 hours, it's still the 57 team, RJ Motorsport 3, which leads the way. RJ Motorsport 1, the gap between them is almost 2 minutes, 1 minute and 52 seconds, I think Ian told us. M&M Racing is in 3rd place. They're effectively a couple of laps behind, and then 4th. Having served that recent penalty, which might cost them another position, to dark side developments, is RJ Motorsport 2. And the dark side VW and Audi pair, the Parkin brothers, who have used 2 of their cars so far, got a 3rd in reserve that they qualified, are running very strongly, it has to be said, chased by the 7 Series Midlands Caterhams.
What's interesting on the handicap, Marcus, is the top 3 on handicap are all got the same amount of handicap laps. So the cars, the top 3 in the handicap, are sort of actually racing each other in real time. It's 13, 12 and 63, all on the same lap in the real race and in the handicap top 3 overall. But we'll talk about more of that in a moment, because we've got more news on the pit lane with Lewis Bills.
Well, here we are down in pit 2A, and I'm talking to, I've got to get this one, it's a Scott Parkin, and the older of the twins, with Ryan at the moment out there. Well, Scott, I have to say, it's rather ambitious, isn't it, just having 2 drivers. How many cars you got?
We've got 3 cars, but we've both qualified in all 3 cars, so if there's a problem with any of them, we can jump in the other one, so that should work quite well. But at the minute, the Mark II Golf's not very healthy, so that's literally the last backup. You know, if everything goes completely wrong, then we'll use that, but so we're trying to use the TT and the Mark V instead.
So what series do you normally run with?
So we're normally running the MSV Super Cup and the MSV Track Day Championship in the Golf, and just the Super Cup in the TT.
Ah, so it's okay. And after 3 hours, you're actually leading the handicap, so that's a good result.
Yeah, but it's only halfway, so we're not going to start counting as chickens. But yeah,
typical Barnsley boy.
Yeah, this is it. But yeah, it's pretty good. The car feels pretty good. We're a little bit down on the stint time. We were expecting to get at least an hour and 30 minutes in the Golf and over an hour in the TT. But with it being perfectly dry and it's just quality laps every lap, we're sort of down to just over an hour and 20 on the Golf and probably 50 minutes in the TT. So it's not ideal for strategy, but you know, we'll just we'll work with it.
Are you going quicker than you anticipated then if you're using more fuel?
Maybe a slight little bit. We were sort of expecting to be in the low 224s, and I think I just dipped into the 223s, but not much quicker. I just think because it's so dry and we're just on it constantly, it's just using that little bit more fuel. And the TT, we've never run it for longer than 45 minutes, so we had no idea how long that were going to last. And we're limited by how soon it surges, so we've still got quite a bit of fuel in the tank, but it just starts to surge more and more, and then you have to come in.
Yeah, if you surge, you can then detonate the engine, can't you? Because it could, you know, you end up with no fuel in it. But always best to call in, and especially in the Birkett, always best to call in, isn't it, and do a quick change.
Yeah, this is it. This is the beauty of the Birkett. You know, if you have a problem with a car, if you can get back, you can get another car out, and then you've got time to fix it while the other car's out there. So that's why it is really good for cars that are not normally designed for sort of like endurance racing, which we're doing 45-minute races normal, which is still quite a while. We know we're trying to do double that stint, so you know you're going to have some strains on the cars.
All right, Scott, thanks very much. I'll let you get back, so I take you're going to put your helmet on and get ready to go out again.
Yeah, just sit in the car and hope there's no problems. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, hope to see you at the end of the event.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
And you'll have to tell me, are you the handsome one or not?
I think Ryan would say he was the handsome one.
Okay, good to see you, Scott. Cheers now. Thanks very much. So there we are. That's our current leader in the handicap, Scott, and his twin brother Ryan. And like I say, 2 cars, 3 drivers. 3 cars, 2 drivers. Very ambitious, but that's all to play for. Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Lewis. And now they're in 4th overall on scratch as well, because the RJ Motorsport 2 car has been deducted about 20 laps. They're now in 66th overall on scratch, RJ Motorsport 2. So they weren't very close to start with to the top 3, but now they're nowhere whatsoever. And I wonder if that Stephen Lake car, the A Motorsport car, was one of the RJ Motorsport cars, because it looked quite similar, didn't it? And it's been deducted so many laps, it's almost like it shouldn't have been timed as that car. Anyway, it's now very much not in contention. So we've got the Free Radicals out front, and then Darkside Developments now in 4th on scratch and leading the handicap as well at the moment.
And they're only half a minute clear of the 7 Series Midlands, aren't they? And the Caterham's lapping on a very, very similar time scale at the moment.
Yeah, they're not got the same number of handicap laps, though, importantly for them. They're really racing against the AAAs, which are on the same number of handicap laps.
And are a minute behind, minute 5 behind.
But on the last lap was 3.5 seconds quicker, because they got the Sayat back out there, haven't they, which is the quickest of the AAA cars in the 63 team, who have overtaken 12, Prep and Lay lately. So up to 2nd, I guess that would be on the handicap positions, unless somebody on a different number of laps has got closer to them. But it's interesting to have three people right up there on the same number of overall laps as well as handicap laps.
That's proving to be a really, really good contest, and of course we've had stable conditions which really help. We haven't had a safety car situation yet. Again, touch wood, as Ian Sayman did earlier on.
on 82 scratch laps, you've got about 15 cars at the moment, from 17th down to sort of 30th. So there's lots of really similar paced cars, aren't there, in the middle, sort of the mid-pack here. All contact there between the Cameron Elder Civic and one of the Nissan there. They just touched as they went through the second part of Club Corner.
Just a little scrape, wasn't it? And the Nissan dives out and finds a radical there. And pay attention.
It seems to be quite easy to do at that corner through the AA Effecto Club.
Very, very easy to do.
He's got past the Civic now as the Nissan driver. Team PSQ, that was actually for position. They're 24th and 25th on scratch. So that was a battle for position. So into the Nissan was in front at the start of the lap, but the Civic got through obviously before we saw them, and now the Nissan's back ahead again. For, as I say, 24th overall, 69 Team PSQ and Team 2, the hot hatch team. And here they come down towards Brooklands. The Nissan ahead, well, a bit of a bigger gap now, so I think perhaps that car's got a bit more grunt.
Yeah, it was just a graze, wasn't it, by the looks of things? Oh yes, down the side of the door. Yes. It's a tyre-shaped graze.
Yeah, I think it's Cameron Elder. He was involved in the 40-plus hot hatch grid at Snetterton last week, which was obviously pretty frantic racing, so he's probably not unused to having a little touch here and there. And Neil Primrose is back in the Ginetta, isn't he?
Yeah, that's been out for quite a long time. I think it's probably been out for the last hour and a bit, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily stopped and come out again.
We saw one G20, didn't we, for a little bit, but obviously Neil Primrose has come back out. He's 14th on the scratch, so doing really well. And here comes the Nissan and Honda battle for 23rd and 24th overall.
They're working their way around a Mazda MX-5 in the middle of all of that. The black car you see. There we go.
Like it's
69A it is.
Yeah, so driving that one is Charlie Kennedy. I think it's a bit junior sling car racing, I think. He's now pulling away, isn't he, from Cameron Elder in the Civic, I think. Where's he? Oh, yeah, there he is.
There he is.
Taking a wide approach to Stowe Corner. Then only 3 seconds behind the Civic is the Mini Kiev's team, and actually they both passed that on the last lap. So Mini Kiev's number 19, which is the Kevin Fulbrook, Keith Isaac, John Wyatt and Chris Williams team of Minis.
Sounds like they're available from Sainsbury's, Iceland or someone like that.
Absolutely.
Other supermarkets are available.
Well, the 8 Gianetta's back out, isn't it? That turns its way through.
Yeah, that broke earlier on. Or sort of, it ground to a halt pretty much. A 7-minute lap, I think. As it crawled its way back.
So Team 56, driver D has been disqualified from the race, so all his laps have been deducted. So 24 laps at Team 56, driver D has been excluded from the race. So that is the Jason Green. Let's see if we can find out what he did. So that, nothing on there, so not sure. But obviously something severe enough to be excluded. There's a Sayat, the Phil Nib car. That's second on handicap at the last check, and now in 6th position on scratch. 2 minutes 21 on the last lap, which was 4.5 seconds quicker than the dark side Audi TT.
Yeah, and that's the car that can't run that far, according to Brother Parkin, to Scott Parkin.
Yeah, not quite as far as the Golf car.
Maybe the thing that undoes them in the ultimate arbitration.
4th place after 3 hours on the official scratch was Arc Racing, so they're still up there with Ivor Mayers's long stint. Here's the other car that's well up on handicap. That's the Prep and Lay racing team. And that's the BMW, I think, of Paul Wood out there, who's relaying with Russell Dack's BMW Compact and Brian Brantham's E36 M3.
So this is the most modern, the most powerful of them, isn't it?
Yeah,
there it goes, looking good. Nicely turned out car.
Lotus Elise there was using all the curves on the left-hand side of the track. So here's Paul Wood then. I think races in the Thundersloons Championship, which has had a really successful season. We saw them at Castle Coombe, didn't we, Marcus, with the V8s and things like that in the championship.
Dramatic it was. So we've seen a nice mix of racing this year.
The lead car has done a 2:07, so only 3 seconds off the best lap of the race, which in traffic's pretty impressive. So that's the SR10 Radical, Simon Freeman, who is 1 minute 54 seconds ahead of the teammate car.
Yeah, as we've said with those, it pulls 2.3 G.
Right.
It's not that much downforce. 2.3 litre RPE Ford EcoBoost turbo engine. 0 to 60, 2.4 seconds. So. Adequate, I think, is the technical term.
I guess the Ford KA, that takes a little longer.
Yes. Wednesday, Thursday.
Craig Denman we just saw there out in his Lotus Elise Motorsport team, which is up in 8th position now after Stephen Lake's Radical SR3 dragged them up. There's an MR2 out very wide at Club there, but gets back on the track.
3 into 1 at Abbey.
This includes Dan Sylvester, I think, who we were on board with earlier.
Yes, he seems to have settled down a bit now. Now the cameras are off him.
But here's the leader, that's Simon Freeman in the SR10 Radical. Then you've got the Mini there, 51D. That's the Norfolk Mini Racing Team, Neil Clark. Quite a few Minis in the race, isn't there?
Yep, there are Minis, saloons and estates. You've got 2 similar shaped Civics there, going past Sylvester.
Yes.
2C is one of them.
Yeah, so the first one's Cameron Elder, and then the second one I think was Ben Griffiths, who looks a bit quicker. There's the leader, Simon Freeman, into Luffield corner, and then accelerating out of Luffield up towards the line. You can hear the very different note to that car to regular Radicals with that Ford EcoBoost engine that we've mentioned. And the lead gap out to nearly a lap. That was a slower lap with lots of traffic, 2 minutes 11.
And we're down to, we've had 3 3/4 hours. So we've got 2 1/4 to go. A quick looking black Peugeot 205 GTI we just saw go through the screen.
That's 100 laps done now by our leader in that 3 3/4 hours. So that's a milestone to get to. One of the Porsches here in chase, I think, by an MG ZS through the Beckett's complex. 38B is Angus Archer in the Boxster, and that's Cole Green out in the MG ZS, who was a winner here in the summer in the MG Car Club's Cockshoot Cup. He's had a good season, battled for the championship there. So that's the MG ZS making its way up the Hangar Straight. He'll be soon to pass the Daniel Sylvester MR2, who's just been lapped by the Porsche. And then they make their way down into the barrier, hard on the brakes into there. Very different Silverstone circuit nowadays, Marcus, of course, with these much lower corners, which wasn't really a feature of the track at all at one point.
No, in the old days, back in the 60s, it was just a flat-out blind from Copse to Beckett's, a flat-out blind from Chapel down the Hangar Straight. It is now. Hangar went a little bit further. Didn't go onto the infield deviation, which took you down to Vale, but just another slightly dipping straight to Club, which is just on your screen there, and then up to Abbey, and then you kind of had a quick corner there, which took you back towards Woodcote, where at one point they put in a chicane, but saw the likes of Ronnie Peterson in a Formula One Lotus coming through that chicane, arriving absolutely flat out, throwing it in, sliding the car, and going through. But lots of evolutions of the circuit between then and now.
Yeah, that chicane, you see lots of pictures of last lap of Formula Ford races where track limits weren't in rules then, were there?
Exactly, and lots of cars in the fence.
Absolutely. One of the 4040 racing BMW 116s here, and that is Jez Banks, who I think is the owner of 4040 Racing. 116 trophy had a grid of 30 cars last weekend at Snetterton, featuring Harry Newey in his rather change of route in motorsport.
We had a go, he did Brands Hatch, didn't he? And they had a problem with the fuel system on that car very early on. It was one of several cars to have a problem. The same thing.
Another of the Celica's out now to the 7 Motorsport team. That's Kelly Brabin now, I think. So good to see this team of Toyota Celicas, 37th on scratch positions, just ahead of the Three Amigos, the reigning champions at the Birkett. And the rest of the field flow their way then down into Cox Corner. There's Jez Banks in the 116. How are they getting on? So here's the Celica then making its way through, like I say, just ahead of 116. So Team 348, they're 63rd position on the scratch positions. Team of 3 BMW 116s. Jez Banks out at the moment with Louis Woodward and Mark Burton as their co-drivers. Here comes Jez Banks then out onto the Hangar Straight. And on the latest lap he did a 2 minutes 52, which is only a few seconds off the best of that team of cars. A smoky looking Honda Civic here, Ian.
Yeah, that's not looking healthy, is it? That's the 8E car, which is
Richard Harmon.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the CESCC Tin Tops team, which are running 11th position on scratch, which is pretty impressive running from that team, but I suspect this car is bound for the pit lane. I think we've got now the handicap unofficial positions on the left-hand side of your screen, where you can see Dark Side Developments now leading by about 100 seconds over the Prep and Lay racing team. The Three Amigos now up into the top 3 positions. Is this Civic pitting? It is.
It is, thankfully.
It hasn't laid too much load on the track. Didn't look like it was sort of having any moments, did it, on its own fluid or anything like that?
No, so hopefully it was just looking a bit smoky, not putting anything noxious out onto the circuit. So that's the last thing we need, with just over 2 hours to go. Yeah, the Three Amigos on those unofficial handicap standings are inexorably moving up the order, though, aren't they? Really getting themselves into contention for the overall handicap win for the 3rd time in a row.
It's where Paul Hinson and David Drinkwater doing the first 2 stints. I think it's fair to say they're the more experienced drivers in the team. Alan Reid's quick, but probably not quite as quick as his 2 teammates. So whether that might hamper them in the last bit. The Darkin brothers in the Dark Side Developments team have looked pretty strong here, haven't they?
They have.
They've been pretty much at the front, and to be 4th overall on scratch with a Golf and a TT is really, really good going.
Yeah, helped by the disqualification of one of the 56 drivers, of course. I also could see racing for Mick well up there. They've just dropped down to 9th on handicap, actually. Team 33.
If they get a very good result, it's going to be very emotional, isn't it, down there?
I'm sure it was. Well, I think they were leading the class on handicap at one point, but I think they've been overhauled now within the class, unofficially, of course. But we're not too far away from getting another official update to the handicap positions, so we'll bring that to you as soon as we can. But Dark Side Development is doing very well at the moment, and but there is still risk in that team because of the structure they've taken in terms of the cars and the drivers.
Yeah, there's the TT now, isn't it? Just turning its way through Abbey. 2 minutes 26, so perhaps the TT not quite as quick as the Golf. It looks like RJ Motorsport 3 have now got a whole lead lap over RJ Motorsport 1 on scratch because of a pit stop for the 2nd place car.
Okay, so that's putting the 54 car further out of contention. We had, of course, drama as well, didn't we, for M&M Racing earlier, Team 45 as well. With a long stop for them, which dropped them a couple of laps off the pace.
We know with the lead car, though, we've got the 2 slower cars to come, haven't we, to complete the race. Simon Freeman's it at the moment, which is the quickest of the 3 cars, then Charles Graham and Alistair Smart.
The Ginetta looking a little on the slow side. That's the 14A car, so that's Chris Everall.
We've seen this before.
Yeah, so I thought we had.
It was this part of the track as well, pretty much, where it slowed last time.
So it's limping its way around. This is the realistic Rockstar Racers. Chris Everall, Dan Ludlow, Stuart Dayburn, whose TVR is Order Combat, from overhearing the conversation in the pit lane a minute ago. Ben Scrivens and Stuart Emmett.
There's Ash Hicklin just going through, so he has got back out there in the car which lost a wheel when I was last on. So that's the car that's in second place, Team 54, there he is, just turning his way through the loop section. And not appearing in shot is the Ginetta. Oh, Adam Reed's out now, isn't he, for the Three Amigos?
Yes, so I suspect he will do a stint, and then maybe Paul Hinton or David Drinkwater will do another stint at the end, I would think.
Absolutely. And they are now 38th on scratch positions. They've just had a 3:07, so presumably they've just made a pit stop.
Yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it?
So yeah, Adam Reed last year only did about a lap, didn't he? Because he had an engine failure or something.
That's right. A lot of the work was done by his two teammates. You can see, not on screen now, but on one of our other shots, that Ginetta is still crawling around, hoping to get its way back to the pit lane. There it is. Barely at walking pace, is it?
Yeah, last time it was just down the bottom here where it pulled off into the cut-off.
Where are they at the moment in the positions, Josh? I imagine not as high as you might expect that team to be.
I think they failed. Putting the right number would help, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Yeah, down in 31st.
Okay, so yes, you might have expected them to be a bit higher up than that. Had all gone to plan.
In the previous lap, they're only a few hundredths of a second off their best lap of the race. That's sometimes the way, and then the car breaks down.
Yeah. Haston on this occasion. 2 hours, 5 minutes left to go in this 70th anniversary Birkett 6-hour relay race here at Silverstone, which hosted the first race back in 1951.
This is Matt Notterton turning his way through, former Club Enduro champion. He's part of the Storm and Camel Motorsport team, which are running inside the top 10 on scratch.
Yeah, they had a good last stint with, I think it was the last stint, Julian McBride. I think hauled them up inside the top 10 with a good run there in his M3. There's the Auto Tech Motorsport car. They were well up on handicap earlier, but they're not in the top 10 on handicap on that unofficial running order that you can see at the moment.
Yeah, they were 11th on the last hour, so
yeah.
Right, that was the car driven by Andrew Howe, 23C, and they're running 65th on scratch now, so it shows you where others have had problems. Oh yeah, it looks like Arc Racing might not be running anymore. They've only done 59 laps.
Oh,
so
poor River's exhausted.
So they were 4th on handicap on the or 5th on handicap on the last hour, but that's obviously gone adrift now.
A great shame, because we were hoping to see the Arc Sprites, weren't we? Action in the pits.
The lead car's in. Simon Freeman in the SR10 Radical is in, and you can see the team waving out the next car, which is Alistair Smart's Radical PR6. So that goes back out on track. I'm interested to see if RJ Motorsport 1's Ash Hicklin's on the lead lap or not. We'll find that out. Well, there he is. Ash Hicklin is just going to be on the lead lap, isn't he? Just ahead of Alistair Smart.
Yeah, only just by a matter of a few yards, really. 3 cars, I think it is, between them. But what lap times has Hicklin been doing?
The last one was quite slow, 2:18, but he had been doing sub 2:10s, which is pretty strong.
Very strong indeed. Anything in the low 2-minute bracket is exceptional, really. And the Silverstone Grand Prix Circuit. There's Hicklin now. It's on his way past the MR2 and into Stowe Corner. There is Alistair Smart, who's that far away from lapping Team 54 now, that 57 car. Or lapping the team once again, I suppose.
Aaron Cook back out, the MR2 champion by the looks of it. Z cars, they were running quite high up at one point on scratch, still inside the top 20 for the 66 youth team. which is pretty impressive because they're pretty standard cars, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Ed Giddings, Callum Bates and Kieran Powell, the best of the Z Cars teams, the three of them that are here.
And very welcome they are too. They have their own separate competition run by another club.
I think all of them are here, aren't they?
Certainly a good proportion, Josh.
It was a car off, that's Jim Benson, isn't it? He's taken the wide line down into the loop.
Well, once you find that tarmac runoff, you think, well, I might as well just carry on using it because it's probably just as good a surface as the actual racetrack. So if you run a bit wide, it's pretty safer to carry on using it and rejoin. That'd be cool than it is to veer back onto the circuit through the farm curve. So much tarmac surface here at Silverstone.
MR2 rather dwarfed by the Gulf there, isn't it?
Absolutely, so there's Benson, and he's got the MG just behind him as well.
Yeah, it looks like that's the Mark Bellamy car, possibly. The ZR, now for the Cockshoot Cup competitors are in that CMC racing team.
No, good that competitors from the Cockshoot Cup, the MG Car Club, Northwest-based competition. Although these days it runs pretty much all over the country. Good to see them supporting us.
Especially talking of them going to Brands Hatch next year.
That's a bar Lytton Hill. That's about as far away as you could get from the Northwest, isn't it?
Absolutely. But anyways, going well, that championship. 20 plus cars all season. And good to have, as you say, some of them here racing in that all MG team. You've got, I think, an MG Trophy competitor and an MG Cup competitor in there, all joined up. Here's the Primrose Ginetta that keeps on going. It's more reliable now than when it did the championship races earlier in the year.
Does seem that way, doesn't it?
13th Neil Primrose is running in the Pedro team. Not quite sure why it's named that.
I think it's best not to ask. Colin Benham is down in pit lane again, 10B. And he's had at least 3 drives already, I think, today. There's that Primrose Ginetta once again, the berooved, bewinged Ginetta.
19th, by the way, for the Sport Specials team, the Run Baby Run, I think, trio of cars that are left.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well considering, I would say.
The best lap 2:23, which is sort of well up there. Same kind of pace as Dark Side Developments have done, presumably that being when Paul Collingwood was in the car.
Exactly 2 hours left to go in this race. Now, quick rundown on the order. 57 RJ Motorsport 3 leading by the thick end of a lap from 54 RJ Motorsport 1. 45 M&M Racing are third. Fourth and leading Class B, number 13 Darkside Development. Fifth, 32 leading Class A, 7 Series Midlands. Sixth and leading Class sorry, not leading Class B, second Class B is 63 AAA's Racing. Seventh, number 12 Prep&Lay Racing Team. Eighth, number 20 AIM Motorsport. Ninth, number 21 Billy Boys, and 10th, number 53 Storming Camel. And there's, as I say, 10th overall. The best of the Class C cars on scratch, by the looks of it, is 24th overall, and that is number 44, which is the RKC Motorsport team of Honda Civics. Okay, so we just brought up some details of the reason for the exclusion of the driver from team 56, wasn't it? So I know Marcus Pye's been gone down to the pit lane to have a chat and find out what's going on. I'll let him explain all when he gets back. And hopefully get the story from the horse's mouth.
For 5th place on scratch, we've had a change, I think, on the last lap. The AAA's Racing Team 63 are past 32, the 7 Series Midlands Caterham team. So AAA's Racing now 50 seconds behind the Darkside Developments Audi, and lapping 5 seconds quicker on the last lap. 26C here, that is Canet Racing, which is Jonathan Hayes' BMW Compact, who's just behind the Porsche front engine car. I think of the Cragos, Daniel and Alvaro. So they make their way down the Wellington Straight for another time. 107 laps, by the way, done by our leader now, RJ Motorsport 3, Team 57. Lots of different cars here, including the Astra, that's going well here. The RAF Motorsport team, I think. And there's Alistair Smart, race leader, going through there, up towards Luffield Corner. So he's got all these cars to lap over the next couple of laps or so. There's Ash Hicklin. So Hicklin hasn't pulled that far away from Alistair Smart, so therefore he's not, well, a little bit further, but not enough really. It needs to come down at a rate. 2 minutes 2 is the gap, and Ash Hicklin's lapping a couple of seconds a lap quicker than the leader. And there is Hicklin. So he's almost ahead of this train, which Alistair Smart's got to get past on the next lap or so.
Weaving his way around BMWs and Porsches as he goes. Then heading along up the Hanger Straight towards the right-hander at Stowe. And there in the background you can see the Honda Civic, which is 8A, which is the Andrew Windmill Civic Type. He's been a Tin Tops race winner in the past on the CSCC bill.
Yeah, so he's relayed that car we saw smoking earlier on, and they're 11th on the scratch positions.
Again, that is a good effort, isn't it, for a team of Tin Tops. There'll be quicker cars out there, but they've done a good job to be running that high up on scratch, I would suggest.
I guess that goes some way though to show that we've got these smaller engine cars, production cars here this year compared to perhaps previous years.
Yes, that's right. Different balance of cars that we have each season.
The slow car heading down the Hamilton Straight, pulling off to the right hand side here.
It's hard to see who it is though with its lights on.
Is it that Honda that you were talking about earlier?
It's got, yeah, it looks Honda-ish, doesn't it?
Well, the newer Civic. It's like the Ricky Kumba car.
Yeah, one of the RKC cars, and that's a car that's a team that's doing pretty well, isn't it, as well? It's leading its class on scratch in 24th overall. There it is, 44C at the moment. Is that Ricky Kumba, or is it his teammate?
Mark Simmons.
Mark Simmons, so he's got problems. And that's almost entirely white. Civic, apart from the roof. It's red mirrors. Very smart looking thing, but not going particularly fast at the moment.
No, so that's perhaps for the pit lane, I think.
I would think so, and
they've got the Hutchins Civic that's hopefully still going that can relay it. So that's another team, I think, just of 2 cars, isn't it?
Yes. If the team are listening to the commentary, they'll be prepared, be ready to let the next out. Yeah, it's getting socially the white flags are now being waved to warn the drivers that there's a click on. It looks like he's trying to weave around. It's a fuel issue, possibly. Fuel starvation, perhaps. He's just trying to.
Or there is no fuel left.
Well, exactly.
I think the dark side team have been in the pits because they've just had a long lap, so the Golf should be out there now again. So that means got parking back in for Brian. And I think we can hear from Dan Sylvester down the pit lane with our pit lane reporter Lewis.
Well, here we are at the top end of the pit lane, and Dan Sylvester has just jumped out of his MR2 Roadster. Dan, good session?
Yeah, it was hard. Yeah, I've not done anything like this before, so pretty hectic.
So what do you normally do? Just a little bit of sprint racing?
Championship sprint racing, 15 minutes. I've just done an hour, but it went like that, straight away, so yeah.
Yeah, good experience?
Yeah, wicked fun. Yeah.
First time you've done the Birkett?
First time I've done anything longer than 15 minutes, yeah. So I'm sweating. It was good.
Yeah. Doing a longer race, does it give you more time to sort of get into the flow and sort of pick up speed that way?
Yeah, I mean, you can start to learn the track a bit better, but obviously it's a bloody long circuit, so, there's quite a lot of track to try and learn, but yeah, I mean, like I say, it went really fast. The laps just went by and suddenly the pit board was out and it was an hour already done, so yeah, it was good, but difficult.
Yeah, we're inspecting a little bit of a little bit of contact maybe during the session.
There was definitely a bit of contact. Yeah, these, I don't know what they are. The radicals. They're really fast, but they're very rude at the same time. So if the Radical only wants to come and apologise, I'm in garage 12B, right? We can have a word after if he wants.
Yeah, I think we call that a love tap, don't we?
It's fine. I mean, the car's had a few this year already, so no harm done to me. Probably more harm done to him anyway. So.
But other than that, a good session.
Yeah, brilliant. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, and how's the rest of the team doing?
Better than me. Yeah, I was struggling with the car. I don't think I had a clean lap. Every lap I was all over the shop a bit, but yeah, it's been good fun. The team's going really well, so we'll see how we get on.
How did it go during the season in the MR2 Championship?
It went really well. I had a lot of DNF though, unfortunately. Quite a lot of mechanical failures and other things like that, incidents with other people and stuff. So it went really well though. I finished in the top 10, so I was happy with that at the championship.
Oh, well done. And back again next year for the MR2s and the Birkett?
Most likely, yeah.
Okay, Dan, thanks a lot, and hope the rest of... Do you have another session, by the way?
Yeah, I got another session later on, hopefully taking the flag at the end, so...
Okay, we'll look out for you. Okay, and hope to see you at the end of the main.
All right, cool, thanks.
Thanks, Dan, thanks a lot. And back to you in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Lewis. So a new experience, I think, for Dan Sylvester, wasn't it? We've got a Weavy Radical heading down towards Cops there. That's 45, isn't it? The M&M racing team. So whether that's a car out the pitch recently, trying to get its tyres up to temperature, and it's still weaving down towards the Birkett S's. He's not going to be able to do that. Well, I guess he's weaving through here, but through the corner as well.
Yeah, but yeah, you've got to be careful doing that with a busy circuit. That's the team that's in third position then, the M&M Racing team. They are 2 laps behind RJ Motorsport 3, our race leading outfit.
I think that's Joe Crook back at the wheel, who started the car earlier on. We heard from him at the beginning of the programme. It goes up the inside of Cameron Elder's Honda Civic in the hot hatch team. It's running inside the top 25 on scratch positions.
Yeah, so making its way through behind that MX-5 that's trying to be a Ferrari, isn't it? with its livery.
I think that was the Aldo Reety and John Stature at MX-5 Team 59, which is actually called Team 59.
It's almost like if you've ever done a pub quiz and you all get together at the start of the pub quiz and think, what shall we call ourselves? And the originality failed to strike on that occasion. Well, some more original team names. I don't think I've not noticed anyone with anything too obscene this year, but maybe it's just passed me by. Oh, that's the Primrose Janetta that's possibly in a bit of bother. Seemed to be a little bit slow. It's just been passed by Colin Benham's CB Fury there.
Yeah, it's not accelerating off the corner very quickly.
So Primrose in trouble. Civic getting past him as well on the exit, so that might be one for the pit lane as well for Team 58.
But it's speeding up again because it's coming back alongside the Civic.
Maybe it's a gearbox issue, not got all the gears.
I wonder, see what it's like through the slower corners at the hairpins coming up. That'd give us some proof, wouldn't it, one way or the other?
Okay, so it's coming down to hairpin. That looks to carry enough speed into the corner.
It's resolved, whatever the issue was.
Yeah, okay, maybe it was just something intermittent. It's got back past Colin Benham again.
Look, run off on the track though, doing so.
Might lose a position yet, going to lose the place again. Yeah, nothing if not exciting.
13th position for the Janetta, and Colin Benham is where? Oh, they've dropped back to 27th. A 4-minute lap last time, and it's really close around there because you've got loads of cars on pretty much the same lap.
About lap 95, isn't it? Yeah, 96, 95, 94, lots of teams around that. And so an extra long pit stop can really cost you, but we know they're short of cars in that team now, so it's probably not helping their cause.
1 minute 48 is the gap now between the two RJ Motorsport team cars. So it is coming down. I guess if it comes down at that rate over the next 2 hours, we could have a grandstand finish with a scratch victory.
Could well do, but a long way to go before we get to that point yet.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know if we've got the latest official handicap positions yet. So still show that official ones on screen. No, not yet updated. As Luke, there we go, that's better.
Yeah, last time the handicap results took a little while to come out, so whether that might be might continue. But it does seem like with the last one, it's sort of a few teams are starting to stand out as favourites, but sometimes that all then changes, doesn't it, right near the end?
It does, it does.
Now there's the Hutchins car, so that did come out for the car we saw slow in earlier. Oh, that was the other Civic, wasn't it? The newer car that was slow.
Yeah.
The RKC team. There's the first of the Z cars, which is 18th and just done a personal best, 2:29.92. And just 17 seconds behind Team 7, the 7-7s, and just a few seconds ahead of BS Motorsport, Team 31.
We just saw a few seconds ago the Z Cars A youth squad. They've just done their personal best lap of the race as well at 2:29.92, 19th position overall, which is an excellent effort.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Oh, right, we do this occasionally, Josh. We don't really listen to each other. We spot something interesting, oh, I should mention that. And while we're spotting that, the person's saying it.
That's right. There's a car at the beginning of the lap that hasn't come through lately, 36, which is Cap Speed Horn.
Yeah, it's one of the Carmel Porsche teams, isn't it?
Right. Adam Southgate, who I spoke to earlier, Ed Hayes and Andy Porter.
Yeah, a long lap for them, wasn't it? 5:26.
Right, yeah, so they've come through now in 16th, but that's lost them some positions.
Yes, that will have lost them at least 4 or 5 places, won't it? Looking at it, because that's sort of a lap and a half that they've of extra time that they've lost on that lap effectively.
It's Callum Bates in the Z4 who did that lap time. He comes up across the line. He had his wind wipers going, but I don't think there's any rain out there, is there?
Doesn't seem to be when it's overcast. But it's cool.
Looks like Aaron Cook there in his MR2 continuing on his way. 36th now for Rogue Troopers, and Cook's just on his personal best lap, a 2:36.5. So that's another car going quicker, and it has all raced on. Just at the back of your shot, here it comes into the background of your shot, Aaron Cook, who is still just 1 place ahead of Three Amigos. So those two teams that have been together pretty much all race along still are. There is Cook then, 61A, in the team of Rogue Motorsport cars. Rogue's Troopers, and he makes his way down the hangar straight, sharing that team or relaying that team with Alice Topley, Sean Traynor and Daniel Sylvester. So Aaron Cook turns his way through at Stowe Corner after just doing his personal best lap. There's quite a few cars actually, 1, 2, 3 cars I think on the last lap that have done their personal best. So whether that's a sign the track's getting quicker or not, I'm not sure. They've had a change for 4th in the race now because AAA are ahead of Dark Side Developments, which could be important.
Yeah, absolutely right. So that's is it Phil Nebslat in that car?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. So that's probably the quickest car in that team as well, isn't it? So perhaps unsurprising that he's been able to sort of unwind that. That might change back again, I guess, in the later part of the race. So you just saw briefly Nib appearing in the back of that shot, and there is the 13 car, the Dark Side Development car, which is now sort of half the length of the Hamilton straight behind.
Yeah, I think they might actually be on. Yeah, they're on 1 different handicap lap, so I thought they were on the same. They're 1 different. But on we've got now the handicap results after 4 hours, and it is 13 Dark Side Developments leading by 2 laps, or 1.5 laps, I guess it is, to 61 Rogue Troopers. Then 63 AAA Racing, 4th is 33 Racing for Mick, 5th is 37, which is Cap Ryan Motorsport Insurance All Stars, and in 6th is 12, which is Prep and Lay Racing Team. So there's loads of cars on 110 laps, but Dark Side Developments have got this lead, something like a lap and a half.
Yeah, they're going well, aren't they? But they lead Class B as well. Rogue Troopers leading Class C. Class A being led by the Racing for Mick outfit. So the Three Amigos at the moment only in 8th, in 2nd place within Class A, car number 1. and Class D is being led by Preppenlay, isn't it? So all 4 different classes represented in the top 6 positions as well.
Yeah, so 3 Amigos have dropped down a bit, down to 8th. But because they're all on so similar laps, that's almost like when the checkered flag flies, it can make a difference, can't it?
Yeah, but they've all got some work to do in the last 2 hours, or hour and 40 minutes now, to close on Dark Side Developments, who seems to be in very good form.
Yeah, so if Dark Side Developments continue how they've been going, you'd think it's going to be difficult for anyone to catch them, but plenty of time to go, 100 minutes of racing.
I'll be back in 40 minutes. I'll hand you back to Marcus now, who's going to tell you the story of what went on with car 56, if you can.
Okay, so we're here then from Marcus Pye to tell us all about this significant penalty for RJ Motorsport 2.
Yeah, it was a series of flag infringements, I think it's best to describe it as. The driver concerned overtook under a yellow and missed the inboards, etc. So several times. So a larger and larger penalty accrued until his laps were taken away and a 5-minute stop and go imposed. So yeah, that put them out of the running very safely.
Let's hear from the pit lane with Lewis Beals.
Thanks, Josh. Yes, well, here we are down in, where are we? Yeah, 3C garage. Pre and play race team. We've got Russell Dack here. Russell, second in the handicap section with your BMW boys. That's Paul Wood and Brian Branson. Do you think you can do it?
No, it's a hard call, isn't it? It's still, I don't know, it's an hour and a bit, an hour and a half, hour, whatever it is to go. I just done an hour and a half. Paul and Brian have already been out. Paul's out again now, so it's tight. It's down to seconds, I think, so we'll have to see how we get on.
Yeah, well, what we're saying is that Paul and Brian have both got slightly faster cars than your little BMW compact, so they may well grab a bit of time back in the next hour or so.
Yeah, I mean, Paul's cracking on now. I think Paul's knocked about 20 seconds off him since he's been out, and he's been out about 40 minutes, so he's doing quite well. So that must take us down to behind about 35 odd seconds, I think. I haven't had a good look, to be honest, but yeah, we're nearly there.
Is Brian the faster of the 3 cars?
Yeah, he's fast.
Yeah, he's a bit quick, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, we did have another car. Yeah, we had Ben Mason, very good mate of ours, and unfortunately he dropped out, so we had to sort of go back to the drawing board and think, you know, how are we going to do this? But yeah, Brian and Paul have put it out of the bag. I've put some good times in, but the good thing obviously about mine is it'll do longer stint. But yeah, next year Brian's lending me his car for the year, so let's see whether I can drive as quick in a M3 as I can in a 2.5 litre compact.
Oh, that's going to be good fun, isn't it? But anyway, have you enjoyed yourself here at the Birkett this year?
Absolutely loved it. Yeah, it's brilliant. Yeah, I think it's our 4th one. We've raced in the rain, we've raced in good weather, and we've raced when it's a bit overcast like this. And yeah, no, it's great. It is good. And to be honest, you know, for everybody that's watching, the driver standards, I mean, I did an hour and 35 minutes out there, and apart from a couple, you think there's 70 odd cars out there at once. It's been really good. I can't knock it.
Well, that's good to hear, Russell. Anyway, good luck to you and the rest of the team, and we may even see you at the end, might we, on the podium, maybe.
Let's hope so, eh?
All right, Russell, thanks very much. Thank you. And just to back up what Marcus was saying, I too have had a little chat with Jason Green as well in the RJ Motorsport 2 car. Very unfortunate, yes, Jason lost, did transgress, and he put his hand up to me, but he didn't want to have a chat on the record. He said he was a bit contrite, I have to say, but sadly the RJ Motorsport 2 team has lost up to 30 laps, I think, out of that stint that Jason was on. So unfortunate for Jason, he's going to have to watch till the end of the race. So that's the news from the pits. Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Lewis. Flag infringements certainly aren't taken kindly upon, are they, in race control? And absolutely, that should be the case, because that's how we're able to do these local yellow flags rather than having needing to go to safety cars. So
yeah, that's absolutely right, and it's getting really close, isn't it? It's close in the handicap. Up front, it is. What, there's effectively...
I think it was a minute and a half,
yeah.
which means it's coming down, because when
two-thirds of a lap.
When Ash Hickling came out the pit lane, he was just in front of Alistair Smart, so he is catching at a decent a decent rate, and we think that Simon Freeman might be done for the day now, don't we, in the SR10? Although Hicklin's car's smoking here. Every time we say he's going well, it goes wrong. So Ash Hicklin's car, it's leaking fluid, I think, is it? But is there some fluid?
Looks like it onto the exhaust.
Yeah. So Hicklin would catch in at a rate, but he's carried on. He's not come into the pits. He sees his pit board that goes out.
That's pretty bad. It's getting worse, let's say.
So in the earlier stint, he was quick until the wheel fell off. They fixed it. He's quick again.
Yeah, that was. Did we actually find out what caused that?
No, we haven't heard. So I think Lewis will have plenty to talk to Ash Hicklin about when he gets back to the pit lane, because he had that wheel problem in his first stint. Now he's got a smoky car, which turns its way through the Beckett's section. Last week at Snetterton in the F1000 race for other bike engine cars, one of the cars leaked coolant for a couple of laps, and he went on to win the championship by staying out there, Lee Morgan. So
well, everyone else fell off on the coolant.
Absolutely right. So I don't know if that's a similar problem here. It's a, sort of a similar amount of smoke that's coming out the back.
Just bounced over the curbs on the exit of Stowe.
Well, no one's going off yet, I don't think, are they?
No.
But it's only leaking something.
And he won't see that necessarily in his mirrors, because the mirrors are out on the wing pods.
He backed off now, so I think he's realised something's up, hasn't he?
Yeah, either there's something flashing at something's flashing at him, or he's decided that the needle's going down. There'd be a digital gauge, I'm sure, on that.
So that's going to go back the way of RJ Motorsport 3 with a bigger lead, you'd think. So Hicklin trying to get this car back to the pits, because equally you'd like the engine not to go bang as well, because I imagine a rebuild is not cheap. And he's pulled off now, so I don't think he's going to get it back, is he? He only had a
discretion and valour came into that, and now decided that no. Ooh, yep, that's smoky.
So for the second time in this race, Ash Hicklin is stuck out on track, and this is going to give RJ Motorsport 3 a really big lead with just over 90 minutes to go. So I would think, well, it's easy to say that puts them as the favourites, but we'll see how easy it is. It can change, can't it, if you get a problem out on track. So Ash Hicklin climbs out of his car for the second time trackside today, and he meets some new marshals on the other side of the track. Gets back in, I think, that direction of the marshals. Push that car behind the barriers. And again,
easy to push one of those when you're leaning over the side. But
they give him the driver the fire extinguisher.
I think they drive out of the pits with the extinguisher in it. Success ballast.
So again, a good job by marshals to allow us to carry on racing around the rest of the track.
They have done a fantastic job today, as always.
Great to see so many here as well, because it's a really long track to cover, obviously. There's plenty of marshals here, 3 on this post at least. So that is the demise of Ash Hicklin from the race, I think. So same order in the top 3, then AAA's racing now 4 for Henna Darkside Developments and pulling away. And as we heard from Russell Dack, catching Darkside Developments is the Prep and Lay racing team, Team 12, who have got themselves up ahead of the 7 Series Midlands team recently.
Yeah, the last time round they weren't as quick as the Darkside crew.
Here's a 3rd place car, which is the M&M racing team, which are now on the same lap as RJ Motorsport 1. So depending on how quick RJ Motorsport can get another car out there, M&M Racing could be back in contention for 2nd place here.
I guess they'll be watching on their phones and seeing where their guys got to on the streaming.
Yeah, there's a notice Rogue Motorsport. They've got a big television set up with the live stream going out on it.
So this is 45D, isn't it? Doing the chase.
I guess it shows with improvements in technology how different the race is compared to even sort of 10-15 years ago, where communication was pretty difficult, and to be able to communicate with what's happening with your car out on circuit back then, you sort of just realise when you're on the pit wall the car hasn't come past, I guess. Whereas now you can watch it on the screen and see your car's in the gravel or whatever. So the big group of cars, including a couple of Caterhams, coming down towards Abbey Corner here. I think the Billy Boys team were involved in all of that. Team 21, with I think Billy Naird at the wheel of his 420R Caterham now. The top class of Caterham. Quickest Caterham out in racing nowadays. And that team up in 8th position, but a couple of laps behind the 7 Series Midlands crew. Here's Louis Woodward's BMW 116 in sort of factory BMW colours. Making its way up onto the Wellington Straight, Team 16, which is Team 348, because 116 plus 116 plus 116 equals 348.
So let's see where the handicap leaders are lying. 5th, 6th and 7th is the answer overall, and it's 55, 56 seconds now between Crabbenley and Dark Side Developments.
Yeah, on the latest handicap, I don't know if it's where the handicap's been adjusted slightly, is Dark Side Developments have got one extra bonus lap, so they were leading by a lap and a half on handicap.
And in terms of scratch, yes, there's not much between that top 3, as you say.
Yeah. So be interesting to see when we get our next bulletin going into the final stages if it's still Dark Side Developments at the top. But they've had a slower last lap, 2 minutes 28. Now, when we heard from Scott Parkin, he was saying that basically it's qualifying laps all the time, which in a production-built car, that's easier said than done. That's sort of the new philosophy of endurance racing, isn't it? GT3 drivers and such saying you drive flat out all the time.
They've been reading up too much about Le Mans, haven't they? Well, these days the prototype guys just go absolutely balls out from lights to flag.
Yeah, that's right. Some of these cars probably less likely to take it as well as some of the modern factory-built cars. It's what you want here, isn't it? A factory team of GT3 cars. Take on the radicals.
Well, maybe not.
Here's Phil Knibb then, his driver who's in 4th place in the AAA's racing Sayat. Going around the outside, I think it's Julia Penfold's ZR. And puts a lap on her. I think it's out the pits. And he's now 19 seconds ahead of Dark Side Development. So now that Phil Knibb's been back in the Sayat, he's been able to get himself up into the top 4 and pulling away. Lots of tyre squeal up at Stowe Corner by the sounds of it. You've got another of the Sayats here, 47 on the inside is Mike Moraes. And in the older Leon Cupra. There's Maxine Nichols in the middle of this
still
lot.
doing well, isn't she?
They're right up there she is. They're right up there in the handicap positions, in 4th place. So I was saying to Ian, when you're out of the box here, Marcus, that's going to be a very emotional result if they're that high at the end.
Absolutely. No, it's a brilliant story.
So she keeps on her line and lets the quicker cars go through on the inside. That's absolutely what you need to do, isn't it, Marcus? Not wave them through, but just keep on your line.
Stay where you are and don't deviate from your line and let somebody quicker find a way past. Just like someone did when I was doing the Will High 24 Hours here.
Yep.
I was in a Mazda RX-8 and I got hit in the middle of the night by one of those massive V8 powered Marcoses in the middle of the Beckett's complex when he could have waited probably 5 seconds and scorched past on the straight, but his car broke and mine didn't.
That's the thing, isn't it? So that group of cars make their way down, including one of the Radicals. That is 56, I think. So that's
I think it is.
The car that's a long way down the order. In 66th place. We figured that Arc Racing are no longer going, Marcus. So I think Ivan Mayers has had enough laps for one day. So RJ Motorsport 2 is the last of the running cars. And in 65th now, I wonder if this car's running anymore, is the 14, the Relay Istic Rock team, Team 14, the one with the Ginetta that broke again when you were out of the box. So I wonder if they've not got any cars left. There were quite a few cars in that team, because they had TVR Tuscan and a Honda Civic Type R as well.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Tuscan for quite some while.
No.
And
I don't really remember seeing much of the Civic today either. yeah, they're now towards the back. So this might be the most retirements we've had in a Birkett relay. There's 4 that aren't running for sure.
Do you know, I suppose in the years when it's been wet, of which there have been a number, the actual loading on the car is much less. It's much less intense. Yes, you may get ingress of water into electric, so certainly the older type cars, but you're not going to wear them out, put it that way. You might spin off, you might crash, but if you keep it running smoothly, scale your speed back, you will probably get to the end.
Scott Parkin had his hand out the cockpit driving down the hangar straight there.
To signify what one is?
Whether he was trying to get air into the cockpit, but that's probably not an easy thing to do with a tiny little the perspex window they have on that. But this is a really well-built car, though. The pace they're doing, isn't it?
It is.
223s.
Good-looking thing too. It looks the part, and in that kind of black and bronze kind of sort of a Duracell bunny, and.
Only lapping a few seconds slower than Phil Nibb's been doing in the TTR Seat. So, and I think that's on slicks as well, isn't it?
And that's a kind of proper deal, isn't it?
So, and it's obviously Scott Parkin's driving it well. And driving it a lot as well.
Here's a little PR6 radical charging along, which is smart, isn't it?
Yes, and of course he's got a full lap lead now after those problems for the teammate car. Sean Train is out there now, so he's relayed. Here's another to the TCR cars. This is Gary Wardle's version that runs in the VTEC multi-car team, Team 29.
They're becoming more accessible, aren't they? The prices of them come down as the years go past.
Yeah, Charles Grimbush was telling me that one was bought recently for 35 grand, which
is a lot of race car for the money.
This is on board with Sean Trainer, chasing the Seat up towards Stowe Corner, down a gear. Talk us through this, Marcus.
Well, he's round. He's obviously trying to keep the car with as much momentum as possible. Off the curb, not, and down into the Vale. Have to come down a gear again. He's got to watch where the Peugeot is going to go, because he's going to be quicker than the Peugeot power-wise, I would think. And here he goes, trying to line up where's the Peugeot going to go. He stays where he is. It's absolutely perfect. And you can see he's chasing the Seat, probably with little chance of catching, but nonetheless it's still a very good exercise to have someone up ahead of you finding a way through some traffic. This is where he'll be pretty rapid, I would think. He throws the car at Village up towards the loop. They don't have the power of the 2-litre Mark IIs, do they? But they have good handling. They're pretty nimble. There's not a big overhang at either end, so there's they're well balanced.
Sean Trainer was mighty in the final round of the championship at Oulton Park. He went off at Cascade at the start in the down, dropped to something like 15th, and got the lead on the last corner of the race to win the final round of the championship.
Right.
Which
I see his helmet's got the an Anglo-Irish flag on it. He's got half of Ireland and half of the Union Jack. So
it's great to have these onboard cameras at the Birkett for the first time.
Yeah, it is good. Gives plenty of extra footage and gives you a real impression, particularly when there's a lot of traffic around, as to what the drivers are up against.
I think it's got a Caterham not far behind him, so we'll probably see that pass maybe on the run down towards Beckett, so through Cops Corner.
Yeah,
Lots of commitment through here, Marcus.
Caterham's still a bit back. It's plenty of commitment. That's Sean Trainer for you. I mean, that's why he's won the championship in the past. He's always there or thereabouts. That's the whole point, isn't it?
Yeah, full-time champion. But he's been beaten in the last 2 years by Aaron Cook. You can see the Caterham in the mirror now, which should pass pretty easily down the hangar straight, I think.
Yeah, the trouble is one Caterham looks much like another to when you're sitting in a car like this, and whether it's got a 2.4 in it or it's just a little humble 1600, you'll still have trouble from it in the corners.
Yeah, I think like one of the smaller engine ones, isn't it? 'Cause it didn't really catch down the hangar straight, but through the corners, lighter, of course, it can go through.
Yeah.
But Trainer's hanging on, isn't he?
He is. He's not giving the place up, is he?
trainer stays in front, in fact, going down into the Vale. And that is 50A, I think.
Yeah.
So that is John Curry, who's a pretty quick driver himself in a Caterham 310R.
Oh, well, that should be quick then.
Yeah.
It should be fast. But anyway, he's through now. And once he's through, he's left him standing.
Flung his way there into Abbey Corner, didn't he? All over the curves on the approach.
Yeah, here comes a quick Seat.
Now 31 seconds ahead of Darkside Developments. Not sure if that's an indication they've pitted recently or not.
31 seconds ahead. That's 6 seconds quicker last time round. This doesn't look like a stoppage.
Whether it could be traffic easily, couldn't it?
Yeah, very much so.
This is James Alford in the Golf, which races in Club Enduro.
Another very tidy Golf Mark 5.
Its way through the loop section and then passing the John Hobbs car, which is a hot hatch car. So a couple of
two now. Golf Mark 8's on now.
Yeah. That's obviously an earlier car.
Yeah, this is a Mark 5. So and there's Hobbs behind, and the one of the Honda Integras coming past.
I just noticed the M&M racing car just unlapped itself to RJ Motorsport 3. But so they were 2 laps down, so that's just under 2 laps now.
Yes, we saw the two running together coming out of club a couple of laps ago, and it looked that way. But it's an awful lot of ground to make up in the course of an hour and 20 minutes.
8th and 9th across the line. We're separated by 0.8 of a second. I think they changed around on the last lap. A Motorsport team 20 going past 21. The Billy Boys team. There's still lots of cars on a similar laps. On lap 106, there's what, half dozen cars. There's another half dozen cars on 105 laps. So in that mid-pack, there's still these really similar paced cars that are sort of battled for the whole race.
Yeah, it will be, and it'll only be decided when that checkered flag comes out. There's the Porsche that was first into track in qualifying this morning.
Honda Integra here. And that is Alexander Smith in the RAF Motorsport team, who went well at Mannery Park a couple of weeks ago in the final round of that championship. Like always, the armed forces supporting the Birkett well.
Yes, the winners on handicap a few times, haven't they?
Yeah, it's not going a decade or so
in
ago.
the days of Ian Fletcher and his Fletcher Hornet.
There's Sean Trainer.
Which had a big V-twin in it, didn't it? A Suzuki TL or something like that?
Yeah, that's right. I haven't seen that car for a few years.
No.
Now, so here's Trainer down into the loop section. And they are about a minute on scratch ahead of the Free Amigos. And if you remember back into the first hour, they were battling then as well. So
we haven't seen such a big group of hot BMWs this year, have we,
no,
Josh?
There's not many M3s at all, is there?
No.
We got the team we heard from, the Prep and Lay team, which got the Branson and Wood cars, but that's about it really. Not too many other M3s for whatever reason.
That's right. Woods is the sort of the hottest, isn't it? Then the Branson car is an E36.
Oliver Smith's cars here as well, which went well in that first stint. But again, that's an E36.
There were years when we had 4 or 5 teams of really hot BMWs.
Yeah, just 6 M3s in the whole race here. But, it's been like that in Club Enduro as well. We haven't had the M3s have sort of disappeared away from the championship, which is a bit unusual, really. There's still a few of them about, obviously, but not as. But when it started, the Club Enduro Championship sort of had half the grid were BMW M3s. There's Alistair Smart, the race leader, turning his way through Cops Corner. A lap and a half or so ahead of the teammates. RJ Motorsport 1. And then M&M Racing another 2/3 of a lap behind them. One of the Lotus here coming through. That is 20C, which is Daniel Plant, Lotus Exige. And he's going to be lapped by the leader down the Hanger Straight. The Prep and Lay Racing Team have just done their personal best lap of the race, a 2:18.83. And at that rate, they will catch Dark Side Developments pretty rapidly, because on that lap they were 8 seconds faster. So I wonder if that means Brian Bransom's out there now, who they were saying is the quickest of the team in his E36. He's joined up with the Lucky Kira clan this year, and I think they've developed that car a bit. Oh, the Ginetta's back, the G55's there, so they've got that fixed again. Until half an hour ago, that was slow.
It had the slowest lap of the race about an hour and a half ago, didn't it? So that's 7 minutes and something. It sounds like it's restored to its full glory now.
The last lap was 50 minutes. So I think that's the only car that's running for that team now. And they are in 66th position, the last running team.
So they've wrested last place from the Radical that got all the penalty laps.
That's right. They both might pass the KA team, though, because they're only a couple of laps behind them. If the cars keep running, which I guess it might be a big if with that car.
That MGB's been out quite a few times, hasn't it? The Peter Samuels car.
Yeah, that's right. So he's making his way here up towards Birkett, just behind one of the Porsches, and turns his way then into the S's here, with an Alfa Romeo behind. Keeps up with the Porsche well through the corners, and I'd suggest that the V8 power should help it down the hanger straight. 39C then, Peter Samuels. He's in the team with the Corvette and the Mustang.
I think you tend to forget how good MGBs were, even in their sort of small engine versions, and even these days, a really well-driven MGB can get into the top dozen or so of something like the Spa 6 Hours.
Yeah.
Purely by hanging in there to the end. If you get a really well-prepared car with 2 or 3 quick drivers, then that can easily happen.
I think the team of MGBs won the Birkett a few years ago. Yeah, here Tom Smith, James Cottingham, Michael Johnson and Bob Luff in 2005.
James Cottingham, who won this year's Spa 6 Hours with...
not in an MGB.
Not in an MGB, but he did one in 2003 in an MGB with Ollie Bryant, and they won in a GT40 this year.
Yeah.
Ollie Bryant has also history in this race, having competed 3-4 abreast, one in the Great Circle route through the gravel. Yes, Ollie Bryant, some of his early races were done in the AC Cobra here,
right?
With the AC Owners Club teams. And his dad Graham got him into racing for early stages of his career.
I guess he was doing British GT at that time as well, because he started that pretty early, didn't he?
He's now, I mean, unbelievably, he's now in his later 30s, and he's been racing for 20-something years.
Just watching there, Luke Plumbers in the Ginetta G20, so he's relayed Neil Primrose. And
you've got a Plumber and a Plumber, haven't we?
Yeah, that's right.
Isn't Plumber a plumber? Just as a matter of interest.
Let's
do some Formula 4.
Yeah, that's right. 13th they're running, so G20 team still well up, which is a good effort. That's the leader then.
Yeah, last time round at 2:17, 2:11 for the chaser.
I guess now they can just take everything calmly, can't they? No risks in the traffic.
Yes, so he won't go to the end, presumably.
No, we should have the second run for Charles Graham, who in the SR3.
In the red Daytona SR3.
Of course, the sponsors of the team let him take the flag, I guess, is the thought process here.
Well, like Gianbero Moretti when he won the Daytona 24 Hours in the 333 SP Ferrari, he called the leading car in 15 minutes from the end, climbed in to finally get there, having almost won it in 1970 or 71 in a 512 Ferrari. Gianbero Moretti, founder of the Momo steering wheel company. And you saw a Momo wheel on one of the cars we rode it on board with earlier on.
Yeah, still plenty of them about, aren't there? There's the 1 Series BMW, the Stormin Camel Racing team, that are running inside the top 10 on scratch. They're sort of the first of those cars which are really close together, just 24 seconds ahead of the CSCC Tin Tops team. You've got lots of cars on similar laps, not far behind. back to the Stobart Fun Cup car, isn't it? There.
Yep.
Ahead of the Mark III Mazda.
That's Colin Kingsnorth in that Stobart car, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a long lap there for the M&M Racing team we've just seen, just under 5 minutes, so they've fallen over a lap behind second place RJ Motorsport 1 again. So, where the lead car seems to be keeping out of trouble, the other two every now and again have a long lap, which puts them away. Ooh, big weave out of club corner there as I think the Clio gets down the inside of the Mini. To avoid running into the back of it. Well, they're both passing Mark Burton's 116, which is up for sale. So an interesting race to bring your car in to try and sell it, I think, because there's quite a bit of risk here with 69 other cars. Oh, there it is, the Mark Burton car, the second, the BMW, there it is, with big for sale sign on the side and on the back. Perhaps it's hoping anybody that passes it might see and think I'd like that.
Seen plenty of TV advertising.
There's Ryan Branson, so he is out in
Branson's really pushing on. The M&M car, yes, it may have lost a minute and a half or so on that last lap, but it's unless there's a major problem, they're so far ahead of anybody else, and they're headed by Triple A's in fourth place in 63, that it won't be an issue.
So here's Branson then turning his way through Luffield Corner, 2:19 on the last lap. I think he's the quickest of any of the sort of the Tim Top type cars, the non-sports cars. 2 minutes 18.83 his best, which is 900th quicker than the TCR Seat, which is pretty mighty, really.
Yes, he's got a lot more power in the BMW, but he doesn't have a lot of the technology.
Well, they must have lost a bit of time in the pit stops because he's 2 minutes behind Darkside Developments. So it's a pretty big chase he's got to do here.
Here comes Branson then in that bright orange BMW, the Norfolk driver.
Yeah, he was racing at Snetterton last week for the 750 Motor Club in a couple of series.
He's now ahead of him, red Ginetta, the Chris Everall car.
Triple A have pitted, and now they're only 5 seconds ahead of Darkside. So for 4th and 5th, for the best of the non-sports cars on scratch, might be interesting to catch up on, see who's gone out for Triple A's, because that would have been Phil Nib in. So perhaps the Lotus Europa might be back out. And just 5 seconds ahead of the Parkin brothers. And so they're 4th and 5th, and we're watching the 6th place car, Ryan Branson up over the curve through Club Corner, putting a lap on Colin Kingsnorth. I don't think we're too far behind there. The two that are 4th and 5th, it's the Etheridge BMW, so that's the 4th place car. And then coming through next is Scott Parkin, so that's 4th and 5th together in shot on the same lap on scratch positions. A BMW turning its way into Abbey Corner. It's the Etheridge car, and then going after them is Scott Parkin in the Gulf. Here's the BMW then. See if we can work out which driver it is.
The 63E.
That will be Christopher Etheridge in the E46 M3. He turns its way through the loop section. And we shall see if Scott Parkin can catch him. And of course, this is the outlap for Etheridge, so getting everything up to temperature. How did you find that in long distance races, Marcus, when you come out the pits cold and into a hot race?
It was quite something. I've only done a couple of reasonably long races, the 24 hours being the longest. And when you go out in the middle of the night and it's sort of not very clever conditions, etc., and you're absolutely shattered already, it's quite something. But you settle in, you focus very quickly. And what's interesting is in a long distance race, you feel that you carry the responsibility of the whole team, not only your teammates on track, but the crew on the pit wall, in the pit garage, etc. And you know that if you screw up and you slide off or you do something silly, then you're not just spoiling it for yourself, you're spoiling it for everybody. And that is something that was quite interesting. In fact, it was our quickest driver who kept throwing the car off, which is why we ended up second in class.
Scott Parkin did a slow lap because he dropped away. 2 minutes 32 there for Parkin, because he looked like he was getting quite close, and now he's falling away. So not sure what happened in the second half of that lap to Scott Parkin.
Just have been trapped behind some other cars. inopportune moment. There's the red BMW that he's chasing. Where's parking in the background?
It's a much
anywhere.
bigger gap, isn't it?
There he is, I think. Just coming onto the straight now.
So it's sort of gone in the direction maybe we didn't expect. Not helped with that slower last lap, whatever it was, whether it was traffic or there's something else at play here. Because I guess we know the TT does less than an hour, so he'd be keen to keep going for another 10 minutes or so.
Yes, absolutely. But where is parking then?
Starting to look concerning, isn't it, for our handicap leaders? Where are they?
It was over at Beckett's we last
It
saw.
stopped, it stopped.
Oh no.
The drama. So this is our handicap race leader, the Dark Side Developments team, Team 13, Scott Parkin, who was slow on the last lap. He didn't come into the pits, but that was a mistake, and he's getting out the car. And his brother Ryan Parkin will be in the pit lane. He'll be seeing if how quickly he can get out onto circuit, because it's absolutely vital that they don't lose much time here.
And we know the other car won't run an hour. And we've got an hour and 6 to go.
That's right, and the car's in a place where it can't be recovered, can it? Not there. So the Mark II Golf might be needed. And this really throws everything up in the air on the handicap race, because on the last hour, on 110 laps, there were 7 cars. So we said it, you just can't count anything out, can you? So there is Scott Parkin. I think he's got a mobile device out to let them know back in the pit lane that the car's not going anywhere. So we should have to look out to see if the TT is out on circuit at all.
They can hitch a lift back and climb into the Mark II, which we know is not working very well.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a bit sick.
So real drama here then. So that last slow lap wasn't a traffic issue.
No.
And the big thing is he didn't come into the pit lane. He decided to stay out and hope the car would sort itself out, but it obviously has not.
And they were running fifth on scratch, weren't they? But leading handicap by quite a decent margin.
Yeah, so our unofficial order would suggest that AAA Racing could come to the top. Here they are, the Etheridge BMW. He's just on a 2:30, so he's much slower than what Brian Branson was earlier, which could bring others in. And look, the RAF Motorsport team, they're up there, the Prep&Lay Racing team as well, the Mini Kievs, and the Free Amigos, they're inside the top 6. So this is very much all to play for here going into the final hour or so of the Birkett Relay. And we've had drama for one team, and this is the point, especially when you've got not many cars in a team, Marcus, where the cars start to falter, don't they?
They start to wilt.
That's right. They've done so much running over the course of the day, because that Park and Golf had done probably about 3 hours already, hadn't it? As it was doing longer stints. We haven't yet had a glimpse to see if the TT is out there, have we? We haven't seen that yet. Whether Ryan Parkin has noticed what was going on. So this is our potential new handicap leader, which is the...
it's Christopher Etheridge, isn't it? And that's 46 M3.
Yeah, and sharing with Andrew Etheridge, Phil Nibbs Sayat, and Andrew Rath's Lotus. So that car turns its way onto the Wellington Straight.
See how those big BMWs run an awful lot of negative camber on the front wheels, make those tyres work.
Just lapping Maxine Nichols, who's well up there in the handicap on our unofficial timing chart, 7th position. Lots of tyre scroll going on at Luffield off the effects mic there. Lots of cars here running on treaded tyres on this one tyres. Not many slick shod cars, I don't think, here, except for those right at the front of the field. Darkside have come through in 6th place, 4.5 minutes lap, so they're falling behind the Prep&Lay Racing team. So on the scratch positions, they've only lost 1 place in all of that, but they've lost about a lap, which is the important thing. So they were leading on our last hourly bulletin by a lap and a half. If they've lost a lap, that would suggest that they could still be in there. There's a TT.
It's just gone past his brother, who's all parked up.
But the bigger, so are they going to try and sort of lift and coast to get the TT through the 65 minutes?
They won't do that and not lose out to the BMW if Brian Branson can run. Is it Etheridge or Branson they're worried about here?
Yeah, so it's Etheridge in the car at the moment, isn't it?
Can run to the end potentially.
And then whether we're going to get some of the other teams in, we get the official bulletin out soon for the final hour. But it's, I think, now looking all very close.
It was 141 seconds and it's down to 21 seconds.
Right.
So on 136 laps.
So that's a real chase then, isn't it? The Etheridge car, which actually on the last lap markers only did a 2 minutes 29.
Okay.
The TT can go quicker than that.
Yes, it's now on its first flyer, isn't it? So what he doesn't want to see is big red and yellow M3 appearing in his mirrors. If you can see anything in the mirrors through that wing.
The other one is a third place car, which is the Prep and Lay car, which is lapping much quicker than both of them, 2 minutes 19.
There's yellow flags at Brooklands for something.
Okay, so yeah, so the third place car on our handicap, the Prep and Lay car, is the quickest of the three cars at the moment, 2 minutes 19.
That is Branson, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. So we could have a situation here where third is catching second, which is catching the leader.
That'll excite Lewis as a Norfolk man.
So there's the Etheridge BMW just going through, 21 seconds adrift off the handicap leader. Safety car boards. So that's what the yellow flags were about. The safety car's being called presumably to clear the parking gulf. So that's really going to mix everything up, isn't it? It means that the handicap will have to be adjusted to account for this first safety car period of the day. I guess it shouldn't take too long. So there is the safety car. It's important now who it picks up, isn't it? Because if you're in front of the safety car, you can basically gain a lap back.
It's picked up the dark side TT.
So that's sort of spot on for the handicap leader, isn't it? Well, it has what the police car, safety car's picked up. So what it means.
And there it is. There's the red BMW.
So there's sort of 6 cars between them, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then the Prep and Lay racing team, I think, will be on the same lap, sort of at the back of the lap.
And in this situation, so led into a race, and we are exactly an hour to go now. It doesn't really matter what they pick up in terms of any competitor.
But say we've sort of picked up the perfect people for the handicap, and what this will mean is this could help the fuel mileage on the TT, couldn't it?
Exactly.
So we've got a really interesting, I think, final hour of the race to look forward to, Marcus, which Ian Saman will talk with you all about it.
Yeah, this is intriguing, and here we go. This first safety car, 5 hours into this 70th anniversary Holly Birkett 750 Motor Club 6-hour team relay race, back where it all started at Silverstone in 1951. And I've gone past the stricken Scott Parkin Golf for Dark Side Developments, and it's his brother, twin brother Ryan, who's in the car which is directly behind the safety car.
Yes, it's taken 5 hours, but we do finally have a safety car out in this race then, and it's a crucial stage of the race as well. Let's go down to Lewis in the pit lane. He's got an interview.
Hi guys, just to keep you updated of what's going on with the Dark Side Developments car. Well, that's the race for the handicaps, isn't it? It was Scott Parkin, as we know, who parked up the Audi TT. He's actually, well, so at the moment Ryan is out on track, but Scott has got to come back and jump in to the Mark II Golf, which is earlier in the interview. Early in the day when I interviewed him, he actually said had a problem. At the moment, he's making his way back here as quickly as he can to pit 2A to jump into the Golf. And as the speculation was, maybe the Audi can only do 50 minutes. Maybe with a safety car, they might be able to stretch that a little bit longer. Will that be long enough? But at the moment, the team has got the Golf going. It's running at the moment. In the background, I can just hear it. And a little further up, 2-3 garages up, is the Prelay racing team with the BMWs, with Russell Dack behind the wheel of the BMW Compact that he's competing in today. So he's thumbs up. He's all hopeful that he'll be able to bring home the Team 12 car in the lead. But he's got to move Team 13 off the top of the handicap list, and I think that's going to be a tall order. But obviously, all to play for down here in the lower end of the pit lane. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Lewis. Yes, there's the car. The car's being towed back, and Scott parking then heading back to Garage 2, as we heard, and we'll be there ready and waiting to get out in the Mark II Golf, should that be required. It might depend on how long this safety car period lasts for, but I suspect it won't last for terribly long, because they'll presumably take this car off, or they're taking it off here at Stoke Corner, aren't they? So circuit will now be clear, and you would think the next time the safety car comes up to complete a lap, it will dive back to the pit lane mark.
How's he going to get the lift back to the pits, I wonder?
Well, that's another matter, isn't it? If we'll get
an Uber.
Yes, there's an app for that, and either that or it's getting his running spikes on, isn't it, to get back. So we're on board here with the 41 car at the moment. It's a Type R, and 41 is the Army Sports Car Racing team. So that's either Richard Palmer or the Blair Thompson car. Not quite sure which one it is that's out there at the moment. It's Blair Thompson's car, I'm told, that we are on board with. That's what's behind the safety car, but not for much longer, because the green flags are waving. The safety car board's getting back in. There goes the safety car heading down the pit lane. So it was only out for 6 or 7 minutes, wasn't it? And we are back under green flag racing, so that won't be too much of an adjustment to the handicaps, I wouldn't think, because that's 6 minutes out of 360.
Yeah, it wasn't even a lap and a half, was it?
No. So there's Maxine Nichols as well. She's heading down the pit lane to hand over to one of her fellow drivers in the Racing for Mick team, either Malcolm Edison or Jim Mew. A few drivers choosing that safety car to make their stop. By the looks of it, there goes Steve Simpson back out into the
They'd
race.
had their crystal balls out that came in last time round, wouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the car that's now gunning for that 5th and 6th position battle, isn't it?
Yes, that's Chris Etheridge.
Or 4th and 5th, I should say. 4th, 5th and 6th. Chris Etheridge, the Triple A's racing car.
And it's the length of the veil, really, isn't it, between the two of them? As BMW be next into sight. Here he comes. Doesn't look to be in a terrible hurry at this point, is he?
No, just reeling the laps off constantly and consistently.
So there's the length of the Hamilton Straight between these two duelists for the handicap honours.
Yes, so well.
Not to say others aren't still in it, because they are.
No, we'll get the official handicap update in a few minutes, I should think, as soon as it's refreshed and uploaded. We'll bring the handicap positions to you. But there we see the 63 car, the Triple A's racing car, the E46 M3, Chris Etheridge at the wheel at the moment. And not too many cars around him right now. There is the Ryan Parkin Audi TT, and he's not got too many cars around him either, by the looks of it. There's the Etheridge car, just coming over the slight crest on the Wellington Straight. Turning now through Brooklands, and now the right-hander at Luffield, double right-hander here, and out into Woodcote Corner. So yeah, it's more than the length of the start and finish straight now that the 63, well, the 13 car has, back to the 63 car, but that's really going to play out for handicap positions as well. 53 minutes left to go in this Revendine Motorsport Insurance Birkett 6-hour relay race, 70th anniversary running of the event. It was inaugurated in 1951. I reckon it's the 73rd racing. There was due to be another one in 1987, but that was cancelled due to bad weather. I think it was around the time of the Great Storm of 87.
Ooh, the Mustang has got all smoky. The 39 car.
Yeah, that's Team Billy Bob, isn't it? That's Alan Lee's car.
That's fortunately very close to the pit entrance, so it hasn't spread whatever it's dropping very far.
It's a relief to all concerned, I think. Out front with 52 minutes left, it's still 57. RJ Motorsport 3 leading on 135 laps. Well clear of 54. RJ Motorsport 1 in second place. They're lapping in similar sort of lap times at the moment. 13:45 M&M Racing, 4th Team 63 Triple H Racing, 5th 12 Prep and Play Racing Team, 6th 13 Darkside Development, 7th 32 7 Series Midlands, 8th number 21 Billy Boys, 9th number 28 Motorsport, and 10th number 53 Storming Camel. And there are, I think, 17 laps between the car in first and car in 10th, and we're looking at the leading car.
Yeah, this is the Radical SR10, which I think is the first time I've encountered one, and good to see something a little bit different out there in the team. It looks different, certainly, and it's a different configuration of engine, gearbox, etc. At the back. More than 400 horsepower, about 425 horsepower in a lightweight sports car.
That's extremely good power to weight ratio, isn't it?
Absolutely.
No wonder it's lapping in low 2 minutes.
Caterham went screeching through Brooklands ahead of it, and he did wonder whether it was going to get round, but it has done. Yeah, it's got one of those bullet-like changes.
Yes.
Gear changes. He's a change gear like a Formula 1 driver.
Yeah, and able to pass slower cars with great ease.
At will, yeah, exactly. And last time round, a 2:10 for Simon Freeman in that car.
RJ Motorsport with 3 teams here, of course, albeit one of those is now well down the order after the issues Team 56 had. But RJ Motorsport, V2.0, finished second on scratch last year, and the sole RJ Motorsport team finished second in 2019. So I think they are looking for their first win as RJ Motorsport on scratch, which they ought to get. They've got 2 possibilities now, in first and second places.
And no one else very close, in fairness.
No, exactly.
45A, that's the 3rd placed M&M Racing car.
Yes, that's right. So 45A is Matt Jones. Making his way through, very busy.
Yeah, it's interesting how everything gets compacted, and it then for a couple of 3 laps becomes really populous in the corners.
That's right. So the Radical teams out front lapping in 2 minute 12, 10s, 2:12, 2:15s at the moment. Some probably 20 or 30 seconds quicker than a lot of the cars out there. Picking up on the number 41F car at the moment. That is the Honor Sports Car Racing Team. So that's Blair Thompson. That's the car with our camera on board. You can see it's got the registration plates on the front of the car at least.
Simpson's Peugeot ducking out past the Shilton garage car.
Right, I've got some official handicap positions after 5 hours now, so let's give you the update on those. So at the 5 hour mark, it was the Triple A's racing team on 139 laps out in front. So that's Team 63. Then on 138 laps we had 43 RAF Motorsports. Well, they've been there or thereabouts towards the end of the Birkett Relay in the past. So they're on 138 laps. Third, number 12, Trap and Lay Racing Team, also on 138. Fourth, number 1, the Three Amigos 4.0, 138. Can they make it a hat-trick? Fifth, number 61, Rogues Troopers. They are also on 138, and then you've got about 12 or 13 teams on 137 laps. They are as follows: 16 Team 348, 19 Mini QEFs, 65 Bootec Racing's BMW Triers, 22 St Winifred School Choir, 23 Autobar Techwell, 13 Darkside Development. So that's where they had dropped to from first at the 4 hour mark to 11th place. Then 33 Racing for Mick in 12th, 41 Army Sports Car Racing 13th, Futura Classico in 14th position, 15th 59 Team 59, 16th 55 Golfers, and 17th 36 Carmel Porsche Raging Speedhorn. And those are the cars on 137 laps. As Lewis Spears has come out to look over my shoulder to look at those handicap positions and work out who he needs to go and chat to in the final 3/4 of an hour of this race. We've been on board with Blair Thompson while I was giving you that handicap running order, and now we are watching cars heading up the Hanger Straight for the because the lead 138th time.
Fastest of all those cars on the straight, not surprisingly, is the big Ginetta of Chris Everall, which is behind the two cars you're watching now. There it is, big red Ginetta. They overtook 4 or 5 cars down the straight, but has now got boxed in by a BMW. It's going to squeeze round the outside. Trumpet on grunt coming out.
So Janessa heads into Abbey once again. You can see on screen now the unofficial handicap positions. So we've given you the official positions after 5 hours. We're now another 14 minutes beyond that. It's still showing AAA's racing ahead, but Prempton Lay racing team have moved ahead of RAF Motorsports unofficially. We will of course defer to the official positions at the end of the race. Hopefully we'll be able to bring those to you before they go up out. It just depends on how quickly our handicap and timekeeping team can pull all of that information together. There's the Nissan of number 69 D, which is Gary Findlay. Smart looking car for Team PSG.
It's going to go towards 160 laps, isn't it, if there are no further interruptions?
Yeah, perhaps not quite getting there. Yeah,
158-ish.
Yeah, something like that. That Nissan has got some the sign of some battle scars on the driver's side, hasn't it? There,
yes.
Wheel marks.
Yeah, all amidships.
So yes, handicap race still very much to play for. Scratch race, perhaps not quite so much, with RJ Motorsport 3, Team 57, well out in front of the rest. You can see the lights on the car starting to take a bit more of an effect now, as that Radical comes down throughout the leading Radical.
7 Series Midlands, Team 32, 47 seconds behind Darkside, and at the moment they're having very similar times, aren't they?
What to watch for is the battle for fourth, because Prempton Lay racing team are 32 seconds behind AAA's, but on the last lap they were 11 seconds faster. So
yeah, and that's as long as Brian Branson keeps going for Prempton Lay, they're in with a pretty strong chance of nicking that place.
Yeah, 4th position overall that would be. And there's someone serving a penalty.
That's the Kyle Henney Porsche, isn't it?
Yes, that's in the penalty area. And
Class 15.
About to be signalled back out again. So there's various reasons why you might be called in for a stop and go penalty.
It's normally an overtaking under yellows.
It could be,
and it can easily be inadvertently.
Yeah, it could be overtaking under the safety car, which might well be the case. Things we've just had a safety car, or excess speed in the pit lane is another one.
It's overtaking when the safety car pulls off before you get to the timing line. That's another no-no.
There's another lovely looking Porsche. That's the 35 B car. So that's Tom McHugh in the 944 S2. We've seen him out in the Carmel Porsche races during the course of this season. And the Carmel Porsche have had a mixture of races with 750 Motor Club and other clubs during the course of this season. But good to see they've got several teams representing them here in the Birkett 6-Hour Relay race to round out their season.
The Prep and Lay team has just done its best lap last time round, isn't it?
Yes.
2:18. That's really pushing hard.
And again, that's 10.5 seconds faster than the AAAs, so that gap down to 22 seconds now. So give them 2 more laps, 3 more laps. Those 2 cars could be together, so we'll try and pick up on the 12 car if we can in a moment. All the other cars setting good lap times at the moment is the team in 8th position, number 20. That's the AIM Motorsport team, because they've done the Radical back out again at the moment. And they are a lap or so, remember, close to 2 laps behind 7 Series Midlands, so the 8th might be about the limit of their ambitions, I suspect, in this race. Primrose Genesi goes through. Vale, there's the more modern Genesi G55 as well. Staying up the Vale, now we're looking down the Hamilton Straight towards Club Corner. Last corner on the Grand Prix Circuit when the wing pit lane is used. But, of course, for the Birkett 6-Hour Relay race we use with the national pits. Let's go down to hear from Lewis once again.
Thank you very much there, Ian. Yes, we're down here in the RAF Motorsports team in Garage 9C with Brian Watson. Good afternoon, Brian, and welcome back. Mind you, we do this nearly every year, don't we?
We do. It's been, what, 15, 20 years we've been doing this, and it's always nice to be back. 750 run a cracking race here, and we race with them all year, so this is a really good end of season for us. Yeah, and second overall handicap after 5 hours. You're always there or thereabouts with the Royal Air Force boys, aren't you? Yes, we are. There's an extra spice this year because it's an inter-services, so we're against the Army and Navy as well. So we're racing them and obviously aiming for the handicap trophy. So it's going well so far, and it's been a good day.
Well, that's good. Are you team managing the RAF boys?
Well, I like to keep my hand in, but obviously as chair, I am responsible for all 7 disciplines we run, including esports now. But I can't not come to this event because it's superb, and I can't not get involved.
Yeah, because all the way down there is all the RAF boys and the Army and the Navy, everybody, isn't it? Yeah. And you've had a series with the 750 Motor Club this year, haven't you? The Armed Forces Challenge.
Yes, the race challenge we do with 750 is a really great event for us because they work very closely with us, and the 750 look after us. As a motor club, they understand the challenges we have with getting out for events, and they've given us some cracking races this year to support.
Yep, so at the moment, obviously, it's Alex Smith, who's at the moment? David Russell.
Yeah, David Russell is one of my youngsters. I can say that about most drivers now, but he's one of my youngsters who's come on leaps and bounds over the last 2 years, and I've got 2 young guys out there who've really put the laps in this year, so I'm really pleased with them.
So, who's going to do the last stint for you?
Fingers crossed with the car that's out just now.
Oh, no more pit stops. So, do you fancy your chances at the end?
That safety car probably helped us a bit, compressing up the field. We don't know. As you know, it's Birkett, anything can happen.
Okay, Brian, great to talk to you, and great to see you and the team back again and for another year, and hope we're going to see you on the podium later.
We hope so, but thanks for having us again.
Okay, thanks very much, Brian. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks very much to Lewis Beals down there. Good to hear from the RAF Motorsports team. We are on board with an Army car now. It's Blair Thompson, and he's getting past one of the Rogue Motorsports MR2s there in his Honda Civic Type R. Just having a look in the mirror. The Army Motorsport car, in terms of the overall position, is running in 48th position out of 70 cars that start at the moment, although we've lost quite a few cars now along the way, or a few teams I should say. As this is the situation for, I think, 4th and 5th position now. Yes, it is. That's the 63 car, and they've been caught now by number 12. That's Brian Branson out there at the moment for Prep and Lay Racing. So this is the battle for 4th and 5th. I'm not sure it's going to be much of a battle though, because as they come down the Hanger Straight, the number 12 car gets ahead and up into 4th position in the scratch race. Prep and Lay Racing, they're also 3rd on handicap, so continuing to look strong in the handicap classification as well. And this is also the battle to be the first non-radical team.
It's been amazing because Branson's taken 10 seconds out of his rivals, 10 seconds again, 5 seconds, and now he's through. And he's absolutely charging in that E36.
Yeah, last lap was another personal best as well, a 2:18.03. That's for the team as well as that particular driver. And put that in context, the third place Radical's doing 2:19s at the moment, so he's lapping faster than the Radical, one of the Radicals that's out there as well. He's absolutely flying along. It's a great effort, this from Brian Branson. I mean, the 10 laps behind the car that's in 3rd place, so 4th place will be as far as they can get now, I think. But nevertheless, a great drive to get a good scratch result. There's the potential that a good handicap result could come out of this as well.
Yeah, very much so. Absolutely superb piece of driving in the last superb stint from Brian Branson.
The car that's on the car's going well at the moment is the Team 36 and 15. That's Carmel, Porsche, Raging Speedhorn. And I'm not sure who's out for that squad at the moment. It's either Adam Southgate or Ed Hayes or Andy Porter. They're 15th at the moment and also doing personal best lap times as well at this late stage in the race. So it's an impressive effort. See the scratch race positions on the screen on the left-hand side now as we go into the last 36 minutes of this Birkett 6-hour relay race. Ford KA being bowled around Beckett's there. That's the 63 car then, the car that's now in 5th position, Triple A's Racing. Of course, Triple A's Racing was the handicap leader after 5 hours. After 4 hours, of course, it was Dark Side Developments that were ahead. I believe their handicap adjusted because they've only used the 2 cars so far. The Golf Mark 5 has expired now, the Audi TT. They were also expected to use a Golf GTR Mark 2, which is not as quick. And that would therefore have earned them more credit laps, but because they've not used that, the handicap will be adjusted as a result.
Kind of factored out.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was the car that we knew from earlier on was actually not very well.
Yes, only there for emergency use, I think. And it may still get out there, I suppose, if the Audi TT can't...
runs out of fuel with 2 laps to go.
Exactly.
And they said it would run 50 minutes and then sort of probably start to splutter. But because of the safety car, they might get 55 minutes out of it, something like that, 53 minutes, somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. Yes, the Dark Side Development squad are in 6th place overall on scratch. And 3rd of the tin top teams.
And they're 1 minute and 13 seconds ahead of the next group, 7 Series Midlands, down to Lewis in the pit lane.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Here we got racing for Mick, driver Maxine Nichols. Maxine, how's your day gone today?
It's finished on a high. I think we're doing all right. So I had a few tears at the end, obviously racing for Dad, who sadly lost at Cadwell. But the day's just been so full on that we're in a team of 3 that I haven't had time to think about it until the safety car came out, and then I was just like, but.
Were you on track at the time when the safety car came out?
I was, yeah. And I was thinking, I'm having so much fun. And they're going to call me in because I could see on my timer that it was kind of in the threshold where they were going to call me in. But the first stint, I was hot, I had a headache because we've all done an hour. And I felt like the slowest thing out there. Everyone was just shooting past me, but I was in an unfortunate place on the circuit. And I thought, I can't do this again. And then the second stint, I've loved it. So, and yeah, it got cut short, a little bit short, but it is what it is.
Yeah, so you're going to end the day with a smile?
Yes, hopefully. I keep getting told you're this, you're first in class, you're third in class. So I don't even know where we are, to be honest. I don't suppose you know, do you?
That doesn't really matter.
No, but they're all going, oh, it'd be really nice for today. It would, but I've got through a race season without Dad, and now we've done the Birkett, so it's a step up the ladder done. But yeah, and Mum's here, and she's done amazing as well, so.
Well, that's good news.
Yeah.
Anyway, so you enjoyed the day. Are you going to come back again next year?
If I'm allowed, yeah, if they'll all have me, if Rogue will have me, and if Mum will allow me, yeah, I'll do what I can. I've had a good season in the MR2 Championship as well, so.
So where'd you finish?
We finished now already, so we finished at Alton Park 2 weeks ago.
I mean, where'd you finish in the championship?
Oh, do you know what? I don't even know. I think might have been like 10th in class. It's nowhere that I'm like, yes, I'm going to get anything. I've had a really good season. I had a really good race at Brands and things like that. With everything that's happened, to have driven how I have, I'm just really pleased, and I know he'd be very proud of me. So.
Okay, Maxine, and I'm going to say, I think everyone else is proud of you too. I think you've done a great job. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, and sorry if I've got all black down my face.
Nah, you haven't.
I was like, oh, I'll be crying. But anyway, thank you for chatting, and hopefully I think I saw you last year, so maybe see you next year.
Yeah, well, that's the plan.
Yeah.
Okay, back to you, Marcus, in the studio.
Thanks very much. That was Maxine Nichols giving a very interesting interview there to Lewis Beals. Back on track, BMWs aplenty pile into Brooklands, and we still have just over half an hour to go. 31 minutes and 30 seconds in this Grove & Dean Motorsport Insurance Birkett 6-hour team relay. 750 Motor Club staple since 1951. Out front, nothing's really changed. RJ Motorsport 3, a couple of laps ahead of RJ Motorsport 1, 54 and 57, 54 those teams. 45 M&M Racing, a couple of more laps adrift. But Triple A's Racing remains in 4th overall on the scratch situation, but the Prep & Lay Racing team is only 23 seconds behind.
Yeah.
And closing them down.
Yeah,
it's 19 seconds behind now.
Yeah, it's come down another 4 seconds on that lap. Just to say that for Team 54, that's RJ Motorsport 1, Ash Hicklin is prepared to go back out again for a final stint in this race. He's had a dramatic race. First of all, he had a failed wheel nut, and secondly, a coolant pipe came loose, and that caused some overheating. We saw the smoke and so forth spewing out of his radical. Ash Hicklin for Team 54, RJ Motorsport 1 will probably back out for the final stint in this race as they try, probably in vain, to go after RJ Motorsport 3, which is Team 57, which is the squad, including Alistair Smart, Simon Freeman and Charles Graham. Charles Graham, I think, will be looking for his second win on scratch in the Birkett, if I'm correct. He won it 2 years ago in 2019 with Wade Eastwood and Luciano Bicetta on that occasion, so we could have a second scratch win for Charles Graham. Just looking back to make sure he's not won it on a previous occasion, but I think that was the first time, as I recall.
Yes, Luciano Bicetta really enjoyed that race, didn't he? And the first time he'd done it.
Yeah, he'd reached their sort of heights of Formula 2, hadn't he?
Exactly.
Single-seater racing. There's the number 44 Civic going through, 44A.
Yes, that really is an unusual one. You don't see very many in that spec. It's always the hatchback you see, but that one, of course, has the benefit perhaps of the wing on the boot. But maybe you said that the roof's not quite as long, so it's one aero solution.
Yeah, that's the Mickey Gilmer car. It's just in behind that Steve Simpson Peugeot 206, I should say.
Yeah, that car gets driven really hard all season, doesn't it? With 750 and CSCC.
Yeah. And, it's not easy to pass by the looks of it either. The Civic trying very hard to get through. And Steve Simpson having none of it, it would seem, as they head along the Wellington straight now. Still that little 206 is ahead of the slightly more modern Type R.
Darkside Developments Audi Team 13 still more than a minute ahead of the 7 Series Midlands, the class leaders at 32.
And just news on that team, Marcus, as well. The reason that car stopped, the Golf stopped out on circuit, Scott Parker car, it was a sensor failure that cut the power in the car. The sensor's been fixed and the car is ready to go again, so they may not need to depend on the Mark II now if the TT can't go the distance. So it's sensor failure.
They probably plugged the diagnostic in. Yes, it's one of those. Put the spare in from the box.
Yeah, so that's sorted. 22A, that I think is Chris Fantana, is it?
That's smoke. A lot of smoke coming out of that.
St Winifred's school choir, and not singing a particularly happy tune at the moment because that's a very smoky looking car. That's bound for the pit lane, you would think.
Brian Branson down to 13 seconds behind for Prep and Lay Racing Team. Team 12 chasing down the 63, which is still Chris Etheridge, isn't it?
That's right.
That Mazda really needs to come in.
Yes, well, it's near the pit lane entrance now, just Luffield to navigate its way around. Does it stay tight to the...
It's coming
in. It's going in, yeah. So that's good. That's off the circuit.
You'll be smelling that from the cockpit. That's for sure.
Yes, and it's just going past our commentary box now, so hopefully you smell it wafting through the hole in the door to our right as well.
So that tussle between 63 and 12 is the one we're all looking at the moment. That's really close. As it's 55 to 36, Golfers and the Speedhorn team. It's only 11.8 seconds between them, 55 and 36 down the order.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know who's out for Team 12 now, because I presume that's a driver change that's happened and Brian Branson has been replaced by somebody else. In the meantime, there's another BMW, that's Team 25. That is, I didn't see the letter on that, but one of the Futura Classico squad with their 325Is. Paul Dolan, Matthew Molyneux, Stephen Occubley.
5.4 now between the BMWs, so you should see pretty soon what's coming up. There's a couple of BMs in that group behind.
That's the 63 car, so that is still Etheridge.
Etheridge, yeah, that's right. Now,
there's the 12 car in the back of shot, and that therefore is the Paul Wood car that's chasing after it. So on the last lap, Wood did a 2:22.15 and Etheridge did 2:29.73. So within pretty towards the end of this lap, those two cars will be together, and we've already seen a change of position between these two teams in the last quarter of an hour or so. But, since then, Team 12 had to drive a change and had to catch and pass, or try and pass, Etheridge all over again. In the background, looked like Paul Hinton out for the Three Amigos to presumably end this race. Three Amigos 4.0, fourth overall on handicap coming into this final hour. So the other class leads on handicap, by the way, were Triple A's Racing Class B, Prep and Lay Racing Class D, Three Amigos Class A, and Rogues Troopers for Class C.
There's Paul Wood in the 12 car now. It's taken over from Branson, the CustomYard.com car, Deutsch Tech, and he can see the red BMW. You can see his quarry ahead, and we should see both in the same shot very shortly. There's Etheridge, and there is Wood looming large down the inside into the left-hander at Brooklands.
I said they'd be together by the end of the lap. I wasn't going to be not going too far wrong there, am I? They are almost
it may well happen under acceleration.
Yeah,
it'll certainly happen, I would have thought, into Copse, if not there.
What's the gap going to be as they come across the line? There's not going to be much of a gap, is there? There they are, both of them pretty much side by side over the line. I'm going to look to see what the gap was between them, see how close I was.
Point something.
Yeah, just needs to update itself on the screen.
0.05.
Oh, that wasn't a bad guess on my part, was it? Say the two of them would be together, and it is the 12 car that is ahead then as they head into Beckett's on their 136th lap. In their case, the leaders have done 148. There's 23 minutes of the race left to go. Of course, the result taken from the last lap completed before the 6 hours is up in the Birkett Six-Hour Relay race. So not the lap completed at the 6 hour is the lap completed before the 6 hour. The Birkett. That's about how many laps you complete within 6 hours, not a race distance of 6 hours, as it were. So that's the 63 car of Etheridge then, shuffled back down to 5th position, but still being reasonably consistent, I think, and that could bode well for them to hold on to their handicap honours. They led by a lap. We say a lap, but I suspect it was actually a little bit less than that, because the team that was behind them on 138 laps was completed that time in about a minute and 35 seconds less than the Triple H racing team. So if we say a lap, it's probably more like half a lap that they were ahead at the 5 hour mark over RAF Motorsports.
The Honda Civic was able to zap past Etheridge's M3 out of entry. Down in the pit lane, Lewis Beals.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Well, handicap race is going really strong. Currently at the 5 hour mark, AAA Racing were in the front. That's team 63 with 1 lap advantage, and we've got Andrew Etheridge. Andrew.
Yes.
Yes, it's a bit nerve-wracking, isn't it?
It's getting a bit close to the end now, and my son's out there, so it's a bit nervous with him being out there anyway. So, yeah, we're just hoping to get there in the end.
Yeah, you're sharing the BMW this weekend.
Yeah, the red M3. Yeah.
And
we had a few issues this morning with the drive shaft go, but we've got it all fixed, and it seems to be holding up. So, it's pretty good.
Better have the drive shaft issue this morning than during the race.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I was the experiment driver to see if we could get it round the circuit, so it seems to have done all right. It's done 2 hours now, 2 hours with a new drive shaft. So
how reliable is the car normally?
Very. That was why it was disappointing this morning. Very. It sort of hurt, really. You don't really sort of get that, but it's one of those things, motor racing, isn't it?
That definitely is. And I take it Chris has fueled up so we can go right to the end?
Yeah, he had 90 litres, so an hour and a half we thought he'd run for.
I can see the Andrew Rath car here, but no Andrew in it. So he's
on the pit wall.
But he must be really confident in the car, because he's not in there getting ready to go in case he gets it.
Yeah, definitely. The helmet's there. We're all ready to chuck him in just in case, but fingers crossed it'll be all right. So
yeah. Have you enjoyed the event?
Oh yeah. We did it last year. We came 11th, so we thought we'd have a good go this year. So yeah, it's been really good.
Well, the handicap event is obviously where the Birkett Relay Trophy is given for. So fingers crossed for the next 20 odd minutes or so.
So we haven't jinxed it, hasn't it?
I hope not. Anyway, Andrew, thanks very much, and hope to see you on the podium.
Right, cheers. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll see you. Thanks very much. Back to you, Marcus, in the studio.
Thank you very much, Lewis. That was illuminating from Andrew Etheridge. There's his lad, Chris, out there now in the 63. He's driving quite a conservative race now, just to try to get to the end. That's the important thing. Just keep it as quick as you can, as neat as you can. And they're running strongly in 5th overall. That's a long way ahead of Darkside Development's Audi TT. And the handicap very far from sorted, with 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, the second place car on handicap, the RAF Motorsports, in their 41st overall on scratch. So they're still setting solid lap times, I think, as well, in their own right, so they'll be pushing hard. And we know that Lay Racing team are pushing hard as well, as they have been, twice passing the 63 car in the last half hour, lapping 6 seconds a lap faster. So it's far from impossible that the Lay Racing team, who are now ahead of them on the circuit, number 12, that they could go through and pinch the scratch honours away from AAA's racing as well. and get a very good overall scratch classification as well. Just have a look. Three Amigos just needs to check on how they're faring, because they were sitting there in 4th, and they're still there as well. Up to 38th overall now on scratch, and last lap time was a 2:39.06, which is about 6/10 outside their best lap time. So they're still putting in consistent lap times as well. So we mustn't write off the Three Amigos 4.0 either, as they continue to circulate. And that's the 15 Porsche for Carmel Porsche Team SW Engineering. That's the Matthew Carnhenny car, I think, isn't it?
Yes, the gold car.
17 minutes, so it's down to sort of normal 750 most club race distance now, 15-20 minute races. It gets a little bit gloomier here at Silverstone. Had sort of persistent overcast skies all day, but no rain.
14th overall, Pedro. 12 odd seconds behind, but lapping less quickly than the golfers ahead of them, so I don't think that's going to change.
No, it's not, I don't think. 11th and 12th, that could be a good little split, because there's only about 3 seconds between Rutec BMW Flyers and the Cord Sports CSCC Tin Top. So that's the Steve Simpson car, the Tin Tops car, Team 8. And they are lapping a little bit quicker than the Rutec BMW Flyers team. That's Team 52. So Jim Benson, Ben Pearson, the BMW Car Cup Racing champion for this year, and Bill Redrock for that squad. It's one of the Z4s, and it's the 66 squad. So that's the youth of Giddings, Callum Bates, and Kieran Power, and they are winning 19th overall and the best of the 3 Z cars. Outfits.
And car off on the exit of Club, one of the MR2 62C. That is, Ian.
Yes, so that is Rose Wheelers, and that's via Aldridge. That team also including Jim Cook and Andy Williams, with that car off onto the escape road there at the exit of Club Corner. And via Aldridge, by the looks of it, out of the race. That team was running reasonably well down the order, I think. Down here in 58th position. Rose Wheelers. Anywhere on handicap, they were not inside the top 30 on handicap beat, so not particularly in contention for anything, I don't think.
There's your race leader. 57, working the 153rd lap with a quarter of an hour to go.
Yeah, still lapping in the 2:06s. Best lap time for that car, 2:04.45. It's the final quarter of an hour, siding past the BMW, and get that Porsche as well by the time we get to Luffield, I would think. Blue flags waving, because there's another Radical heading down. That's the 45 M&M Racing car that's in 3rd place, 4 laps behind the leaders.
Should be safe at kind of 7 laps at this point, wouldn't it? Within that 6 hours.
Yes.
So it's going to go 160, I think, pretty much. 160.
Yeah, I would think so. There is the 63 car, Chris Etheridge. The Welsh flag in the window, and that is the Trap and Lay racing car, Paul Wood, isn't it? So that's Team 12. And they are now 23.3 seconds clear of the AAA's racing squad on scratch, lapping about 8 seconds a lap faster. Not going to make it any further up the order, because they're 10 laps behind the car in front. That's the Radical of M&M Racing. So just hearing that unofficially, the 12 car, the Trap and Lay Racing Team car, is well placed on handicap. We think that might be out front at the moment, but that's purely unofficial. We think then that's going to be ahead of the AAA's racing car. So this good last half hour, so 14-12, could be one important, Marcus.
Yeah, it looks like it. Branson and Wood have pulled something out of the bag here in the team's quickest cars.
Yes, their quickest cars out towards the end.
That's the dark side Golf back again. So they've changed that sensor.
Yes.
And that's Scott Parkin back out in it.
And so it probably was just about 50 minutes that the TT was out there for, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Something like that.
So that's entirely on course, exactly what we expected.
So they've not been forced to deviate too far from their strategy, really, just that they lost probably a minute or 2 minutes, maybe,
Yeah,
when the car stopped down circuit.
They're still going to, with a fair wind, get 6th overall, which is a fine effort for a team with 2 cars.
It is always a risky strategy, but they might have snuck 5th or even 4th place out of it if they'd not had that sensor issue.
And Scott said earlier on they'd both qualified all 3 cars, hadn't they?
Covering all bases, which is a very wise thing to do.
The XJS Jaguar is back out again.
It is. That's the car of Sam Clark Jr., isn't it?
Is there any Jag in the race? I think it probably is. Only one I've seen.
Yes.
We used to have a couple of teams. Coventry Cats used to come out.
That's right. And as we said earlier on, Jaguars won on scratch, the first ever, the XK120, and were quite successful in several of the early years. A C-type team won in '54, which also had an Aston Martin DB3S as a guest part of the lineup. Had any other Jaguar winners? We've had, I think, a Jaguar winner on handicap, really, as a winner in fairly recent years, haven't we? Jagnuts was certainly second in 2014. So yes, the Jaguar mark historically have gone well here. The Jaguar Drivers Club B team won on handicap in 1962, and the A team won on scratch that year.
I do like it when a plan comes together, as they say. Here's Paul Collingwood again with the Eclipse, locally built car. Transverse Ford engine in the back. That's done. I think it's his 3rd stint now. Sports Specials racer.
Yes, it was 2009. 6 Potters won on handicap. Gail Hill, Chris Boone, David Bye, Peter Dorling, and others.
6 Potters sounds like a snooker team, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? And that year, Jeff Steele Racing won on scratch as well, team of BMW 46 M3s as well. I think that was before we started attracting the radical teams to compete on a regular basis. One of the BMWs now. The 3rd and 5th place car, 63, Triple A's Racing. Chris Etheridge at the wheel.
Now I've noticed that the 7 Series car, 7 Series Midlands, are now just 20 seconds behind Darkside Developments. Does that mean, and they're gaining at 5 seconds a lap, does that mean that the Golf is not particularly happy, or is it just as a result of that pit stop to put Scott Parkin back out again?
Let's see what the next lap brings and see if the gap continues to come down. But if it keeps coming down at 5 seconds a lap for the next 10 minutes, then we're in for a grand start finish. In fact, they would be almost together over the line, wouldn't they? Which is would be quite something. There's the race leading Radical. No, it's not the race leading Radical. That's the number 20 car. As I think it gets close to camera. That's the A Motorsport car, which is on the same lap now as 7 Series Midlands, but 2 minutes behind. Lapping 7 seconds a lap faster, so it's not going to catch.
Billy Boys are still in the top 10, aren't they? Storming Camel.
Yes.
Racing also there. Billy Boys 2nd in class to 7 Series Midlands among the Caterham teams.
Screeching of tyres as cars fly through Cops Corner there. 8 3/4 minutes left to go. Mark Skeggs just going through the shot as one of the MX-5s. Replaced the one that replaced Chris Fantana's smoky car, Team 22. So that's see the Rob Greensmith and Kevin Bird out in that team.
Triple A's Racing now. Prep and Play Racing team have had a long lap for some reason. Maybe that's a change. 1.29 seconds between them, and
yeah, Russell Dack's out there now, isn't he? So,
yeah.
But they've had to make a few changes then, and Russell Dack just ahead. Now that could be crucial, in particular for the handicap race, I would suspect. If they've now lost, because they were about 20 seconds ahead, or 25 seconds ahead, and now they are right together on track, pretty much just a second or so apart. So it'd be interesting to see what Russell Dack's lap times are like. But this could well be the battle for the handicap race victory that we're watching. 7.5 minutes ago. We won't know that for certain until the official handicap positions are published, probably, well, hopefully within sort of 10 minutes of the checkered flag going out. But frantic work by the timekeepers to get the results checked and make sure everything's correct before they're issued. This is the battle for fourth in the race on scratch, and potentially the handicap race victory as well. We did have another retirement, by the way, and I believe that was team 49, which is out of the race.
And Ian, I've just noticed that Dark Side Developments have dropped out of the top 6. They are now represented by the TT, so that's another late change. So it looks like the Golf wasn't very well.
So that's been another swap back to the TT again. So Ryan Parkin back out in that car. Yes, the 49 team out of the race is the Kent Kings Speedway squad. So they join Art Racing, S Motorsport B, Four Corners, and the Track Attackers, who've just run out of puff and out of the race. So that means that we've got 65 teams still running into the last 6 minutes or so of this race.
Lap 141 has been quite pivotal.
It seems that way.
Up at the front, it may real well end up deciding the order. There's Dack and there's Etheridge.
And the gap between them was about the same at the end of that lap as it was on the lap before. 1.29 became 1.21 seconds. So not a lot to choose between those two.
Traffic up ahead. The M3's quicker in a straight line, that's for sure. And it's down to, I would have thought, about 3 lengths at this point. Yep.
Yeah.
Stowe, they're together.
So, could be seeing here is the handicap race being decided. So we won't know until a few minutes after the race has been completed officially. We'll probably have an unofficial idea of what's going on, but these are the two cars that we think are contesting for the handicap honours. But we've got to watch out as well for the RF Motorsports crew, Team 43. We've not seen actually too much of their cars during the race. We heard from their team manager earlier on, but that's Alex Smith, David Russell, Simon Frowen, Chris Slater and Daniel Smith. And the other team we need to watch for are, of course, the Three Amigos 4.0 as well, the winners for the last 2 seasons. 10th in 2018, winners in 2019 and 20. And a 5-hour 4th on handicap in 2021. But there's Russell Dack in that compact. Prep and Lay industrial flooring. And here he comes down towards us, and you can see, yep, the red BMW still only just behind us. We've got getting clean one of the Z4s.
There's a squeeze there.
Between them, it was a bit of a squeeze, wasn't it, as they came into Brooklands that time. A couple of radicals together, heading down towards...
One's the PR6, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Down towards Abbey.
That's Alistair Smart.
And he's in the leading team, isn't he? Team
Yes.
57.
Here we go. Whoa!
And that's it. Those are the 2 leaders that are a lap apart, aren't they?
And that was precious close into Village.
So there's now a lap between Smart and that 54C car, which is Chris Short. So It's Alistair Smart and Chris Short bringing the Radicals home. It seemed for RJ Motorsport 3 and RJ Motorsport 1, but they nearly tangled there on their 158th lap for the leader and 157th lap for the car in second place. They're still pretty close now, lapping. That's the 43 RF Motorsport BMW, and that's smoking. That's one of the contenders for handicap honours as well, so that doesn't particularly bode well for RAF Motorsports, I'm afraid. As we enter the final 3 minutes of this race. It's a lap between these two cars now. And you can see the scratch positions on screen. Updated now for that latest crossing of the line by the race leader. M&M Racing, Team 45, in third place still, of course.
And that Dak and Etheridge battle, still 1.37 between them.
So that is not changing, is it? It's
no.
Just constantly 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 seconds.
Dak's quicker in the corners, Etheridge quicker in the straights by evidence from the last lap.
So these Radicals, they're going to complete this lap, and that will probably be the last lap that they complete, won't it, in the timed element of the race? So that will make it 159 laps, I think, for the race winners. The flag goes out at 6 hours, but it's the laps completed by 6 hours.
If they don't take each other off.
Well, quite. I mean, we could have the 54 common lapping itself here as well.
Yeah, and this is both driving for the same team, ostensibly.
Yes.
This is what you don't want. This is what the team manager's there biting his fingernails on the pit wall.
And down the inside into Village goes the 54 on the car. No, it's Chris Short can't quite make that work. So Smart holds on. There's a lap between them.
Another idea would have worked better than that, I think.
Yes. Possibly would. So there's the battle we were talking about going towards us, and they are separated by a little bit more this time. That's one of the other BMWs there. It's gone out to 1.95 now between Prep and Lay. And there, the 63 car, the red car, going through Chris Etheridge for AAA's Racing. They're onto their last lap. In fact, they've completed their last lap, haven't they? Because they won't get another one in. So that's been done with Prep and Lay ahead. So that may well be enough for Prep and Lay Team 12 to grab the handicap on as subject to confirmation.
Yeah.
So they're not going to get another lap into this, I don't think. So they will have done 144 laps within the 6 hours that are allowed. There's now only 30 seconds to go. Checkered flag will be brought out very shortly indeed. We see the Seat Ibiza going through of Team 3, that's of Team 4, I should say, Dark Side Seat Sport TDI. Dylan Richter, Michael Smith and Nicholas Bosch. There is the 12 car heading down the international pit straight. We've counted down to 0, so on the national pit straight, I imagine the checkered flag's probably, yeah, I can see the checkered flag on the national straight is now out. So the race coming to an end. There it is, there's the checkered flag to bring an end to this Birkett 6-hour relay race. It is RJ Motorsport 3 that take the victory then, with 159 laps completed in 5 hours, 59 minutes, 12.98 seconds. And they've won the race by a lap from Team 54, RJ Motorsport 1, and Team 45, M&M Racing, are in third position. Fourth to number 12, Prep and Lay Racing Team. Fifth to number 63, AAA's Racing. Sixth to number 32, 7 Series Midlands. And seventh to number 13, Darkside Development, who had to do another late car change at the end. Cars still battling as they come up to the checkered flag, but it's academic now because the 6 hours are complete. There is the car that may well be winning this on handicap. We'll get confirmation of that shortly, but coming up to the line comes car 12, just in the back of shot there. That's the Russell Dack BMW Compact for Prep and Lay Racing Team, 4th overall. And, certainly with a shout of the handicap race win as well. 57 and 54 cars go through once again to finally take the checkered flag as well. once the cars see the checkered flag, they'll be brought down the pit lane next time around, and actually more than half of the cars have now seen the checkered flag. The race is over, and we just have the drama now of the announcement of the handicap winners. Let's just give you a quick rundown on the scratch race results though. First number 57, which is RJ Motorsport 3, second number 54, RJ Motorsport 1, third 45, M&M Racing, fourth number 12, Trap and Lane Racing Team, fifth number 63, Triple A's Racing. I should say that Triple A's Racing also won Class B, sixth number 32, winning Class A, 7 Series Midlands, seventh number 13, Dark Side Development, 8th number 20, A Motorsport, 9th number 21, Billy Boys, 10th number 53, Storming Camel, 11th 52, Rutec BMW Flyers, 12th number 36, Carmel Push Raging Speedhorn, 13th number 55, The Golfers, 14th number 58, Pedro, 15th 44, RKC Motorsports, 16th number 767s, 17th number 34, Veron Builders, Carmel Porsche, 18th number 66, Z Cars A Youth, 19th number 38, The Archers with Carmel Porsche, and 20th number 19, Dominic Kievs. I should have said as we went through. The car team in 15th position, Team 44, RKC Motorsports. They have won Class C on scratch, but it's the handicap race results that we'll now be waiting for, and we will bring those to you if we can before we go off air. But as we go on board with the 41 car once again, that's the Blair Thompson Honda Civic on the slowing down lap. Marcus Pye, it's been another dramatic Birkett 6-hour relay race.
It has, and really, really close in the battle for handicap and for the minor placings. We knew the Radicals were going to run away this year, and 3 of the 4 all Radical teams did just that. A lap between first and second. M&Ms weren't really in it once RJ Motorsport 3 and 1 got together. But the BMWs really entertained us, and a really great effort by the Dark Side Development boys, the Parkin twins. They got robbed by that problem with the Golf fairly late on, but I think it's been an absolutely cracking race. It's been really clean racing. There's been 1 or 2 bits of drama. Ashtek Clinton's car throwing a wheel, the Elise catching fire down at Vale, etc. But everyone's safely back, and that's what it's all about. Club racing at its finest.
Yeah, just looking at the 56 car, IGO Motorsport 2, they had 24 laps docked to one of their drivers excluded because of a flag infringement. They eventually finished 62nd on scratch with 122 laps. If they had those 124 laps back, they'd have had 146, so they would have finished in 4th position, but only by a lap ahead of the Trap and Lane Racing team, I think. So they would have still finished 4th of the 4 Radical or all Radical squads. You can see a bit of a traffic jam as the cars head down the pit lane.
And as usual with the Birkett Relay, we had cars in trouble very early on in qualifying this morning. Very sadly, of course, the 71 Thruxton Birkett winning Arc Sprite, which we really hoped to see out there competing, but sadly it wasn't to be. And other teams running out of cars very early on, but it's the strategies that people take. If they come here with 2 or 3 people and 3 or 4 cars, then once they lose a couple, they're really behind it.
Yeah, I think there were 5 cars or 5 teams that didn't make it to the end. Looking at it, it looks like everyone else did. The 65th and final team being Auto Bar Techwell, which was the Ford KA squad. Team 348, who started on the back row of the grid alongside them, the 3 BMW 116 trophy cars, they finished in 60th position, 7 laps further up the road, 124 laps that they completed. But yes, no particular surprise.
The handicap guys, the 3 Amigos have put up a valiant fight. We don't know what the result of that is quite yet. I hope we get to find out very quickly, but certainly they were in it with that really good tactic which they've developed and evolved over the years. They know exactly how to win this race on handicap, and maybe they've come a little bit short this time, but it wasn't for lack of trying.
We could see we've got 2 of the top 3 teams there in the pit lane for Lewis Beals to talk to. The 45 squad, M&M Racing, and the 54 squad, RJ Motorsport 1. Just hopefully we'll get the RJ Motorsport 3 team, because that's the winning team, and it was the 57 car was brought home by Alistair Smart, of course, who we heard from in the earlier part of this race with Lewis. We might get to hear from him as well. The RAF Motorsport car was still smoking there. They managed to get it at the end. There is Alistair Smart.
I think they borrowed something from Red Arrows and put something into the kerosene in the exhaust.
It'd be good if they did some formation flying. But there's Alistair Smart, winning team. RJ Motorsport 3 with Dave Taylor, Alistair Smart in the Radical PR6, Simon Freeman with the Radical SR10, Charles Graham with the Radical SR3, the man behind Dave Taylor. Bottle of water there ready for Alistair as well, which I'm sure will be well deserved. Getting plenty of congratulations from all and sundry. Let's head down to the pit lane now, and we'll hear once again from Lewis Beals.
So we're down here in Parc Ferme after the 6-hour Birkett Relay. You can see Alistair Smart getting out of the winning car with Charles Graham there as well, our race winners from the 70th anniversary Birkett Relay. We'll let them celebrate, and we'll talk to our third placed person first, who was Matthew Jones, who finished off third place there. A difficult race for you?
Yeah, we had a lot of trouble with the car. It went wrong in the first stint with Joe. So that obviously put us back, and then we had more trouble with the second car, so we had to run this twice as long, which meant that we had to go in, refuel, and we lost loads of time. But
You had 2 of you sharing the same car, is that right?
yeah, Joe and I shared this car, and then Morgan in the other car. So we had a day of broken cars, I'm afraid. The car is very poorly now. Couldn't get downshift. Yeah, difficult day.
And I guess that's longest Radicals really aren't expected to run sort of 4 hours or however long it's been going for.
I mean, that's done more than 4 hours, so yeah, we'll need a replay.
A good way to end your season though, doing this race?
Yeah, I haven't done much this season anyway, so it's always fun. Always like to be quicker, but there you have it. Yeah.
And it must be so busy passing all the cars all the time.
It is. It's pretty frantic, and it must be difficult for them. So I mean, I'm grateful everybody keeps an eye on the mirrors. And, yeah.
Well, thanks for speaking to us. I think we'll head over to Lewis, who's going to have the second place finisher over the other side.
Well, after the third place podium presentation, we've got Chris Short here, who was finished up for RJ Motorsport 1. Second, Chris, well, that was a real hard-fought race. And you didn't really have a lot of help from Ashley, I think, who had a lot of problems.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't even sure whether we were racing at the end there. I lost radio, so some good fun racing at the end. The team have been great. We had an incident where one of the guys lost his wheel early on, which obviously didn't help. But no, fantastic day. First day doing first time doing the Birkett, and it was amazing fun. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, Ashley losing that wheel could have just lost you the race.
Possibly. I think we were lap down in the end. So yeah, I mean, you know, but nonetheless, what a day. Great fun, and it didn't rain. You know, they say it always rains at the Birkett, but
well, that's often the case. But obviously, a good dry race, and obviously you had a good race and everything. What's it like weaving in and out of the traffic? Obviously, this is, as you said to me earlier, this was the first time you've been here.
Oh yeah, absolutely, totally different. I'm normally in the Radical Challenge, so. Yeah, a bit like a video game, to be honest. You know, we go in, I don't know, 20 cars in a lap, maybe more. So lots of fun, not a dull moment in the 2 or 3 hours I've driven. So yeah, absolutely fantastic.
Going to see you back next year?
I think so.
Well, that'd be great to see you, Chris.
Thank you.
And well done to you and RJ Motorsport 1. That's Chris Shem and Ashley Hicklin, who helped Chris Short to second place. To you, Josh, for
Thanks,
the winner.
Lewis. Alistair Smart, who finished your stint. Alistair, you had a busy old race there, and I think you won by about a lap at the end.
I wasn't sure. I mean, my mic went off, and I was asking all the way back round, did we win, did we win? So, no, really pleased. Great team effort. The boys, come in. Hey, come in here. That's the team. There's 3 of us here, so it's hard work, but great fun.
Charles, I think you did quite a long stint there in the middle, which was an hour and a half, something like that.
Well, it would have been longer if the gearbox hadn't given out. We normally do an hour and a half. We put a bigger tank in the car this year because that always makes a difference. But I think we only did an hour and 10 or 20, was it, boys? Because the gearbox gave out, and then it was down to my 2 colleagues here to take care of everything for us. While we're here, just before we move on, can we also just say a quick thank you to all of the organisers of the 750 Motor Club of the Birkett, for all of the officials, and particularly the boys out there in orange. Thank you very much indeed for making this happen every year. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
And something we were saying is, you already threw it out there, with lots of live snatching going on, so the marshals were doing a great job. We only had the 1 safety car in the whole race, thanks to their help.
Unheard of in the Birkett, 1 safety car. And with the fuel tanks we've got in these 2 cars, we were really praying for a few more. Not that we want anybody to have an accident or get injured or the cars to be damaged, but we were hoping for a few more safety cars. But strategy, where's Alan? Our man on strategy, where is he? He worked it all out on ongoing basis, did a brilliant job. So yeah, it was a great race, really good race. Hey buddy.
Yeah, Alan, you were the strategy man. How many times did that strategy change?
We were on plan T. Went through A, B, C, all the way to T. Yeah, these guys kept me busy, but we got it done. Great driving. Marshals did a fantastic job. They always do here. No rain for once, lovely. And yeah, great stuff. It was all good.
Simon, you did the first stint and got the fastest lap of the race as well. So enjoy your didn't being the quickest driver out there.
Yeah, no, obviously the first time we've done the Birkett, so it went really, really well, and yeah, it was good.
It's not the last though.
Not the last. Definitely come back. Definitely come back.
And the SR10, I think, about the only racing one, is it, in the UK?
Yes, I think so. It's only one here at the moment, so yeah, really good.
And all 3 of you back next season?
That's the plan,
hopefully.
Isn't it, boys? So, yeah.
Hopefully.
We'll need to come back and defend, won't we?
Absolutely. Number 1 on the car.
That'd be nice. Yeah, that would be lovely, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Well, congratulations to Alistair Smart, to Charles Graham and to Simon Freeman, then our winners of the scratch race here at the Birkett Relay. We'll head back over to Ian to see if we've got a handicap result yet.
We've not got an official result yet, but we're hearing that we think it is the 43 team. We'll wait for official confirmation of that to be uploaded to the 750 Motor Club live timing, but we think it's the 43 RAF Motorsports team, despite the smoky David Russell BMW 325i car towards the end, that has come home by a lap. So that'll be the team for RAF Motorsports: Alexander Smith, David Russell, Simon Frowen, Chris Slater and Daniel Smith. We think that they have done it. We think in second place it's the 19 team, the Mini Kievs, Kevin Fulbrook, Keith Izzat, John Wyatt and Chris Williams in their Mini Coopers. And we think in third place it's Team 12, the Prep and Lay racing team, Russell Dack, Paul Wood and Brian Bransom in their various BMWs, who had twice to pass the 63 car of Chris Etheridge towards the end for Triple A's Racing, who brought that car home in third position. So that's all unofficial at this stage. And now I do have official handicap positions uploaded, and yes, I can confirm what I have just told you. So it is a win for Team 43 RAF Motorsports from, in second place, Team 19 Mini Kievs, third to number 12 Prep and Lay Racing Team, fourth to number 63 Triple A's Racing. They were all on 165 laps, the RAF Motorsports team on 166. Fifth to number 1, the 2-time winners from the previous 2 years, 3 Amigos 4.0. They were 2 laps down on the winning team in the end. Sixth to number 41, that was the Army Sports Car Racing team. 7th, 55, the Golfers. 8th to 16, Team 348. 9th to number 61, Rogues Troopers. 10th to number 33, Racing for Mick. 11th, 52, Rutec Racing's BMW Flyers. 12th was number 22, St Winifred School Choir. 13th to number 23, Autobar Techwell. 14th to number 15, Carmel Porsche Team Southwest Engineering. 15th, number 65, Rutec Racing's BMW Triers. 16th, number 36, Carmel Porsche Raging Speedhorn. 17th, number 70, Mazda Misfits. 18th, number 13, Darkside Developments, after they sort of faded away towards the end. 19th to number 46, that was 7 Motorsports, and 20th to number 4, and that was the Dark Sports Say Sport TDI team. So the class winners on handicap, Class B going to RAF Motorsports, Class D to the Prep and Lay Racing Team, Class A to the Three Amigos, so they do get something for the third year in a row, and Class C won by Rogues Troopers, which was the car that we spent much of the race on board with, the team of Aaron Cook, Ali Topley, Sean Traynor and Dan Sylvester. So those are your class winners, but a reminder, the top 3 overall on handicap: 43 RAF Motorsports from 19 Mini Kievs and 12 Prep and Lay Racing Team. And on scratch, it was a radical clean sweep of the podium: 57 RJ Motorsport 3 from 54 RJ Motorsport 1 and 45 M&M Racing. So that brings to an end the coverage of the 70th anniversary Birkett 6-hour relay race here at Silverstone, sponsored by Grove & Dean. Once again, many thanks to Grove & Dean for their continuing support of the event. Many thanks to all of the marshals who've done such sterling work here at Silverstone today to keep the race meeting and keep the race going with just one brief safety car period in the middle of it, or towards the end of it in actual fact. And thanks to all of the other officials and volunteers and organisers of this event as well. 750 Motor Club will be back for more racing during the course of the 2022 season, and we will look forward to bringing that to you next year again, I am sure. But for now, from Lewis Beals, Josh Barrett, Marcus Pye, the whole team at Alpha Live, everyone at the 750 Motor Club Silverstone Circuit, and me, Ian Saman, do have a very good evening and take care. Bye-bye for now from Silverstone.